When you think of an animated movie that is filled with tropes and cliches, what film comes to your mind? Some people thank Quest for Camelot for trying to be like Disney so much to the point where the character designs look too close to looking exactly like a Disney movie, and also ripping off the genie from Aladdin in a way that doesn't work. Others think The Wild, as it not only takes Madagascar, but also The Lion King and Finding Nemo, and mixes it into a blender without realizing what made either one of those films work. Others think Escape from Planet Earth for taking Planet 51 and Mars Needs Moms and sucking out all bits of creativity, and most infamously, the Emoji Movie, which not only takes the concept of Wreck-It Ralph, but also takes the Lego Movie and Inside Out, mashes them together, and fill it to the brim with every animated movie cliche you could ever think of. And while yes, the Emoji Movie is the biggest example to use out of all of these, that film has been beaten to the ground as is. And yes, that along with the latter three, they'll be getting their just dues another time, as those four are not the main focus of this review. That honor would definitely go to the movie I'm reviewing today, Duck Duck Goose, which in all honesty is one of the most cliched animated movies that I've ever seen. The most cliched? No, the Emoji Movie holds that spot, but oh wow, Duck Duck Goose is extremely close to being on that level. So, what is the premise of this movie? This movie revolves around an egotistical goose named Ping. Before his flock of geese take off, he messes up by goofing around and making a mess all over the place, to the point where Bing forbids him from flying south for the winter with them. Ping ends up getting stuck with two ducklings named Chi and Chow, whom he's forced to stick with as Chow distracts him and makes his arm become crippled in the process, and decides to tell them that he's helping them find their herd of ducklings, but in actuality, he uses them to help him get back with this flock of geese. Oh gee, I wonder what's gonna happen. And such a lovable protagonist, isn't he? And while they're on their adventure, they're also on the run from, honestly, one of the best parts of the movie, which is the villain, and the characters need to make it to their location before it starts snowing. Now, there are actually two other animated movies that this one reminds me of, and those movies are The Emperor's New Groove and Despicable Me. The Emperor's New Groove, with the fact that the main character is a jerk that needs to learn to become a better person, and Despicable Me, where the main character is stuck with these kids that get under his skin throughout the whole movie, but learns to enjoy their company throughout the movie. However, one of the main issues that I have with this movie is regarding Ping. All throughout the entirety of the movie, it tries to use tactics that other animated movies use to make the main character look as sympathetic as possible, but the problem with this movie is that it tries to have its audience feel sorry for Ping, but considering what Ping does throughout the movie, he certainly doesn't earn my sympathy in the slightest. The point of putting said character into this grueling situation is to have that character learn from his mistakes and grow to have a change of heart. Question movie, why should I feel sorry for Ping in the slightest when he shows throughout the entirety of the movie that he doesn't even care about anyone else but himself? And even up to the point where it was about to reach the Act 2 breakup, Ping has not changed in the slightest, and he keeps his lie that he's been keeping to himself all the way until it blows up in his face. And he literally doesn't learn his lesson regarding his narcissistic and selfish attitude until his wing gets fixed. And oh, I don't know, when he starts having more of a bond with these ducklings? Like, even the first Cars movie, as unlikable as Lightning was, at least had him learn his lesson not to be a jerk before he ended up being taken back to compete in the final race. And it's insanely obvious that he only has these two ducklings as his buddies along for the trip because he wants to save his own feathers, rather than helping them get back with their herd, which Ping caused them to be separated from their herd in the first place, might I add. If anything, him coming up with the idea to take advantage of these two ducklings right after his wing breaks is the fastest way to make your audience lose sympathy for you, considering the fact that he's visibly freaking out due to his wing snapping and being left behind. And that is the last thing that you want your audience to feel while watching a movie. Granted, the way that Frasier and Gillis were acting when they find out was a bit harsh, but the more he shows his lies as well as his manipulation towards Chi and Chow, this seems more like a long-time act of karma inflicted upon him than something mean-spirited, which reminds me, this movie does get pretty mean-spirited at some parts, with Bing, Frasier, and Gillis not even caring about what could happen to Ping and the fact that he could freeze to death. Which is kind of messed up when you think about it, because him messing things up at the beginning of the film is not even the worst part of what he does in the movie, but it is a part of nature to mess up. But as I stated before, something being mean-spirited isn't inherently a problem, as long as the movie is enjoyable enough for that to slide. However, the issue is that this movie is not even enjoyable, and it has a lot of the same issues as Monster Family, but only slightly better for reasons I'll get to in a bit. Only, this movie has a lot more cliches, and that maybe wouldn't be an issue, but like Rock Dog, that's only part of the issue and why I don't like this movie. This movie isn't as bad as Monster Family, because Duck Duck Goose at least has some semblance of a story, even though as stated, it's beyond generic, and at the very least, the characters are not as hateable, as the only one that I do actually dislike a lot is the main character Ping, but this movie has a good amount of the same problems. One of them being the mean-spirited angle, one of them being the fact that every other character is bland and one-dimensional, one of them is that the character that the movie wants us to feel sympathy for is redeemed at the last second, when said character was being awful throughout the film, and this film is not funny in the slightest. Yes, this movie at least has what you can consider as actual jokes, unlike Monster Family. The jokes that this movie tries to attempt suffer from the fact that they're both immature and predictable. In fact, the trailer, which got me to say that this is one of my least anticipated animated movies of 2018, had a clip where Ping has a pig's butt shoved into his face. And it's not much better in the film itself. He gets it shoved into his face a total of 3 times in the movie. One time, as soon as it was shoved into his face, the pig farts into his face. And there's quite a few moments where characters get bird poop dropped onto them. You know, because this movie revolves around ducks and geese, let's make this movie as gross as possible. There's also one part of the movie where I'm not even joking, while the geese are flying in the sky, one of them suggests to make a hashtag formation. You know, because this movie came out in the 2010 decade, we need to make this movie as hip and trendy as possible. This is really baffling for the same reason why Gary from Sahara, knowing what pizza and Batman and Robin are is so bewildering, because these characters shouldn't even know what these things are if they don't have any experience with technology or human things. And last time I checked, this movie is set in a place where there's no technology in the slightest. They also decided to go the Butch Hartman route, where they put in a "and then the opposite happens" joke, where Jinjang says that Ping knows what he's doing, then it immediately cuts away to Chi saying, "You have no idea what you're doing." Although, I will say that the animation in this movie is very good. The scene that was set in that cave filled with green sparkles was beautiful, and the scenes that were set in this Chinese town were phenomenal. But as the old saying goes, good writing can save bad animation, but bad writing can never be saved by good animation. And also, one other thing that cements this movie as being slightly better than Monster Family is that the villain of the movie, Bonzu, is a great villain and offers some of the most entertaining parts of the movie that even I was surprised about. When we first see him in the movie, he immediately gets thrown into the water where he is eaten by a huge fish, then gets out of the water the next morning, and it's shown that he ate the inside of said fish and all that is left is a skeleton. That is awesome. And the entertaining parts of him is his mannerisms and how he has a playfully sadistic side, as well as a more feisty side. And going into this movie for the first time, I was expecting this movie to be really, really stupid, and that it wouldn't have a character like this. But the villain ended up being one of the few highlights that I have with this movie. But other than that, even though this movie is slightly better than Monster Family, that is definitely not saying much. That's like saying that getting covered in mud while wearing a raincoat is better than being covered in mud while not wearing a coat at all while it's raining. Honestly, just watch Despicable Me instead. Even though Gru in that movie also used the children he adopted to receive something, he at least changed before it was too late. And also watch The Emperor's New Groove instead for a story about a jerk character, because even though I haven't watched that movie yet, I heard that it's much more funny and Cusco actually learns over time that what he did was wrong. While for Duck Duck Goose, you're not missing much if you decide to skip it. The Rodfellows Movie is an indie animated movie that was released on YouTube in 2020. Getting this out of the way, is absolutely awful. This review comes as a request from a friend of mine named Lady Sega Genesis. She basically asked me to take a look at this movie a few months ago. I was originally thinking about doing this review after I take a look at a few other animated movies that I was interested in taking a look at, but I figured, why not? Those reviews in specific can wait. Since I don't schedule my reviews, and even though I do want to go in a pattern with my reviews where I take a look at something I like, then I look at something I dislike, there is no way to tell what I think about a specific movie, so it's basically a wild card on what I'm going to do. So, one night, while I was in a call with Lady Sega Genesis, she basically asked me if I wanted to watch the Rodfellows movie to see what I thought about it. And oh my goodness, that was the biggest mistake that I've ever made. Getting this right out of the way, so far in Sean's yearly reviews, when taking a look at every single animated movie that I considered bad so far, the Rodfellows Movie is definitely one of the worst that I've ever taken a look at so far. Not the absolute worst, because the Rodfellows Movie is technically an internet animation. Even in spite of the fact that by 2020, the same year that this was released, there have been indie projects that are of higher quality than this. Whereas both Monster Family and Lewis and the Aliens were able to be released in theaters internationally, and I can assure you that there will be worse animated movies coming up for Sean's yearly reviews, but no other animated movie that I've watched, or film in general, was nearly as tedious to sit through as this one. So, what is the Rodfellows Movie about? Essentially, I think this movie is based off of a series of the same name, though if it's anything like this, I do not want to watch it at all. Though, on TV Tropes, it says that the series is a ripoff of a comic and animation called The Bedfellows, though I don't know if this is true. Basically, it's about this group of animals called the Rodfellows, who just hang around, talk to each other, and are apparently sensitive towards those that play pranks on them. They get into a scuffle with these two squirrel bullies named Xander and Zayden, who call one of their members a bunch of names and pull pranks on their house. By the way, movie, these are squirrels, not chipmunks. I'm no animal expert, but for some reason, everyone in the movie calls them chipmunks.
Yeah. Zayden's also a chipmunk too, if I'm not mistaken.
When they are clearly squirrels, just from looking at the tails. But anyways, that's literally all we get from the plot of the film. The rest of the film is just characters talking, with some of the most slow and monotonous sequences that I've ever seen in any movie ever. To start off with the issues that this movie has, let's start off with one of its more pressing issues, the animation, or lack thereof. I get that this movie is an indie production, and they aren't able to present Disney quality animation, even though by 2020, there have been internet animations that have gotten to the standards of television or movie animation. For instance, the web series HB, DF, and Spooky Month premiered before this movie came out, and have way better looking animation, even though they probably had much bigger teams involved. Heck, the web shorts made by Eric W. Schwartz look better than this, and those came out in the 90s to early 2000s. But I presume that this movie was not done with a budget, so the film had to rely on another method of getting its animation done. The only thing in this movie that is close to being passable are its character designs, even though, as I'll get into in a little bit, there are some characters that look wrong or uncomfortable in every way that you could possibly imagine. But even then, that aspect of the characters present issues. It's very, very clear that the people behind this movie do not know how to move the characters around, or how to do anything with them besides them standing, and that most of the time, they feel very stiff. More stiff than even an old Hanna-Barbera cartoon. But worse than that, is that there are sequences in this movie where characters are meant to be sitting down, and yet they just have their default look where they are standing. But there are other characters in this movie that just look wrong, such as Bunty-Roo, who is very disproportionate. And if you know anything about kangaroos, you'd know that kangaroos are not that fat, and if they are that fat, their babies would definitely not be able to fit in their pouch. But this movie decided to make her this disproportionate on purpose because of some very gross implications that I'll be getting to later. But that is absolutely nothing in comparison to the actual animation in this movie. The animation in this film can get so bad to the point where half of the time, it feels like I'm watching watching a Go Animate video with how stiff this movie is. But even Go Animate videos have the characters move at times, and that's really saying something, because Go Animate videos don't even have a feature where characters can pick things up. Sure, there are some things that the film is able to animate, such as a walking cycle, or an animation from one character near the end of the movie, but those are literally the only things that the movie knows how to animate, because the rest of the movie is littered with stiff movements and animation mistakes galore. For instance, during the sequence where the Rodfellow gang was chasing Xander and Xaden by driving their car, there was one sequence where the film decided to show their legs, as if the film was trying to be like the Flintstones, where the only way you're able to drive is by sticking your legs underneath the car, when in actuality, it isn't. The movie also shows its inability to animate arms, because there's another sequence where two other background extras are using a hammer, but they didn't bother animating the hand alongside the hammer, so it ends up looking like a ghost is controlling it rather than one of the other animals. And there's literally only two types of environments that we see throughout the movie. It's either a generic looking forest with a bunch of trees surrounding the characters, or a generic looking city with a road on it. And they don't even bother animating certain other things. That's supposed to be a giant robot, huh? That is the most non-threatening robot that I've ever seen, especially given that it was probably stolen from somewhere. And the movie doesn't know how to animate legs, given that when the characters jump, their legs do not change at all, remaining as stagnant as possible. Okay, so the animation in this movie is bad, but what makes a show or movie good or bad is not whether the animation is of high quality or not. Kappa Mikey, in spite of the fact that the animation in that show is pretty bad as well, the show is very funny with well-written characters. And heck, one of the most well-known movies that have bad animation but clever writing is Hoodwinked. And on the opposite side, Santa Inc. has great animation for being in stop motion, but is hated for having awful writing and characters. So maybe the rest of the film can make up for how bad the animation is. Too bad the writing is atrocious. You know what makes any cartoon show or movie good? It's when they make it so that the viewers could come to their own conclusions. Well, this movie does not understand this concept. This film feels like it was written for preschoolers, because it treats its viewers like absolute idiots. Because in nearly every single sequence of this movie, the characters go all like, I'm going to do this thing before they do it, and it made the experience of watching this movie become absolutely tedious.
Okay, I'm just gonna set the phone down right on top of the wood, because that's the safe spot so I don't lose it like when my good buddy Widner lost his teddy bear for...
Shut up! Oh my god, I don't care!
In fact, this alone is what made this movie not only the most tedious animated film that I've ever seen, but it's one of the most tedious films in general that I've ever seen. And bear in mind, I've watched Walking with Dinosaurs 2013, which had such a low opinion of its audience to the point where its dubbing made a 4Kids dub look good in comparison. But at least with Walking with Dinosaurs 2013, that was a last-minute decision that made that film become unwatchable. This film was always intended to be like this. And as for my earlier comment that this film feels like it was written for preschoolers, I take that back. I've seen preschool shows that treat their viewers with more respect than this movie. Shows like Blue's Clues, Arthur, etc. let the audience draw their own conclusions. And from what I've been hearing, please forgive me, I haven't seen the following show yet, Louie lets its viewers come to their own conclusions, and ironically treats its viewers with more intelligence than this movie that is supposedly aimed at adults. And that's another thing too. What makes the fact that this movie treats its viewers like idiots even worse is that this film is meant to be for adults, not children. With the fact that one of the characters in this movie is supposed to be a prostitute, as well as having some very suggestive content. But yet, this movie acts as if the viewers don't know what the characters are going to do, when you don't need to spoon-feed them the information. Let the audience come to their own conclusions themselves. While I was watching this film with Lady Sega Genesis, there were so many times where I said this throughout the film that I actually shouted, "Just do it!" to the point where I sounded like this meme.
Do it! Just do it!
And this is literally most of the dialogue throughout this entire movie. The movie doesn't even do anything clever with it. It's literally just exposition dialogue before it happens. It's not funny, nor is it even a joke. There are 2 times that this movie tries to do something humorous, but they are delivered poorly because of the terrible voice acting, or they think that just saying them being in a movie is inherently a joke when it's not. There is so much filler in this 1 hour and 50-minute movie that feels like there's barely any content for a 22-minute episode. Most of this movie is no joke, characters talking to each other and dragging things out to an obnoxious level. It honestly reminds me of what Jamboree said during his review on Tiny Robots, where they just go on and on and on and on and on, and they just keep talking. But it's worse here because this film is over an hour long. And most of what is supposed to be a story is just nothing. It's just a random series of events where characters are going at each other's throats. Or in the case of later on in the movie, the group of characters that we're supposed to see as the quote-unquote heroes are provoking the antagonists of the film by pranking their house with the exact same prank that they did to them. And the antagonists didn't even prank them a second time, and so it doesn't even feel like a justified revenge because the Rodfellows already got their revenge on them.
Money smash!
And they think about picking a fight again when Xander and Xaden didn't even do anything to them at all. So it begs the question on why I should root for these guys when they prove themselves to not be any better than the antagonists. And allow me to say this, but these are some of the most weak sauce antagonists that I've ever seen in an animated movie. Honestly, they don't even feel like they should be the antagonists of the film. They're more in line with nuisances to the protagonist rather than an actual threat. More than anything, they remind me of Jesse and James from the Pokemon anime, where they were more in line with rivals that picked on the main characters. And these guys' worst crimes in the film before the giant robot climax and stealing from a flower shop are pranking a house by replacing the pipes with sewer pipes, as well as pulling the fire alarm at a school. These 2 things are inconveniences at worst, and the Rodfellows themselves are the most sensitive characters ever, considering name-calling and comparing you guys to characters from other products to be the worst things ever.
Of course I am, you little twitty pup.
Really? Twitty Pup? Is that how squirrels like you introduce yourselves to me?
Well, I can call you whatever I want, Orange Head. LOL, I bet your brother is a greenhead too.
Oh, because he wears a green hat? Come on! It's his appearance!
Plus, that purple rabbit in the red shirt looks like a Rita Rabbit wannabe.
Excuse me, Rita Rabbit wannabe. Are you making fun of his appearance? Not only him, but the others of the Rodfellows can be whatever the heck they want, and no change can be something to expect.
When that is a G-rated insult in comparison to so many worse things they could have done to you guys. And they try to make Xander and Xaden look worse than they actually are when they go to talk to Bunty-Roo.
Well, there's these 2 chipmunks that have been pranking us for the past day or 2.
Oh? What have they been doing to prank you?
While we were asleep, they snuck into our house and set up a bunch of pranks and booby traps.
And even worse, they pulled the fire alarm at my school!
What?
Yeah, no. They weren't antagonizing you guys for 2 days. They left you guys alone for over a day, only bothering you again when they pulled the fire alarm at a school. The movie has other problems too, such as again during the chase scene with the cars. I have to ask, how are Xander and Xaden able to hear the Rodfellows saying their name while they're in a car with the windows rolled up? And I don't want to hear, oh, this is a cartoon, don't think about it too much. Even by cartoon standards, this doesn't work, especially given that in the film, the windows are clearly rolled up, and if said car was far away, then you would definitely not be able to hear what the other characters are saying. Also, another thing that I've been alluding to earlier in this review, a lot of sequences in this movie just screams, tonight's episode, the writer's barely disguised fetish. And even that's putting it mildly. Holy Spies is more subtle with disguising the content it was conveying than this movie is, because you can tell just by watching this movie that the fact that they made a lot of the characters fat or chubby was no accident, or was even meant to be like that because that's how their character is like. The characters were only made like this because it was obvious that one of the people who worked on this movie has this as their fetish, and just like the exposition-heavy dialogue, this is a running theme throughout the entire film at every turn. A fat character shows up, and as soon as they do, one of the child characters either hug or play on their belly. One sequence has it the worst, where there's an entire discussion about how this child character will basically have a good time with Cody's belly, and about how soft it feels. Not only is it another case of the movie needing to
Get on with it!
but also, it's just awkward and unnecessary. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having a fetish, but keep that stuff to yourself, because not only will you be embarrassing yourself, but it will also make people raise eyebrows at you. Or if you're going to share it with consenting adults. Also, the voice acting in this movie is absolutely terrible. Once again, I'll reiterate this. I get that this is an indie production, but most of the voice actors and voice actresses didn't even try. Like, for instance, Finto sounds too menacing. He's supposed to be the mature leader of the group, but his voice sounds like it's fit for an antagonist character, more than the actual antagonist that we got. Not to mention, he mumbles his lines throughout the film, leading me to not understanding what he's saying most of the time.
Now you two. Shoo! Shoo, shoo, shoo! Get going or I'm dialing 911.
And Cody sounds like he's too far away from the microphone constantly in the film that becomes distracting.
I would say that Gento, Olivia, and the Devil's Eves are all idiot sandwiches, like Randall and Miley, of course.
Lady Sega Genesis told me that this film was literally in production for 5 years, and they had plenty of time to look over this film and ask for retakes. It honestly gives me flashbacks to that old Sean and Halo series I did, where most of the voice lines were only done in one take, with poor editing on the voice lines on top of it. Not to mention, I didn't think about what I was doing before I was doing it. A lot of people have been asking me to bring back Sean and Halo for years now, and I was about to cave into it, but I didn't. And that's because by 2016, I no longer had any interest in doing Sean and Halo anymore, and thoughts about doing it again only popped up from time to time, and then 2021 completely cemented that. Those exact people only wanted me to bring back Sean and Halo for their own personal gain anyway, and that personal gain being the parodies being made, when I wanted to move on from what happened at the time in 2015 and leave that embarrassment behind. Though, in spite of how horrible that my Sean and Halo series was, with the terrible voice acting and atrocious artwork I made, which even Allstate is worse than any of the artwork in this film, I was 13 years old and I worked on those episodes in the span of 2 or 3 weeks. Again, this film was in production for 5 years! I'm getting cans without labels vibes from this, in all honesty. Now let's get to the characters. There is a major problem in the movie where near the end, they just keep on introducing new characters and we are given literally no time to develop them. Like, we get a rival for Cody, but since the movie's almost over, we get literally no time to develop them. Also, by the end, we get introduced to an evil counterpart of Widner, who, no joke, comes out of nowhere. Then in the after credits scene, there is a joke about how the movie had no time to develop him.
I didn't even kick anyone in the crow's nest, or whack that Rita Rabbit's wannabe with a fancy pass!
Hey, movie, just because you point out your lazy writing doesn't make it less lazy. So that's most of the side characters. So how about the main characters? Well, Finto is the typical leader and there's not much to say about him. Hash Brown is just the kooky one of the gang, but isn't that funny or memorable? Widner and Jimmy are your typical child characters. Samantha is the ally of the group and doesn't contribute that much to the plot, and Alice is just there. Because this movie is loaded with so much filler, we barely get to know any of the characters, and they barely get any development, so most of them don't even feel like characters and are more exposition than anything else. The only characters that feel like characters are Cody, because even though he's the fat character who likes to eat stereotype, at least he has an actual character, even if it's a one-dimensional personality, and Xander and Zayden, because they are the movie's antagonists, so most of the stuff that happens in the film is because of them. Oh, and whenever this movie is not giving out bland or boring characters, the film might have actually stolen character designs as well as characters from elsewhere. Both of the kids, Widner and Jimmy, literally look like Parappa the Rapper, and there are other sequences where they just straight up use copyrighted characters out of nowhere. There's a sequence where they show Nature Cat, which stunned me when I watched this with Lady Sega Genesis. They also use Sylvester from Looney Tunes, as well as Swifty and Jade from Arctic Dogs. Unless this movie is trying to be like Family Guy, where they bring copyrighted characters characters on screen for the purpose of parody or a joke, I see this as nothing more than blatantly stealing designs, without even making a joke revolving around the characters, or acknowledging that these are supposed to be the characters presented on screen. After all, the film stole a joke from SpongeBob, where Finto threatens Xander and Zayden that he'll cut their tails off and mount them over the Rodfellow gang's fireplace if they enter their property again.
If you dare to step before our property, I will have both your tails cut off and mounted over our fireplace.
I'll have your rear ends cut off and mounted over me fireplace!
But honestly speaking, I'd rather watch wet painters from SpongeBob on loop for an hour and 50 minutes than to ever watch this film ever again, because at least I'd get entertainment out of that, which this movie doesn't provide. And with how many copyrighted songs that this movie plays, it plays 6 for the record, I could see exactly why this movie was unable to work on the watch together thing, and why Lady Sega Genesis had to outright screen share the film, because this movie can get carried away with the copyrighted material. And no, I'm not playing any of those songs here. A lot of YouTubers, especially me, are often worried about copyright strikes or claims, but if there's anyone who should be concerned about copyright strikes, it would definitely be the YouTube channel that uploaded this film, given how many stolen assets, pictures, characters, and audio are in the film alone. But as I stated at the beginning of this review, the only reason as to why I'm not being as harsh towards this film than I realistically should be is because it is an internet animation. That's not even getting into the behind-the-scenes drama regarding the people behind this film, Dan P. Lyons, Darren A. Nicholas, and Alexander V. A. Mortensen. But as the old saying goes, separate the art from the artist. But as a movie itself, it is one of the worst that I've ever seen. Definitely bottom 10 material. The only reason I'm not putting this one as the worst so far is because this film was not put on the big screen, while Monster Family and Lewis and the Aliens were internationally, but this one was the biggest chore to sit through so far. Brave may have been draining to sit through, but it wasn't nearly as mind-numbing as this movie was. In the wild, Walking with Dinosaurs 2013 and Ice Age Collision Course at least had a sense of direction or were made bad by accident or by corporate demand. This movie has neither a sense of direction nor respect for its audience. So to end off this review, I'm going to be returning to the things that I enjoy, working on upcoming projects and doing things to make me become relaxed, as well as going back to watching films that actually put me in a good mood to basically flush this movie out of my system, because they offer more entertainment and joy than this movie did for me for the entirety of its runtime. In 1995, the world was introduced to the first ever computer animated movie, Toy Story. This movie was a huge game changer for the realm of animation, at a time when most companies were either trying to be like Ren and Stimpy, or were trying to be like Disney, and decided to go the direction of being a musical. Toy Story single-handedly changed the animation landscape forever, to where the animated movies that you'd see today, like Finding Nemo, Soul, and Inside Out, wouldn't have existed or would have turned out to be extremely different if it wasn't for this movie. And for very good reason too. This movie is fun, funny, has a very memorable cast of characters, and while the animation is definitely dated, it does get a pass as it was only the first computer animated movie ever created, paving the way for much better films in the future. However, just because something is an influence, that doesn't mean that it wasn't done before. Case in point, the subject of today's review, Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure. This film was directed by Richard Williams. Well, I say directed loosely because the film had another director before Richard Williams, but he was feeling majorly ill and passed away during the production. You may know Richard Williams as the animation director on Who Framed Roger Rabbit, as well as the one who made finishing The Thief and the Cobbler his life's goal, but that'll be a subject for another review. Though he ended up getting kicked off of the project for the same reason as The Thief and the Cobbler, because his perfectionism ended up getting the better of him. But wait, you might ask, why did did I basically talk about Toy Story and its influences before transitioning into talking about this movie? Well, that's actually a good talking point to start with. Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure has a lot of significances in the realm of animation, in spite of the movie not doing so well. And this even goes into the plot of the movie, as this movie revolves around a ragdoll named Raggedy Ann and her brother named Raggedy Andy. During Marcella's 7th birthday, she gets a French doll named Babette, who ends up going missing because of a pirate in a snow globe. And so Raggedy Ann and Andy have to go and rescue her, meanwhile running into several bizarre characters, some of which being absolute nightmare fuel. Now, when describing the plot of this film, you can already see the influences that this movie would end up having on films like Toy Story, and I don't know if there were some before this, but this is one of the first animated movies to do the X does things while humans aren't looking premise, specifically with toys, coming out a staggering 18 years before the original Toy Story came out. And not only that, if you watch The Amazing Digital Circus, then you'd know that Gooseworks very much took influence from this movie when creating that show, given the bizarre characters, and the fudge from the latest episode is inspired by the Greedy. However, as time went on, I learned that just because something is an influence on a bunch of media, that doesn't inherently make it good. There are first-of-their-kind products that can still be enjoyable, admittedly. There have been shows and movies that have come out that are better than them, but they can still be enjoyed even to this day. Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure is a movie that I honestly respect more than I actually like. I'm not gonna deny that this movie did do wonders for the realm of animation, but because there have been products out there that did what this movie tried to do and they did it a lot better, it makes this movie not worth watching anymore, because anything that this movie did, other products did, like Toy Story, The Brave Little Toaster, and The Amazing Digital Circus, and all of them did those aspects a lot better than this movie. It kind of reminds me of Doug in a way. Doug is also a show that had influence, being one of the first slice of life cartoons, which is what led Nickelodeon to getting shows like Hey Arnold and As Told by Ginger. But with there being better options out there, it made it not worth watching anymore. And that's exactly how I feel towards Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure. Not helping in this movie's favor is that the writing in this movie is not good. What's wrong with the writing in this movie? The film has a lot of padding. Thankfully, it's not through dragged out sequences or characters goofing around, so it's not another Rock Dog or Rodfellows Movie situation. Thank goodness. Rather, the film pads itself out with songs. Before Raggedy Ann and Andy go out to rescue Babette, the film is already singing more songs than how many songs that the average Disney movie has, which really does halt the film's runtime, especially when 6 minutes of the film's runtime is taken up by one of these songs. I'll be going into what I think of the songs in a little bit, but needless to say, it's quantity over quality. And because of the fact that this movie is loaded with musical numbers, it really does overshadow the characters and whatever kind of development that they could be given. And the thing is, I could have seen these characters working just fine, and you know, since Raggedy Ann and Andy at the beginning of the film were basically talking about how they want to do something, this could have been a chance for them to fulfill their wants and needs. But the movie is so hyper-focused on some of the most insane characters that you could put into a movie, to the point where it gives them very little room to actually develop. Raggedy Ann and Andy themselves on paper do seem like cookie-cutter protagonists, with Andy being the more tough and stern one, while Ann is the more kind one, but you can make these kinds of characters work. Gravity Falls did this just fine with Dipper and Mabel. However, Raggedy Ann and Andy get so little focus in this movie to the point where they became one-dimensional as a result. And yeah, that's the other issue with the writing in this movie. Out of context, this is one of the most insane animated movies that I've ever seen, purely because of the fact that it's the definition of a film that throws something at the wall to see what sticks, making this movie absolutely mesmerizing, which is why I put this movie above Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland and Rock Dog, but in context, this movie raises so many questions about how its world building works. As stated earlier, this is one of the first animated movies that involves toys being brought to life, predating Toy Story. However, at no point does the movie ever stop to realize if they're throwing in elements that are too absurd for reality. Like, there's just an entire lake filled with taffy in the middle of the forest, and nobody in the real world is doing anything about it, and the proportions on the toys in the real world versus the proportions in the animated world just don't work, because the ship that the captain resides in is not that big. It's actually very small, in fact. So, there's no way that Babette or the rest of the characters can fit onto that ship. And because of the fact that this movie has live-action parts and animated parts, it just makes the movie feel incredibly disconnected, to the point where we don't know what the toys were actually doing this whole time, due to the ending. Where, spoilers, the movie shows us a wide shot of Marcella's backyard and implies that the characters were not actually in the ocean, they were in a pond in the backyard, but this contradicts what the movie shows us, where they imply that they're in the ocean. And the movie doesn't even have an excuse where it was all just a dream, nor was it in their imagination, because the rest of the movie has animated versions of everything that we see in live action. And you're meaning to tell me that Raggedy Ann, Andy, and the rest of the characters didn't acknowledge or notice that they're in the pond in Marcella's backyard? Going back to Toy Story real quick, one key component that makes those movies so special is that in spite of the fact that the movie involves toys being brought to life, those movies acknowledge that the characters were supposed to be toys. And it's fully animated, so that way we know what's real or believable despite being animated. And even the Brave Little Toaster, which came out 10 years after this movie, knew how to make what it throws in believable in spite of how insane and bizarre that movie is as well. Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure just does whatever it wants with no consideration on what's real and what isn't. This isn't like Alice in Wonderland, where the movie makes it clear that Wonderland is just a figment of Alice's imagination, and the movie is not even set in a world where anything could happen like Rocko's Modern Life, Teacher's Pet, or OKKO. That's why I was more accepting to what happened in a movie like Storks, because the movie made it very clear that we weren't supposed to take what happened super seriously. Sure, there were still things that were questionable, but the movie was not trying to be super down to earth like this movie is trying to be. Even the Lego movies have elements that are more believable than what this movie does, and the first movie literally implied that Emmett was confronting Lord Business on his own, and the second movie had time travel and Emmett being able to move out from underneath the Watcher to go back in time. Moving on from the writing real quick, and on to the animation. To be honest, the animation is good, but at the same time, it has a lot of problems. My problem with the animation in this movie is not so much the fact that the film is ugly, so we at least don't have another Lewis in the Aliens on our hands. The animation in this movie fluctuates a lot in terms of its quality. Sometimes the movie would look crystal clear and visually interesting, then suddenly the movie would look so blurry and have a lot of black spots over it, to the point where it honestly feels like the film's original footage deteriorated over time. Then there are sequences that are downright unfinished, or look like a precursor to a Klasky Csupo cartoon. And I think I know the explanation as to why that might be. After the original director was no longer in commission, Richard Williams came into production and had his perfectionism get the best of him once again, to the point where the film was delayed from its original December 1976 release to April of the following year. That's why there are several sequences in this movie that are either set in pitch black nothingness, or why the film got very rough near the end. Just like The Thief and the Cobbler, the budget was getting way too big, and there were so many delays that Richard Williams got kicked off the project. Though The Thief and the Cobbler is a story for another video. The animation got rough, especially near the end of the movie, where it got strangely choppy, sketchy, and drastically different from the rest of the film, to the point where it honestly felt like I was watching a Klasky Csupo cartoon. And there are other parts of the film where characters drastically change or look very odd, especially during the song Blue, where both Raggedy Ann and Andy look very robotic, or the Taffy Pit scene, where they and the camel with the wrinkled knees look strangely glossy and jarringly different to how they look during the rest of the movie. And this also goes back to the proportion problem, where the movie just does whatever it wants with no consideration to the toy counterpart. In the real world, the captain's ship is not that big, nor is the captain himself big enough that he's able to pick Babette and carry her.
And this is referring to the real world toy versions of both of them, by the way.
And as for the songs, it's very coincidental that I brought up the Brave Little Toaster as a comparison for this movie, because both this movie and that movie are precursors to Toy Story. However, where with the Brave Little Toaster, it had only 4 songs, but 3 out of 4 of them are absolute bangers, Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure has several songs, and because of this, they can get very hit or miss. And because of this, by the end of the movie, you'll go all like, "Stop singing!" And the songs in this movie can range from being good but only out of context, being forgettable, very pointless, or being absolutely terrible. The worst song in the movie is You're My Friend. Here's something that I learned today: never have a parrot sing. This song is not only extremely ear-grating, as they not only pick the most annoying and off-key singing that they could choose for a song, but it's the kind of song that only a parrot can sing, where the parrot is only singing the lyrics because the captain is singing it. And not just that, they picked the worst visuals that they could use for it. Being in a dark room with an obnoxious shade of orange flashing over the captain and his parrot.
Through thick and thin, thick and thin, you're my friend to the end. To the end.
0 out of 10, never listening to this song ever again. And as for the other songs, I honestly feel very half and half about. The best song in the movie is titled Blue, not only being a reminder to how much potential this movie had for character development, but that was sadly thrown out the window. This song is both extremely heartbreaking and catchy at the same time, with this poor camel being alone, with the song apparently being a bluegrass theme.
How can you be anything but low down saggy and rag-bag baggy and blue?
And then there's the song titled I Look at What I See, which is a whimsical song that is good both in context and out of context.
Lots of butterflies in the air, lots of honeycomb everywhere.
And the film's revision of Candy Hearts and Paper Flowers is a beautiful way to end out the movie.
Will always keep me close to you.
But then there are the other songs that sound good, but only out of context. The song titled No Girl's Toy, out of context, is an upbeat song that shows Andy's determination to be seen as more than just Marcella's doll.
Not some sugar and spicy, lacy and nicey, sissy you're gonna enjoy, no, girl's toy.
But in context, this song is very pointless because none of the traits that Andy sings in this song is presented anywhere else in this movie. And Candy Hearts and Paper Flowers out of context is a lovely duet between Anne and Andy.
It's because I love you
But in context, this song presents some very questionable implications between the main characters, where it sounds like they're saying that they love each other romantically. But, both of them are supposed to be siblings, making this song more questionable with the context of Andy saying throughout the movie that Anne is his sister. Other songs are just kind of forgettable or are just there, like I'm Just a Ragdolly or Without a Sweetheart.
I'm just a rag dolly, happy and smiling all day.
But without a sweetheart, I never get enough.
But the rest of the songs are just pointless, like the Pirates song because it's over as soon as it begins, the songs with those naked dolls that sound like chipmunks, Because I Love You because this song is over as soon as it begins.
For the life of a pirate, trim the mizzen and shiver the timbers and hoist the main.
We're so, oh so curious, we could die. Whoa!
You may be all in tatters, but laughter's all that matters, and that's how I love you.
And the rest of them are miscellaneous and cut down that I don't believe that they're worth mentioning, because this script is already getting long enough as is, to the point where I'm just gonna get to the final verdict. So overall, Raggedy Ann and Andy: A Musical Adventure is just okay. It's definitely not good, and I'd say that this movie is one of the weaker animated movies that I've taken a look at so far for Sean's yearly reviews. It's slightly worse than 9 because of its messy writing decisions, but still better than Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland and Ruby Gillman, because I can definitely look back and say that this movie is interesting with how it works and how it doesn't. But regardless, if you want to see an animated movie that is nothing but insanity, I guess this movie would work. The best way to describe it is that it's one of those movies where you can watch it with a group of friends and laugh at how bizarre it is, or you could basically turn off your brain and have a good time, because this movie is absolute bonkers. But at the exact same time, it's a movie that I respect more than I actually like. Because without this movie, we probably wouldn't have gotten the Toy Story movies, or even the Amazing Digital Circus. But at the same time, this is probably a movie I don't know if I'll ever watch again. But if someone suggested it, I would watch it with them for the lulz. And if there's anything else that I could respect this movie for doing, is that it took risks, and showed that a movie that is cutesy on paper can push the envelope for what animated movies can get away with, decades before MLPFIM, and also doing this in the 1970s of all decades. If you guys have been following my content since 2015, you guys may have remembered back during my 2016 era of videos when I've been trying out some new things in regards to my videos. However, if you know anything about me, during the fall of 2016, I was working on this little project known as Every Episode of Drake and Josh Reviewed. I released the first of what was going to be 4 parts of that series, but considering the fact that 2016 was not a good year for me personally, a lot of things ended up getting in the way for me to be able to do that review series in specific. My self-esteem for making videos diminished due to how frustrated and shy I got, and personal real-life stuff got in my way.
Yeah, my top 8 best and worst animated movies of 2017 wasn't the only thing that this happened to.
Not to mention, around the time when more and more people have been asking me when Every Episode of Drake and Josh Season 2 Reviewed was gonna come out, I've been putting my focus on other things, and I was having a hard time thinking of other things to say about Drake and Josh episodes than just, this episode is funny. So, if you're wondering why I haven't released my Season 2 review of Drake and Josh, that's my answer. It, along with the Seasons 3 and 4 reviews, got cancelled. Mainly because I got criticized for not going more in depth on my Season 1 review, but I was having a hard time thinking of other things to say about each episode than the fact that this is funny. But I'm still keeping my review up for history purposes, as other people like that video. The same thing happened with my best and worst 2017 animated movies list for the exact opposite reason, and that I went too much in depth and burnt myself out when running into copyright issues. So I made my Sean's yearly and network reviews as a replacement for those, as well as my top 10 worst Unikitty episodes list.
Not sure when the best list is gonna come out. I get writer's block a lot.
Although that doesn't mean that I don't have anything else to say about any other Drake and Josh episodes or products. Honor Council is a very suspenseful episode filled with a lot of stakes. Little Sibling is a beautiful episode where Drake lets himself be in that horrible classroom near the end of the episode just to let this child have a good time with Josh. And Josh is Done is an upsetting episode that goes into real issues and shows how better Josh is without Drake until even Drake realizes it. While on the other scale, Football is an episode that I used to like, but my opinion has soured on rewatch due to how depressing and unfunny it is for the most part, and also shows all the reasons why I'm not interested in sports,
especially football.
The Wedding is one of the biggest lies that I've ever seen for an episode title, as the episode isn't even about a wedding, it's about Drake and Josh trying to fix a broken down car while bickering at each other. And Treehouse, while the memes are legendary, shows Megan at her absolute worst.
Worse than how she was in Peruvian Puff Pepper and Sheep Thrills.
Even going up to the point where she tortures Drake and Josh with hamburgers and leaves them up there in the treehouse that they're stuck in. And also for the show itself, while yes, there are a lot lot of bad episodes, it's a very funny show that I'd say is the live-action equivalent of Ed, Edd n Eddy, where there are a lot of quotable and funny moments, despite being a sadist show that it can have its ups and downs. But enough about the show itself. For this particular review, the focus is on the 2006 movie titled Drake and Josh Go Hollywood. But a little bit of context before getting into the review. When I initially started binge watching the original series in preparations for every episode of Drake and Josh reviewed, which I canceled, some episodes were extremely difficult to come by since the complete series was never released on DVD, and some other episodes have still yet to resurface to this very day due to copyright issues. Two of its episodes, in fact, I had trouble finding for the longest time, those being The Storm and Really Big Shrimp. In both of its movies, Drake and Josh Go Hollywood and Merry Christmas Drake and Josh were especially hard to find if you didn't have Teen Nick, since the DVDs of the show would go up to quite a bit of money or were out of stock. But that completely changed when I found an airing of Merry Christmas Drake and Josh on Teen Nick. And today's subject, Drake and Josh Go Hollywood, I found on this one website, I gave it a watch, and oh wow, I was blown away by how good this movie is. When I was little, like back in 2013 when I was 11, I thought that Drake and Josh Go Hollywood was a great movie, but going back, I wasn't expecting it to be this good. Like, in the exact same vein as Ed, Edd n Eddy's Big Picture show, Drake and Josh Go Hollywood is not only by default the best Drake and Josh movie.
I also like Merry Christmas Drake and Josh, but that film has problems, like major problems.
But also, Drake and Josh Go Hollywood is one of the best movies that is directly tied to a TV show, even if this movie was not intended for theaters. And I'm actually kind of shocked that out of all the movies that Nick and Paramount gave a theatrical release, that this movie wasn't one of them, because I think that this movie and what goes on would have worked perfectly for the big screen. Because the plot of this film revolves around an accidental situation where Drake and Josh accidentally put Megan on the wrong plane, where instead of her being put on a plane to Denver, she's put on a plane to Los Angeles. So Drake and Josh had to go to Los Angeles themselves to get her after they accidentally messed up. Meanwhile, Josh himself has a run-in with the criminal who is using a geo to hold data for a bunch of money. The criminals realize that Drake and Josh could end up going to the police, so they're held hostage in their hideout. And so Megan has to be the one to help Drake and Josh get out of the situation that they're in. What actually ended up surprising me about this movie is about how surprisingly intense and stake-filled this movie is. Like, it has the exact same type of stakes that you see in the theatrical movie. During my watch-through of this film, I was at the edge of my seat with how much danger that Drake and Josh get into in this movie. And unlike Merry Christmas Drake and Josh being put into this situation is reasonable because these guys are criminals and they do unreasonable things to others for no justifiable reason. Whereas in Merry Christmas Drake and Josh gets arrested for absolutely no reason, and then Drake gets himself and Josh into more hot water when they did nothing to deserve it.
Except maybe Drake.
In terms of this movie's structure, there's actually another film that this one reminds me of, and that would be Home Alone 2 Lost in New York, and that there's a mix-up between airplane flights that the certain younger character takes to another location. Except in Home Alone 2, Kevin gets left behind and is put on the wrong plane to New York, while in Drake and Josh Go Hollywood, it's Drake and Josh that made the mistake of putting Megan on the wrong plane, down to the fact that there's criminal activity that the young character needs to stop, and she needs to save those who are in need. But ironically, this movie actually works as a better sequel to Home Alone than the actual sequel to Home Alone, as even though the movie does have the same general feel as the original Home Alone, it finds ways to separate itself apart from the actual predecessor than Home Alone 2 Lost in New York did. This movie also gives us some of that Drake and Josh charm that makes the show so great. I really like the parallels that this movie makes to the rest of the movie. At the beginning of the movie, where Drake and Josh try to do something that takes effect later in the film, such as Drake wanting to play music in front of an audience, which leads into a very hilarious scene where Drake and his band could only perform music in front of a crowd of senior citizens. And also, a very relatable thing that plays into effect in the film is the part where Josh tries to ride an an essay about the greatest adventure that he's ever been on, but he has such a hard time thinking about what to write about that he runs into writer's block, which is something that I personally relate to, especially when writing what I think about a specific product. And Josh also talking about how he wants to be Drake's manager also plays into the film, leading into a joke where as soon as Josh tries to ask if he's boring, Megan exits the room due to Josh being too boring. And that's another thing too. Similarly to the TV show, this movie is also really funny. The beginning where Megan turns on the blender to drown out Josh purposefully, Drake and Josh just about being ready to walk out of the airport when accidentally putting Megan on the wrong plane, but then trying to get through the door leading into the plane. I could just list them all, but I'd be here all day. But one of my favorite jokes in this movie is the one where while Megan is on the plane, Megan realizes that she's been put on a plane to Los Angeles, then Denver. And in her normal catchphrase when describing Drake and Josh, she goes all like, "Those dumb boobs." Then the lady on the airplane looks down at her chest all awkwardly. But unlike what I said in my every episode of Drake and Josh Season 1 reviewed, the jokes aren't the only things that I like in this movie. I know I didn't have too much to say about this movie either, but considering the fact that I do reach writer's block a lot, and this movie being steak-filled and funny is what I could say about it, then I might as well leave this review to this kind of length. In the same vein as Ed, Edd n Eddy's Big Picture Show and Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension, this movie is definitely one of the best films that is directly tied to a TV show, even if it wasn't meant to be theatrical. And as for Merry Christmas, Drake and Josh, that's going to be a review for another day. I don't have that much to say about the Road to El Dorado. I mean, it's an alright film, like a 6 out of 10 kind of film, but it's just that the amount of stuff that I have to say about this movie is rather limited. Basically, I have even less to say about this movie than I did with 9. By all means necessary, this movie is definitely better than 9 and Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, because while the movie does start off kind of slow, it does pick itself up from there. So, this movie revolves around two con men named Tulio and Miguel. During a game of dice, they end up winning a map that leads into a city of gold named El Dorado, and get mistaken as gods when they get there. And with the help of a native woman named Chell, they need to keep a secret going for 3 days as the natives build a boat to lead them out of there and go back to Spain. To get the positives that I do have with this film out of the way, I do like how in this movie, in spite of the fact that the two main characters are con men, shows that they do still care about those around them. As when Teasel Khan and the guards try to sacrifice innocent people in honor of them, they do spare their lives and let them go. And they do also show that people are not nearly as monstrous as Teasel Khan makes them out to be, given that Miguel is friendly with them. It's very nice that just like Storks, this movie doesn't go towards animated movie cliches that have been beaten to the ground. This movie almost decides to go the Act 2 breakup route, but thankfully it refrains from doing that. And it's also nice that these native people don't really hold a grudge against Tulio and Miguel for lying, so it doesn't go the liar reveal trope, and these native people don't really have much of a reason for why they would even go after them for taking the gold with them, because they have an unlimited supply of gold anyway. The only reason why they were after Chell in the first place was because of the fact that she stole an artifact from the temple. Meanwhile, the natives gave gold to Tulio and Miguel, and they probably didn't mind Tulio and Miguel taking the gold with them because they were incredibly nice to them anyway, so it was them giving to them in return. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that Chell is one of the most lovely characters that I've ever seen in an animated movie, not only because of her design, which
would definitely not fly today, unless if it was either in an animated movie for adults or an adult cartoon,
but also because of her voice in general, which just adds on to how lovely she is. Though the movie doesn't really explore her character and if she's a visitor or if she's in this organization with the rest of them, which does lead into some of the issues that I do have with this movie, and that the movie does take a bit of time before it starts to get good, and the main characters Tulio and Miguel do reflect this. Where something like Zig and Sharko and Storks were just alright, but the characters were the thing that brought them up to a good, the Road to El Dorado is sort of the opposite, where the movie is just decent, and the characters reflect this.
Except for Chell, of course.
And well, My biggest problem that I have with this film is the main characters. They're not bad characters, and they're certainly more interesting than Nemo from Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland and Bodhi from Rock Dog. The problem with them instead is actually something that I've never brought up on my channel before, and it's probably not going to be the last time that I talk about this, unless I get around to reviewing Quack Pack in an episode of Kuku Harajuku pretty soon. But for the first portion of the film, Tulio and Miguel are very indistinguishable from one another. Until we get to the island, and that they don't have anything major to set themselves apart from each other. The differences are a little subtle, in that Miguel is in El Dorado for the atmosphere and loves to have fun, while Tulio is more strict and is in it just for the gold, though that's not much of a distinction to make them stand out, because you could switch the personality of these two, and you wouldn't be able to tell who is who. I know I didn't have a lot to really say about this one, but this film doesn't give me all that much to talk about. When it comes to my thoughts on this movie, the first portion is just average. It then picks up slightly and stays that way for the rest of the movie. And not too much really happens in the film until the climax comes around, aside from the statue jaguar coming to life by Teaslecon controlling him, and that's all I had to really say about this film. If you're looking for a movie that isn't amazing, but would at least not make you feel bored or frustrated, The Road to El Dorado will do the job for you. But it's not a film that I would really say has anything mind-blowing in it, though Chell is a lovely character, as I said. But the rest of the film, aside from the parts where Tulio and Miguel, as well as the native people, are kind towards one another, is just decent. So, back then, I considered Brave to be an average middle-of-the-road movie, basically being one of Pixar's weaker movies that is just bland and forgettable. Basically on par with A Bug's Life, but under that film because A Bug's Life had the circus bugs, grasshoppers, and the sequences with the bird to bring it up a little bit. But rewatching this movie again for this review, oh boy, I was absolutely wrong. But honestly, that is something to know about being a critic. When you're young like I was when first watching this movie, 11 when first watching it and 13 when watching it a second time, you tend to not be able to really pinpoint the smaller things as well as when you're older. So you end up missing some of the more egregious parts of the movie. Same thing for animated shows as well. Heck, even in this series so far, there are animated movies that I was far too nice on, or I ended up missing the mark as to why I disliked them in the first place. The Boss Baby was a movie that I initially considered on par with Rock Dog as being boring and generic, but when rewatching it, I discovered a lot more issues than just those two things. And even some other upcoming animated films that I've yet to rewatch are gonna have this issue too. Leap is a film that I considered middle of the road back then, but thinking about it more, there are tons of elements that annoy me just thinking about it, though I'll be saving what I'm going to say about it when I get to rewatching it. However, Brave is a particularly egregious example of me being far off on how this movie is. Now, stop me if you've heard this plot before. This film revolves around Merida. She doesn't want to be a princess and is about to be betrothed. When Merida decides to mess things up by winning at target shooting, she and her mother get into a fight where her bow and arrow gets destroyed, which results in Merida seeking a witch for her problems, causing her mother to get transformed into a bear, leading to Merida needing to find a way to transform her back before it becomes permanent. Now, if you thought The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, and Brother Bear, you'd be absolutely correct. That's the first issue that I have with this movie. The film has absolutely no original bone in its body in the slightest, and goes the exact same route as The Wild, where all it does is that it haphazardly takes elements from other Disney movies, change a few bits here and there, and claim it as its own. But at the exact same time, it also misses the mark of what made those moments the way they were in the first place, and why they work so well at all.
Which is something they'll be coming back to, don't worry.
But as I stated multiple times in my videos, what makes a show or a movie good or bad is not whether it's generic or original or whatever. It's the way that it's handled that can make or break it. You could still be original and creative and still be mediocre in the case of Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland and Power Players, or bad in the case of Ollie's Pack. What makes Brave a bad movie is not the fact that it does things that other movies have used before. What makes Brave a bad movie is that just like Monster Family, to its core, it is absolutely unpleasant to the point where it makes it absolutely unbearable to watch. And that may not have have been an issue if they at least gave the movie some entertainment value to lighten the mood a little bit, but that's not what it does though. I mean, it does attempt to do that, but every single piece of entertainment value and comedy in this movie is not amusing in the slightest. If anything, when combining that with the movie's sour tone, it just makes the experience of watching this movie a lot more obnoxious and painful than it really should be. If there's anything that this movie reminds me of a lot more than the 3 other films I mentioned, it's actually Toy Story. But not the original film or its sequels. No, this movie reminds me of the Black Friday reel, which was considered by the Disney executives to be downright unwatchable, and also a film that was filled with some of the most dislikable characters. But the difference is that with Toy Story, they went back and made a new version of the film to make the experience much better. You can have moments where characters are a little mean towards each other, but when it's unbalanced, that's when it becomes a problem. I heard that this movie went through production issues, which is why the movie ended up coming out the way it did, which, learning from Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, is an instant sign that tells you how this movie ended up getting its problems in the first place. But the question that I have is that when they were going through the production, did they not realize that this movie was way too irritating and draining to watch? Because they had plenty of time to look over this film before they put this out. And with this movie's nightmarish production comes terrible writing, which is where the comparisons to Little Mermaid, Aladdin, and Brother Bear comes in. The Brother Bear comparison obviously comes in with the fact that Eleanor turns into a bear for most of the movie, but I haven't watched that movie in a long time, so I can't talk about the comparison that this movie has with it yet, but I can say that just like The Wild, this movie completely misunderstands why The Little Mermaid and Aladdin worked in the first place, on top of taking elements from them. You don't even need to watch those movies to know why the characters do what they do in the first place. For instance, in Aladdin, the Sultan was also forcing Jasmine into marriage, but the difference is that with Aladdin, do you want to know why the Sultan was forcing Jasmine to marry Jafar in the first place? It's because Jafar was the villain who was hypnotizing the Sultan, who would not do these things in the first place, because deep down, he was a caring father who deeply cares about his daughter and wants Jasmine to be happy. Brave has no excuse for this. I'm gonna be very straight with you guys right now. If Buck Cluck was the worst father figure in all of Disney history, Eleanor is the worst mother figure in all of Disney history.
In spite of the fact that this is a Pixar movie.
And bear in mind, this isn't supposed to be a character like the evil stepmother from Cinderella or Mother Gothel from Tangled, where we're supposed to dislike them because they are the antagonists. Eleanor, on the other hand, is a character that we're supposed to like, but I can't because she is absolutely awful. I could ignore her being absolutely strict by saying, a princess doesn't blink, because that's standard. No, what really makes me hate this character is that against Merida's own wishes, she decides to force Merida into marriage, all while ignoring her own feelings. And when her own daughter decides that she doesn't want to get married, she doesn't care a single bit, portraying it as, oh, you're acting like such a child, over wanting to make your own decisions about being single. Which is where the Little Mermaid comparisons come in. Even though I haven't watched that movie in its entirety yet, I can say that in that movie, what got Ariel and Triton into a fight, which resulted in Triton destroying something that Ariel loves, was that Ariel was going above the ocean against his own wishes, not over the fact that Ariel didn't want to get married. In this film, that's what resulted in Merida storming off crying and going out to seek a witch, because her own mother decided to disregard her own feelings and her own decisions. And even after this little incident, she's still deciding to force her daughter into marriage. While I do despise Merida's actions as well, had Merida not turned Eleanor into a bear, she was still going to force Merida into marriage. So she was not going to care about her daughter's own decisions if not for Merida's own dumb decisions. Right after we saw Merida storming off crying and Eleanor felt sorry for her. And by the way, she doesn't even apologize for what she did before getting turned into a bear, and even while being a bear, she's still constantly nagging at Merida about no weapons on the table, like she did at the beginning of the film. But it's not like Merida is any better, because she is an absolute idiot in this movie. Seriously, I want a spell to change my mom. What did you expect was going to happen, Merida, when you think of the word spell, and when you word it as, I want a spell to change my mom, the witch is going to interpret that as you wanting to change her physically. Couldn't you have worded it like, I want a spell to change my mom's decisions? But no, whatever makes things convenient for the plot plot is fine enough as well. And don't even get me started with her bringing her mom into the castle which put a target on her head, when all Merida could have done was have Eleanor wait outside while she's in there getting the tapestry so she could get her back to normal. And while her mother is in severe pain after eating the pie that contains the spell, she doesn't even care about her mother being in pain as a result of the spell. All she cares about through all of this
is the wedding.
And all while this movie is constantly bombarding its audience with nothing but fighting and bickering from Merida and Eleanor, this movie also offers annoyance and forced humor. Did you ever see those shorts from Seth MacFarlane's Cavalcade of Cartoon Comedy, where the only joke is, it's a Scottish person with a heavy accent getting unreasonably angry over a movie? That is what most of this movie's humor is like. You see, the joke is that the visitors of this kingdom are all Scottish, and are acting over the top, and also in one part that they're only wearing a skirt that doesn't cover their butts. And also, Merida's 3 triplet brothers are the ones who caused the 3 sets of visitors to start fighting again. Not to mention that the jokes are instantly predictable. Like, I saw Merida saying that the berries are poisonous, then proceeding to say that the water has worms in it before Eleanor has a grossed out reaction from a mile away. And having extremely poorly done adult jokes that aren't subtle in the slightest, that have around the exact same maturity as an adult cartoon nowadays. Where all the joke is that a character is doing something inappropriate, like, oh, this character is in their birthday suits, or that they're completely naked. Oh, and one scene has one of Merida's 3 triplet brothers diving into a woman's chest to get a key for the room that Merida's father locked her in. Honestly, at this point, the only thing that prevents me from saying that this movie is as bad as something like Monster Family or Lewis and the Aliens, that this movie does at least have what you could consider as an actual story or narrative, though that's not saying much, because this movie is extremely close to being up there with those two, because this is a movie that, looking back, put me in a very sour mood after watching, both from its incredibly draining content and the irritation that it gave off. And even though I don't find this movie the worst animated film I reviewed so far, it is the worst of the Pixar films. Yes, I'd rather watch The Good Dinosaur, as well as the first 2 Cars movies,
yes, even the second one,
than this. Because The Good Dinosaur is at least just boring, and the first 2 Cars movies, while people like to give them flack for not being up to Pixar's usual standards, can at least be fun in some areas. Brave is not fun in the slightest, and this film is just frustrating. And it really says something when I say that even Duck Duck Goose, the movie where the main character gets a pig's butt shoved into his face, is a better movie than this. And just like that film, I highly recommend you guys stay as far away from this movie as possible. It's not even a movie where you could get ironic enjoyment out of, like The Room. It's just very hard to watch and is way worse than I remember it being. And this is a word I'm probably going to be saying a lot in this series, considering the competition coming up. So, Turning Red is one of the latest Pixar films. Well, besides Lightyear and Elemental, but much like Lightyear and Elemental, this was actually one of the Pixar movies that I actually didn't have on the mind to watch, or was even interested in watching, because back during March of 2022, I was busy watching Code Lyoko in preparation for my review on that, and even then, it took to the beginning of May for me to finish watching it, because of the fact that there were literally 95 episodes, and I'd take a break after watching 2 or 3 episodes a day because of how heavy and formulaic it was. And then when I finished watching that, I decided to go ahead and watch Kappa Mikey, though that ended up being more of a breeze. Then I decided to watch Over the Garden Wall. And then after that, I was pretty much burned out for the rest of 2022, basically drawing and working on some videos I needed to get out of my system. Then when I compiled a list of movies that I would review for this series, I decided to add Turning Red to the large list of films that I would take a look at for this review series. And the movie that I'm reviewing today is what is considered as one of Pixar's more divided features, besides A Bug's Life, which is Turning Red. Some people like this movie for how funny and bold that can get with how it handles puberty. Others are turned off by it because of its more awkward and cringe-inducing moments, and others find it to be a mixed bag. But for me, I find it to be just decent. So, what is this movie about? This film revolves around a Canadian girl named Mei Lee. After a misunderstanding where her mother thinks that a store clerk did a bunch of things to her because of drawings,
I'll come back to that in a little bit,
Mei finds out about a curse of her family that causes her to turn into a fluffy red panda when feeling any sort of extreme emotions. But at the same time, Mei wants to go to a concert on the same night as a ritual her family is giving to her to make sure that the panda would be gone, and the panda is a symbolism for puberty. Now, when going into this movie, I was expecting to get a lot of good things, but at the exact same time, quite a few issues that do hold the film back in a lot of areas, which is kind of the reason as to why a lot of people see this film as a mixed bag, but at the same time, I see a lot of misconceptions that ended up being made about this movie that I do have to disagree with. For starters, the thing that actually was a bit worrying going in is some of this movie's more suggestive content. Now, Pixar has gotten very adult before. The Incredibles 2 was the first time they weren't afraid to swear at all, and other times they went very extreme with it. A Bug's Life's climax had the main villain get fed to 3 baby birds in a way that is already dark, but given the size of Hopper compared to the 3 of them, it might have gotten much more dark if they didn't have a first-person view going inside the middle one's mouth. And The Incredibles has the highest death count in all of Pixar. That sequence which shows all the heroes who have been terminated was very chilling. And there's also The Good Dinosaur, but that film's adult moments were jarring, enough said. And well, when it comes to Turning Red, it actually goes into another direction. This movie is about puberty after all, although it's not nearly as bad as people made it out to be. Though yes, the twerking is very, very bad, and as of 2022, this is the only Pixar movie that I could recall the word sexy being said, but the rest of the movie is actually pretty tame with it, and I don't recall any other moments of the film that were that discomforting. I can name off plenty of other shows and movies that had episodes or moments that made me feel more uncomfortable than this movie did. Heck, even The Boss Baby had sequences that made me feel more discomforted than this film.
and the less said about that movie's questionable content, the better.
Turning Red is very subtle with it, as the film focuses more on May's mental health and how she's changing, rather than most of its suggestive content. And it was a wise decision to have the red panda be the symbolism, rather than doing it directly. Because, well, if you do it directly, you get Big Mouth. Enough said. Another major controversy that people get into debates about with this movie is May's mother, Ming, and this is the closest pointer I could see as to why people don't like this character, and let me be clear, I don't like these types of characters either. That's why I can't stand Mrs. Benson from iCarly. I find her to be infuriating and obnoxious. Ming is a helicopter parent that is super controlling and blind to everyone else around them. I brought up this comparison when I talked about the movie 9 when it came to the character 1. Ming is at least better than 1, because Ming at least cares about her daughter, whereas 1 was perfectly fine with others being killed,
Even before the world was put in danger again.
if it meant that he and the others would stay safe. And this movie does offer an explanation as to why she's like this in the first place, and that is because her own mother was like this towards her. But at the exact same time, that's an explanation, not an excuse. The fact that she would actively jump to the conclusion that the store employee Devin actively did stuff to May over drawings that she made is actively insane, and it gets worse with the fact that May is trying to explain to her that he didn't actually do those things to her, and didn't realize that people get a crush and fantasize about others all the time. And later on in the movie, when she decides that instead of suspecting that May was the one who was lying and keeping the panda a secret, she decides to blame her friends, even though earlier on in the film, she was wanting to go to a concert. And the film's overall portrayal of adolescence is actually a lot better than I expected. May is a very relatable character in this movie. I mean, she is a very kind-hearted character, but most of her weaknesses come down to the fact that she's not too vocal towards her mother. But that is a part of being a teenager. Most people aren't really as comfortable with asserting themselves to their parents as others, nor are people that assertive. I know for sure that I was and still am kind of not social or assertive in the exact same way that May is like in this movie. Going in, you'd expect that this movie would show May as being entirely unpleasant, most cartoon shows and even movies portray their teen characters as being both disobedient and completely nasty, as well as being arrogant and absolutely obnoxious. I had this same problem with Ollie's Pack, which I pointed out back during my review on that, and this is also why I dislike the Katie Kaboom segments from Animaniacs, because every single one of its segments were like this. Combine that with the factor of it playing out the exact same way every single time. This is also a problem with Monster Family, as well as Sahara and Spark a Space Tale,
though those two are for later reviews.
Sure, the ending of the film has this, but all of it is a result of how much stress and want that May held in for all of that time, and it's a result of miscommunication. As May is afraid to speak up out of fear of disobeying her mother, but at the exact same time, it's also the result of her transforming into a fluffy red panda, which shows that there are other ways of showing that a character is going through puberty than just fighting with their parents, and this is a pretty good showcase of that. So overall, if you do want to see an animated movie that goes into the topic of puberty but is subtle with it and is a fun watch, watching Turning Red isn't going to hurt all that much. And while I don't like this movie as much as The Teacher's Pet movie or Storks, this movie was a pleasant watch. And if there's one benefit that I could definitely give this film over Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland and 9, it's that this movie at least kept me interested, and the movie goes somewhere with its writing to keep the pacing balanced. The Brave Little Toaster is an underrated gem of a movie. I doubt that this movie would make the top 10 best animated movies that are going to be reviewed for Sean's yearly reviews, and it's certainly not top 10 best Disney movie material. But this movie is quite an interesting endeavor, I must say, in a way that could be considered a bit of a double-edged sword. So, what is The Brave Little Toaster about? This movie revolves around a group of household appliances, a female toaster, a talking radio, a lamp, a blanket, and a vacuum cleaner that is literally named Kirby. No, I am not joking. They've been abandoned for years in a cottage that a human named Rob McGrody, whom they call the Master, had left abandoned for years. One day they had enough, and decided to go out on their own to find the Master themselves. Meanwhile, running into several bizarre characters, some characters themselves even being nightmare fuel. Now, similarly to animated shows like DuckTales, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Garfield and Friends, there are animated movies from the late 80s to the early 90s that help define a specific kind of animated film from all kinds of areas in Disney. Who Framed Roger Rabbit was a stepping stone for Disney to get a little more comedic with films like Aladdin and Hercules, while The Little Mermaid was a stepping stone for Disney movies to be more music-based in the 90s. For The Brave Little Toaster, I'd say that this movie was a stepping stone for Pixar, to the point where this movie feels like a Pixar movie, except it's done in 2D, and is closer to a Disney movie, given that this movie also contributes as a musical. I mean, there are only 4 songs, unless you count the one song at the beginning, which is a pre-existing song, and this particular Pixar feeling that the movie has does make sense considering the production that the movie was in. You see, back then, Disney was not nearly as thrilled about CGI as they are now. John Lasseter ended up being fired from his position at Disney back then because of the fact that they thought that the CGI would be too expensive to produce. And John Lasseter pitched a movie based on the novel The Brave Little Toaster, and pitched it as a computer animated movie before he was fired. But then the movie was transferred to other people who would then work on the movie, including Joe Ranft, whom you might recognize as another person who would work at Pixar. And when watching the movie for this review, it made me realize that this movie is pretty much a predecessor to a Pixar movie, as this movie pretty much reminds me of Toy Story, except instead of toys, it's household appliances. It even has a little Easter egg that Pixar movies would have later on, as Rob McGrody's apartment building is numbered A113. But getting into the contents of the movie itself, there is one thing I'd like to get off my chest about with this movie. That being the fact that this movie does have a pretty similar issue as Monster Family, where the characters at times devote entire sequences to fighting and bickering at each other, to the point where it could make the movie pretty draining to watch. Although the characters' feelings towards each other does lighten up around the time when the main characters get captured by this greedy sales guy who wants to use their parts to sell them to other people, and also, unlike with Monster Family, these characters are not related to each other, and the film is not trying to tell a message about how these characters are close and that they love each other as a family. The characters in this movie are not at all related, and to be honest, the characters do things to each other to warrant said argument. And also, there's someone in this group of characters to help prevent the movie from going too far with the characters bickering at each other in a mean-spirited way, that being Toaster. She always stops them before things get out of hand, but also trying to be much more kind than those who are fighting each other. Already a much better character than Emma from Monster Family. The furthest point that this movie went to in terms of its mean-spirited angle was with Kirby. At the beginning of the movie, when Blanket is crying hard because the car that went past the house wasn't the master, Kirby tries to suck up the picture of the master that Blanket has in his hands before unintentionally smashing the picture frame onto the ground. And there's one part where Kirby snaps at all of them when they get to the waterfall, but people tend to do and say things they'll regret while under extreme levels of stress or anger, and the movie does show that Kirby didn't mean to say that he'd be better off without the others because of the fact that he gets overwhelmed by the fact that they're near a waterfall, and if he did mean to say that he'd be better off without the others, he wouldn't dive off the edge of the waterfall to go and save them, already being a much better showcase of anger in the heat of the moment than the one in Monster Family, because Kirby legitimately doesn't mean it, while Emma does, considering the fact that she acts like that throughout that film's runtime. And also, something that actually surprised me when going into this movie for the first time is that, like Adorabat from Mau Mau Here's a Pure Heart, I actually didn't realize that Toaster was supposed to be a female until actually watching the movie, although unlike Cow from Cow and Chicken or Double D from Ed, Edd n Eddy, it's debated to this day whether Toaster is supposed to be a female or not. I'd say that she is, considering the fact that she's not only voiced by a female voice actress, but her voice sounds feminine as well. But regardless of if she's male or female, she's very solid for what she is. She's not very interesting as a character. In fact, none of the main characters have more than their one character trait, except for maybe Kirby, but Toaster is still a decent character, as she has this determination to get back together with her and the other character's master. Also, I do like how she's one of the few characters that does treat Blanket with respect, while the others basically belittle him and call him a baby, and also her sacrificing herself to save her master. Although, the characters are not really supposed to have much to them, because the characters are not what drives this movie. What drives the movie is the journey and the bizarre things that the characters come across along the way. An interesting note to bring up about this movie is that it's not on Disney+, and yet both of the sequels are, and I honestly have no clue as to why. Maybe Disney regrets this movie? Well, honestly, that can't be the case, because looking at Disney Plus for myself, I searched up every possible movie that Disney regrets or they don't acknowledge much anymore. They do have those particular movies on the exact same service. The Black Cauldron, that movie is on there. Home on the Range, that's on there too. Mars Needs Moms, do I even need to say yes? And heck, even Strange Magic, which they tried desperately hard to ignore to the point where they used the Touchstone Pictures banner so people wouldn't consider it a Disney movie, that is on there too. Or it might have something to do with the fact that this movie is extremely dark, although that would still be a questionable decision because Disney has gotten to the point of being dark before. A year after this movie, Oliver and Company came out, where the climax had the villain be killed by a train. Although, for a movie that is titled The Brave Little Toaster,
which sounds like a goofy premise,
this movie has some very intense scenes that could be considered nightmare fuel for any unsuspecting viewers. So much so that this movie is again like Toy Story, but a whole lot more dark than either one of the four films combined. The most dark that any of the Toy Story movies have ever gotten were like, what? Sequences that were set in a sadistic child's room where he messes up toys and make them look deformed in the first movie, a nightmare sequence where Woody drowns in a sea of hands in a trash can in the second movie, and the incinerator sequence in the third movie. Remember back during my review on Code Lyoko where I stated that Code Code Lyoko had constant moments where it gets intense and dark at every moment, that's pretty much the Brave Little Toaster, but only to a lesser extent, because this movie is only an hour long as opposed to multiple hours long. When it comes to the Brave Little Toaster, you know those extremely disturbing deleted scenes from the Pixar movie Cars, where lightning comes across a bunch of broken down cars in a graveyard? The Brave Little Toaster is filled to the brim with sequences that are like this. They might not be that scary, considering the fact that these characters are appliances, but imagine real quick if said appliances were humans. That's what makes the nightmare fuel that this movie has even bigger. One sequence of this movie has a blender get ripped apart, due to the store owner needing to use his insights to sell it to one of his customers. And you could see this blender fearing for his life before getting completely ripped apart. And the same thing was going to happen to the radio if the others didn't do something about him. And speaking of cars, there's also this very disturbing sequence that is tied to a very catchy song where a bunch of cars talk about how worthless they are before getting smashed into cubes. One car even decides to commit self-deletion by directly driving onto the conveyor belt to get smashed into a cube. The trash magnet even attempts to kill the master when he goes to retrieve his appliances. And these two moments are only scraping the surface. There's also the beginning where the air conditioner has a heart attack on screen because the others said that Rob didn't play with the air conditioner. Or that one moment during the thunderstorm where Lampy hurts himself in order to recharge the portable battery, and in the aftermath of him hurting himself, he looks very damaged. Oh, and since I mentioned the songs, even though there are only 4 of them in this movie, they simply slap. The only song in this movie that is kind of forgettable is the song titled Cutting Edge.
Everything you wanted and more.
But the rest of them I could listen to over and over again and never get tired of. The first song, titled City of Light, is a standard road trip song where the characters travel across the land, as the characters say in the song, but the song gives out a good feeling because of the enthusiastic rhythm.
And I'd be satisfied just to be not denied, but a ride to the city of light.
The second song, titled It's a B Movie, is the second best song of the movie. A lot of people remember Worthless more because of its catchy beats, but this song comes close as it has a pretty creepy aura to it, but also a cool techno beat to it.
It's like a movie. It's a B-movie show.
I still remember this song to this very day. And lastly, Worthless, which is a disturbing yet awesome song set to a jamming beat. This is the most well-known song of the movie, and for very good reason.
Once took a Texan to a wedding. Once took a Texan to a wedding. He kept forgetting his loneliness, letting his thoughts turn to home and return.
There are unfortunately some issues that this movie has to prevent it from being like an 8 out of 10 and is just a 7 out of 10 now. For starters, the movie does take a little too long to introduce us to the master that they've been hyping up for the whole movie, and all we really know about him is that he's just a regular guy that graduated high school and wants to take the appliances that were over at the cottage over to college. If I were to say where the movie could have let us know a little bit more about the master and how he is as a character, I'd honestly say that maybe they should have cut out the sequence where they goof around with the frogs, a fish, and a bird that tries to catch a worm, and cut away to the master and how he's like back at his home in the city. Using another similar character as an example, with Andy from Toy Story, the movie at several different sections cuts to Andy to see what conflicts he goes through in the movie, the only exceptions being the second and third movie, as they both have Andy being absent for most of the movie, or all of the toys being in somewhere else, namely at Sunnyside in the third movie. The most that we get with the master is a few flashbacks, but those scenes don't really tell us about who he actually is, and one of those sequences was in A Nightmare That Toaster Has, where the master gets eaten by a sadistic clown. And also, speaking of character writing, there's one sequence that is more sad than dark, where Toaster comes across this flower that sees itself in a reflection, and the flower slowly dies alone, and then she realizes that she needs to treat Blanket better, even though she didn't didn't really treat him that bad, and the movie didn't really show us any instances where she treated him bad, except for maybe that one moment where she refuses to let Blanket sleep with her. But overall, The Brave Little Toaster is a good movie, that I'd say is like a Pixar movie mixed with the tone of a Disney movie. If you guys want to see an animated movie that is creative, dark, and has catchy songs, I'd say check this movie out. I wasn't really sure as to why this movie fell under the radar back then and the movie wasn't given much attention. Maybe it was because of the first poster, or maybe it was due to the animation, since it was on par with television animation, or that the movie didn't get released on VHS until the early 90s. Or it could have also been because of the fact that this movie was released on Disney Channel before anywhere else, but I am glad that this movie has gotten a cult following in recent years. It may not be as good as the Toy Story movies, since the characters in that movie go beyond just being toys, but The Brave Little Toaster is an enjoyable experience. Although, just be warned that there are some dark scenes as well as some very dark undertones, but if you could get past all of that, I think you guys will enjoy this movie and get a little bit of Pixar history that you'll have knowledge on. And unlike Rock Dog and Monster Family, this movie won't leave you feeling bored, and it knows how to do characters fighting each other without going too far with it. And it's the definition of a don't judge a book by its cover movie. You know, it's kind of ironic that the name of this movie is named 9, considering the fact that this movie was not only released in 2009, but it was also released on the 9th day of the 9th month of the year. So to match this whole thing, I decided to make this movie the 9th movie that I'd watch for Sean's yearly reviews, and maybe even the 9th episode of the series,
depending on when this episode will be released.
And honestly, when the fact that this movie is named 9 is the most interesting thing to say about this movie, that's an indicator about the tone for the review, and that I really didn't get into this one very much. Yeah, I made it no secret that I don't have much to say about this one. I wanted to like this movie, and honestly, I thought that I would have found this movie to be good because, being honest, I didn't get into this movie when I was little either, but that is the standard for anybody, since we're usually too young to appreciate those types of products at that age. Repeating my story from what I said in my review on Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, when I was 7 years old, I remember when I was falling asleep while watching the movie Surf's Up. However, when I was 15 years old, I gave the movie another watch, and the movie became one of Sony's best movies in my opinion. So I thought that the same thing would apply to 9. However, going into this movie as an adult, yeah, I didn't get into this movie. There are some things to appreciate now that I'm older, but man, this movie screams wasted potential. So, what is this movie about? Essentially, this movie is basically an adult version of Toy Story, except instead of toys basically trying to keep a secret from humans and making a child happy, this is basically a post-apocalyptic movie where all of Earth is basically destroyed and everyone is dead, and the fate of the entire world rests on these ragdolls' hands. And the ragdolls themselves are basically evolved versions of the characters from Little Big Planet. Now, what this movie does on paper sounds very interesting and could have made for a very interesting story. However, the issue that I have with this movie is that it has such little to say in such a short period of time. You know how one of the common criticisms that is often thrown at something like Hey Arnold the movie is that the film has such little to say in such a short period of time? Well, that's basically the issue with this movie. When the story was just unfolding, the film was starting to get interesting, but then when I was checking the runtime, I found that the movie was just about ready to be over. There were 28 minutes left in particular, and I was actually stunned. Like, when I found out about this, I was like, really? That's it? That's what most of this movie is like? Because usually in these types of stories, this is when the plot starts to get rolling, but apparently the movie was almost over by this point. I also don't find the characters in this movie to be very interesting, and in some cases, they're very unlikable and made me ask, why should I even root for them in the first place, particularly with 1 and 8. 8 in particular is rude and pushy towards 9. Legit, when he tries to ask questions about what's happening, 8 yells at 9 to shut up. movie, we're supposed to like this character, right? Because this is something that a villain would do when they're holding someone captive. And when 9 is casually walking, 8 would basically push him. Way to treat someone who is basically new, dude! And 1 is basically the worst character in the entire movie. You remember in Mr. Enter's controversial Turning Red review, where he got onto the movie for not talking about 9/11, where he mentions that Ming is a helicopter parent that is super controlling and frustrating to be around? Well, I can't say anything about her yet,
because I haven't watched that movie yet.
The criticism that Mr. Enter gave regarding Ming from Turning Red is how I'd basically describe 1. Throughout the entirety of the movie, he's constantly super concerned about being safe and not asking questions about what's going on, that he would let the world continue to be put in danger and letting it stagnate by not doing anything at all, and he has this very passive-aggressive attitude towards what would happen to others. Given that it's revealed in one part of the movie that he purposefully sent 2 out to be killed, because of the fact that he asked too many questions and was concerned about the world being saved, even though not doing anything about it is not helping anything. And when 7 and 8 get captured by this one snake creature, 1 was going to let them get killed if not for 9 suggesting to go after them. Yeah. 1 was going to let his so-called friend get killed by suggesting to not go after him, and by the time that they get there, 8 already gets killed. And as for the characters being uninteresting, it's a case of quantity over quality. While I do like the fact that this movie has a very dark tone, in fact, 9 is probably the darkest out of all the animated movies reviewed for Sean's yearly reviews so far, the movie doesn't give its audience a reason to really care about these characters at all. Comparing this movie to something like Code Lyoko real quick, what kept me invested in that show, besides the dark tone, was the characters, and the show gave us a reason to want to see those characters succeed, given that it's a life or death situation towards one of its characters, Aelita. Sure, there was only one character that I found subjectively uninteresting, that being Yumi, but that show gave us plenty of reasons to care about its other characters. Heck, even with the Brave Little Toaster, even though its characters were basic, I remember how they were like, given that most of the movie spent time with them. And do I even need to go in depth with the Toy Story movies? With 9, on the other hand, not enough time is spent with them to make their presence memorable, and 2 of those who do get enough time spent are not likable in the slightest. I'd even say that the characters in A Bug's Life are more memorable, because they went with the wise move to have all the other ants in the ant colony be relegated to background characters, and I remember how all the other characters were like.
Even though I find that movie average, and I find it to be mostly forgettable, with the exception of the circus bugs, the villain, and the stuff with the bird.
I'm sorry that I made this episode abnormally short. Usually I try to make these scripts around 6 pages long at most, since movies generally have less to talk about than entire shows, but there's just nothing else to comment on. If this movie was not named 9, I'm pretty sure that not a lot of people would remember this one, because of how many times that this movie's title was joked about in the marketing. And the only other reason that I've seen this movie get talked about is for one of those Gen Z childhood trauma icebergs where this movie would get talked about. Though, other than that, hardly anyone ever talks about this movie. This movie is actually in a similar boat as something like Raggedy Ann and Andy, a musical adventure, where for the most part, the movie has been forgotten about, but the parts that most people talk about are its weird or dark moments. In Sean's yearly reviews, I'd say that this movie is in the middle. I do think that this movie is better than Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, because this movie doesn't have as much filler, but it is definitely one of the weaker movies that I reviewed so far for Sean's yearly reviews. I would even say that this movie is not worthy of a 9 out of 10 given the title of this movie. If any of what I said in this review sounds interesting to you, I guess you could go ahead and watch this movie. If you ever wanted to see an adult version of Toy Story that isn't that Black Friday reel, this movie may hit the spot for you guys. But for me, I find this movie average. The Polar Express is a 2004 Christmas cult classic based on a book by Chris Van Allsburg that, getting out of the way, is just alright. In fact, I'll even say that most of what this movie has going for it is that the songs are beautiful and that the charm does step it up a little bit, but that's the thing. That's all that this movie has going for it. If this was literally any other milquetoast movie, I'd probably just put this movie as being average. Because there is quite a bit of things to go through in this movie. But first, let's start off with the plot. This movie stars a kid that literally doesn't have a name whatsoever. During Christmas Eve, out of nowhere, a train pops up to pick him up, and takes him and a bunch of other kids to the North Pole, to which there's a lot of filler in between, and yeah, that's all you get for this one. Now, allow me to start off this review by saying this. 2004 was an amazing year for animated movies. In fact, there are only 2 animated films from this year that I could comfortably say were bad: Home on the Range and Shark Tale. Every other animated movie from that year was classic after classic. But The Polar Express, in all honesty, is the weakest out of all of them,
at least of the ones that I find good.
Without the charm, in fact, I'd probably even say that this movie is one of the weakest out of all the animated movies that I reviewed so far. Still being better than Little Nemo, Adventures in Slumberland, and 9, but something that I consider as being close to those two. As for starters, the writing in this movie is really not good, because not only is this movie loaded with filler, but also,
while this movie is not as bad with this issue as Home on the Range,
the writing of this film is completely over-reliant on plot conveniences to move the plot along. And not only are they plot conveniences, but they're also pointless plot conveniences, as the film probably would have played out the exact same way had these sequences not even been in the movie to begin with. Seriously, did we really need the plot point in the film where Hero Boy,
yes, that's who he's named, and I'll be getting into this issue in just a bit,
has to return Hero Girl's ticket to her when she wasn't even going to be gone that long? All she was doing was taking hot chocolate over to Billy. All he could have done was hold on to it and wait for her to get back. And considering the fact that throughout the movie, he doesn't believe in Santa Claus, he should have been smart enough not to do this. And Hero Boy causing the train cart to detach from the rest of it doesn't even look like an accident. Seriously, why would he actively not climb the ladder and instead put his foot on the gear that detaches it from the train? I'll tell you why. It's plot convenience. To have all of them be separated from the rest of the group, causing the movie to have some more filler. Look, I get why the film is doing this. It wants to add conflict to make the story much more interesting. Because let's be honest, if the film was just the characters riding on a train and being sit still until they got to the North Pole, it would make the film become very boring. But that kind of shows the issue in making this a movie in the first place. Because the film wrote itself into a corner, they had to throw in as much filler as possible to artificially stretch the film out, instead of letting the plot points progress naturally. I could see this working as an animated series. I've heard that Infinity Train was able to do this well. Like, I could see the Polar Express working as a SpongeBob or Camp Lazlo type of show, where they don't have to explain how long that the train has been going, because the comedy could forgive it.
If the film was funny to begin with.
But it doesn't work for an animated film, because there's only so far that you could go with the story of characters riding on a train before you'd had to do something interesting. And to the film's credit, they do try to do things, but those things amount to nothing. By the way, this film doesn't have very many jokes, but when it does, they're just not funny. Do you find screaming and hillbilly stereotypes to be funny? No? Well, that's the jokes that we get in this film, specifically with the engineers. Their only purpose in the story is to be clumsy, talk in stereotypical hillbilly accents, and scream most of their lines. And there's also 2 gross out moments in the film that, while they don't get as bad as the Boss Baby or Duck Duck Goose, are worth mentioning. The first sequence is when Hero Boy loses Hero Girl's ticket, and a bird feeds it to her baby bird before the baby spits it out, and that's mainly because I associate mouths with spit. And the second sequence is when Hero Boy is on top of the train with what looks like a ghost, and drinks the refreshments that he gave him, and he reveals that he had a sock in there. And it really says something when the characters are so boring and uninteresting that most of them don't even have a name. They have no name. When I tried to look up what the names of the characters are, I literally got the most basic names ever that wouldn't sound out of place for superhero names. The only character that does have a confirmed name is Billy, but that's because his name is said in the film, and even he is not an interesting character. Everyone else, including the important ones, are kept as much of a secret as the Krabby Patty formula. This kind of thing has never happened to me. Usually whenever I'd find an animated movie's cast forgettable, I'd look up the names if I zoned out or would be focused on the more important aspect of the movie, such as the story. Even Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland and Rock Dog, as boring as they are, did give me a list of the characters' names when I needed them, and they all had confirmed names. Or I'd keep watching the animated show in general to memorize the names of the characters. But it's a first time for everything, I guess. Not helping is that the voices themselves are very distracting, as when listening to them, all you can hear is the other roles that they played. The conductor of this train, played by Tom Hanks, is Woody from Toy Story, and that's all I'm going to say about him, because he has that recognizable yelling voice, and well, voice in general. And the nerdy character literally named Know-It-All, played by Eddie Deason, is Mandark from Dexter's Laboratory. Not only is he using the exact same voice that he used for Mandark, but he's practically the exact same character. You know how a lot of people get onto Patrick Warburton for the fact that every single character he plays is like Krong from The Emperor's New Groove, pretty much being typecasted to the point where all of his roles blend in with each other? That's pretty much Eddie Deason's role, as every single role that I've seen him in is the smart nerdy character that shows how smart they are by being pompous about it, which was pretty much described in that Jimmy Neutron meme. And it's not even just the same voice actor doing the same voice for a character that plays two completely different roles, like how Tom Kenny used his same voice as SpongeBob for Carl from Johnny Bravo, despite them being different characters with different personalities. This is just Mandark playing another Mandark type of character. His literal introduction is him being what his name implies, a know-it-all kind of character that is close to being what you could describe as a living nerd emoji. And for Billy, allow me to say this right now, I am someone who does like Dandere characters normally.
Specifically the kind of character that is shy and timid.
You've seen this with characters like Hinata Hyuga from Naruto, Mitsuki from Kappa Mikey, Fluttershy from MLPFIM, Pomni from The Amazing Digital Circus, and even with male characters like Piglet from Winnie the Pooh, Hampton from Tiny Toon Adventures,
the original, not the reboot,
Courage from Courage the Cowardly Dog, and Izuku Midoriya from My Hero Academia. In fact, it's my favorite kind of trope with characters. But Billy is an example of how not to do this kind of character, because he is the most bland and boring Dandere character that I've ever seen, because there's literally nothing to him. He's just the quiet character who wants to be left alone. That's not enough to make a character interesting, even in an animated movie. What makes Dandere characters interesting is that the products they came from show them having more than meets the eye. Not to mention that they explore their characters and why they're the way they are, making them more likable and interesting as a result. However, Billy is just a nothing character. Not only is he at the back of the train for most of the movie, but he barely does anything plot-wise. Given that a majority of the film is focused on this pointless plot point of Hero Boy needing to return the ticket to Hero Girl, it just makes me wonder why Hero Boy decided to stop the train for him when he wasn't going to do anything for the majority of the plot. I mean, yeah, he does sing a song later in the film, but that's dropped completely as he immediately doesn't want to go with Hero Boy or Hero Girl when they get to the North Pole. Which, yeah, whenever the film is not overloaded with pointless filler or plot conveniences, the film can get very inconsistent with what is shown on screen, or about what it wants to be. So, Billy sings a Christmas song, and he also wanted to go to the North Pole, but wants to stay on the train and not meet Santa. Then why did he go onto the train in the first place? Or the most egregious example that I actually caught on rewatch, so Hero Boy's parents don't believe in Santa Claus, yet they know about the Polar Express.
What? What are you talking about?
And by the way, if you're wondering, the movie does not explain the meaning behind them mentioning this, nor does it explain whether they believe this to be a lie or not. And similarly to the Boss Baby, everything in this film is so nonsensical to the point where I don't blame Hero Boy for thinking that all of this is just a dream, but apparently it isn't. Even though more or less, the film portrays itself as being grounded in reality because the Christmas Day scene is presented as much more calm in comparison to the rest of the movie. Also, how did Hero Boy's parents not hear the giant train near their house during the night? It's shown in the movie that they don't live near a train track, and they'd probably get startled awake because the sound of a train is very, very loud depending on how close you are to it, and it was close to their house. And I know this because I myself live close to a train track, though no, I'm not showing a picture of it for obvious reasons. Are Hero Boy's parents just heavy sleepers or something? And how did his sister not get woken up by this loud noise? Alright, enough rambling aside, onto the things that I like. One thing that I do like that saves this movie from just being okay or downright bad is the charm. And no, I'm not referring to the motion capture, which could have been worse, but the things that surround the film, such as the music, which I think even those that don't like this movie would probably defend. It just screams Christmas. And even the music with lyrics, even though there are only 2, are very memorable. Also, while the motion capture has not aged too well, it is somewhat passable as a first attempt, because normally, first attempts at a new medium or by a studio do start off rough around the edges but get better over time. Reminder, the first CGI animated movie ever created was Toy Story, which nowadays does look dated in a lot of areas, but patched itself afterwards with The Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, Monsters Inc., Finding Nemo, and The Incredibles, all being more polished up than the original Toy Story, and feel pretty timeless for the most part. Though yes, we all know how motion capture ended up being in the following years.
Looking at you, Mars Needs Moms.
For a first attempt though, it does look pretty nice. Not the humans, most definitely. I'm referring more to the backgrounds and special effects, which is what I presume that a lot of the money went to, because they look absolutely gorgeous. Though, it is a shame that most of the money didn't go into the humans, because at times they do fall into the uncanny valley more often than not. But the film does still look a little better than Mars Needs Moms, which, reminder, came out in 2011, years after this movie. But with that being said, those are the only things that really keep this movie from being completely average and is now above average. It's not that there's anything offensive about the film, it's harmless enough, and the characters are just bland. But honestly, if it weren't for the things that I pointed out, then I definitely would have given this a 5 out of 10, only being slightly above Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, but is now just decent with a 6 out of 10, but just barely. If I could give a recommendation for this film, if you do want to watch any Christmas movies, this could get you into the holiday spirit. I'd still take something like Elf or Home Alone over this film, but there are far worse movies out there.
Especially 8 Crazy Nights.
But at the exact same time, it's alright. In December 2022, DreamWorks released Puss in Boots 2: The Last Wish. One of the best movies to come out of the Shrek franchise in a long time, with a beautiful art style, taking influence from Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, 3 great villains, and an impactful story that is basically the first Puss in Boots, but better in every single way, and even more than just that in fact. Basically, imagine the concept of that Freddy Cat cartoon by Filmation from the 1970s, but actually being worth watching. How is DreamWorks going to follow that up? Oh yeah, the subject of today's review, Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. And boy, this one is complicated. I don't hate this movie by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, it's not good, but I wouldn't consider it bad. It's certainly better than Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, but I consider it as being weaker than 9, as I'd say that this film dethrones the Road to El Dorado as the movie that I have the least amount of things to say about out of all the animated movies that I reviewed so far for Sean's yearly reviews. So, what is this movie about? It essentially revolves around the title character, Ruby Gillman. What happens to her in this movie? Well, have you seen Turning Red? That's the best way I could describe this movie. A lot of people before this movie came out made a lot of comparisons to Luca and the fact that the main characters are basically krakens or sea monsters, but in actuality, similar to what I said during my Monster Family review, a similar concept doesn't mean that's the exact same execution. That's why I'd say that this movie is more similar to Turning Red than it is to Luca, because like Turning Red, Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken revolves around this young adolescent that turns into a monster as a metaphor for puberty, and basically gives into it against the wishes of the mother, and literally does what all of the most recent Disney and Pixar movies have done by having the film be about generational trauma. Now, I'm not saying that this movie is a direct ripoff of Turning Red, because there are some things in both movies that do separate the both of them apart from each other, and it very well may be possible that both movies were in production for a similar amount of time, and neither knew if they were copying off of each other, though Turning Red beat this movie to the punch by over a year. It might have just been a coincidence because animated movies are often in production for a few years or so, and I don't think that both movies could have predicted that they were copying off of each other, but good god, the similarities between these two are uncanny, down to the fact that the main characters couldn't keep their transformation under control while out in public, leading the mothers to have to calm them down. And the main characters wanting to go to an event that their mothers don't allow them to go to is also a factor as well, but that's where the similarities between the two of these films end. As I have a few issues with this movie. To start things off, the thing that separates this movie from Turning Red is that where that movie was not afraid to take risks, and it does a lot of things that you wouldn't expect from a movie that revolved around puberty, Teenage Kraken plays things extremely safe and is one of the most predictable animated movies that I've ever seen.
But that will be something that I'll be getting to later.
In Turning Red, the factor being that the main character turned into a fluffy red panda was the purpose of the story. The film revolved around puberty, and that film made it very, very clear that this is what it was trying to go for. Especially with the context where May was fantasizing about the fact that her crush was turned into a merman. Whether or not you liked this part of the film is entirely subjective, but it did have a purpose in the movie. Something which Teenage Kraken lacks. Legitimate question, what was the purpose of having Ruby Gillman be a teenager in this movie? The movie doesn't really make that clear in the slightest, just vaguely hinting at the fact that they're prevented from going into the water or else they'll turn into a giant kraken. So you can make Ruby Gillman any age in this movie and nothing would change in the slightest, because no matter if she was a preteen or not, she turned into a giant kraken if she went into the water. This movie could have literally been about an adult kraken who tries to live her life normally and accidentally gets wet as a result of being in love and has to find a way to hide her kraken identity since it's been exposed, and the story would literally be no different. Because this literally could have happened to Ruby Gillman at any age, and the story would be no different no matter what way you slice it. And also, where Turning Red's main character was likable, and I did personally relate to her a lot, Ruby Gillman's main character shares a lot of the same traits as May, but a lot of Ruby Gillman's actions makes me really not like her. May might have also kept a secret from her own mother, but that was primarily to have May learn how to stand up to her mother. Ruby Gillman, on the other hand, stands up to her own mother even before the climax of the film. But oh my goodness, she is such a freaking hypocrite throughout the film. Constantly going on about how, ew, I am so angry at my mother because she is constantly keeping secrets from me. But that begs the question of, why is she doing the exact same thing that she is preaching about her mother doing? And it's not even just her mother that she's doing this with. She's also keeping this secret from her grandmother too, because at no point does she ever let her know that she became friends with Chelsea in the movie. But not only that, and I know this might come off as a little mean, Ruby Gillman can be very stupid in this movie. Legit, when Ruby Gillman's grandmother tells her that mermaids are manipulative, Ruby Gillman goes on to trust someone who is a mermaid anyway, and this took place in the next scene, after she was told not to trust them. Like, if Ruby Gillman didn't know that Chelsea was a mermaid, I'd understand, but this was revealed in the very next scene, after Ruby Gillman gets caught in the fisherman's net, that Chelsea is a mermaid. Not only ruining the twist of the movie before it gets revealed to us, but making Ruby Gillman look like either an idiot, or making it so that the movie has plot conveniences so that the movie can continue. Speaking of which, I honestly wouldn't mind if this movie had some cliches. I mean, before this movie came out, I was making Teacher's Pet comparisons,
especially considering the fact that the main character is blue.
But that's honestly not the main issue with this movie. The issue instead is that this is one of the most predictable animated movies that I've ever seen in my life. Like, if it wasn't for Disney's live-action remakes, or Tom and Jerry's quote-unquote crossovers with other movies, Ruby Gillman would honestly hold the gold medal. For the fact that, again, this movie is just a diet version of Turning Red, as well as the fact that this movie's marketing literally spoils all of the events of the film. Actually, no. Scratch that. Never mind the trailers or marketing. The movie itself spoils what's going to happen. Is the joke that the movie is trying to pull that because this movie involves fish that spoils, this movie decided to spoil itself? Well, that's not good. When you're making a film trailer as well as a movie with the twist that you want to keep a surprise, it's always a bad idea to give that away before it's even revealed. I haven't seen anything, animated or not, that spoiled itself in its commercials since the promo for the the Total Drama World Tour episode, Can't Help Falling in Love, which literally spoiled who is going to be eliminated in that episode. And that was back in 2010, almost 14 years ago. And so, as soon as the twist is given away to us, you can see what's going to happen from a mile away. It's no surprise that Chelsea is the villain of the movie, given what the movie tells us in its exposition dialogue, and especially what is told to us in the trailers. And because the twist is also given away to us, it's also no surprise what Chelsea is trying to do everywhere else. Gee, Chelsea is trying to have Ruby Gillman train so that she could get a Triton from a rib current that is too fast for her. I wonder what's gonna happen. I mean, it's not like I've seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 1 and 2 do this. It gets up to the point where I'd say that this is DreamWorks' most predictable movie. Not even Trolls, which is often regarded as one of their worst movies, gave the twist away too early, but everything else about this movie, I have very little to talk about. Yeah, just like Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, this movie actually has a very divided reaction among it, with some people either really liking it or really hating it. I honestly feel very split about this one, because I was just kind of feeling nothing while watching it. Not feeling bored, thankfully, but just feeling empty. The only thing that saves this movie from being completely worthless is that the animation in this movie is pretty nice. Not Puss in Boots The Last Wish levels of good, but it is fun to watch in motion, as the film obviously takes influence from old black and white Rubber Hose cartoons, and the movie does at least take a moment to relax with its animation, unlike The Wild or Thundercats Roar. But that's not enough to save the film. Wanna know what other animated movie had beautiful animation, but I also found average? Smurfs The Lost Village. But even that movie gave me more surprises than this film. And besides, if I wanted to watch an animated movie with cartoony animation that is actually worthwhile, I'd watch Storks and the Mitchells vs. the Machines instead, because both of them have much more likable characters, are actually heartwarming, and this is the big one, are actually funny. With Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken, there are very little moments in this movie that even so much as got a chuckle out of me. The closest moment that did get a laugh out of me was when Uncle Brill was trying to go with Ruby Gillman to save her mother and grandmother, and he can't swim that fast because he can't turn into a kraken. I'll admit that that did get a little bit of a chuckle out of me. But the rest of the movie is so devoid of any sort of humor, and if there is such a thing as comedy in this film, it's very non-existent, and is instead overshadowed by this movie's predictability. I wouldn't go as far as to say that this is DreamWorks' worst movie. It's still better than The Boss Baby because this movie doesn't have as much gross out, and it's at least coherent in what it's trying to go for, but it's definitely one of their weaker movies, at least from the ones that I've actually seen, and is definitely one of the weaker movies that I reviewed so far. If you want to see a diet version of Turning Red that is a lot more tame in its contents that is putting in, I guess that this movie would be a nice alternative, but at the exact same time, I'd rather watch Turning Red than this movie. That movie may also have its issues, and discussing its contents may be more awkward, but that movie at least gave its audience things that they wouldn't expect, had a much more likable cast of characters, and that movie can at least be enjoyable. Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken, on the other hand, it's exactly what you'd get, but I don't know if that'd be considered a good thing. Did you ever want to see an animated movie that had so much potential, but was basically squandered due to the crew not knowing what to do with it, so they put together a product that does little as possible with said premise? No, because that would basically make for a waste of time that could have been spent watching another movie instead? Well, too bad. There is an animated movie like that. Rock Dog is a 2016/2017 Chinese animated movie that was on my bucket list for quite some time now. If you guys have been following my content, you guys may have remembered that back near the end of 2017 and the beginning of 2018, I've been talking about a list that I was basically going to do that was basically my top 8 best and worst animated movies of 2017. If you know Animat, aka Electric Dragon 505, he pretty much does something similar where he goes over his top 5 best and worst animated movies of the year every single year. Something to note about Electric Dragon 505 is that he's a Canadian, meanwhile I am an American. And I basically wanted to do something similar, even talking about animated films that he didn't talk about in his Animat review series. What I didn't realize when putting together that list was how much stress and exhaustion it was gonna put on me. For a short period of time, I did have part 1 of that video uploaded for 2 months to be exact. I ended up having to take down that video due to copyright issues, and also, so many things happened in 2018 that put a lot of stress on me, to the point where it made me less motivated in making videos. And I even decided to abandon making that list altogether due to how much stress I was given, and when thinking back on what I was going to say with each spot on the worst list, I kinda got carried away with the explanations, and I kept on saying that a specific movie is cliché, to the point where the worst list was going to be more than an hour long. Although, after experiencing copyright issues, thinking of a new series where I could go over one specific animated movie or show for one video, and realizing that I don't have to focus on needless exposition, that's when I decided to compile a list of animated movies that I would talk about for this series. How does this scrapped list relate to this review exactly? Well, let me put it to you like this. If I did go through with that list and just decided not to use footage and just use still images, Rock Dog was easily going to be on the worst list. In fact, the worst list was going to have 10 animated movies on there, because there were so many bad animated movies that came out that year, and 2 of those slots were going to be ties. Number 8 was going to include Sahara and The Star, both of which I'll be getting to later on in this series. And number 7 was going to have this movie, and another animated movie which I'll be getting to later on, The Boss Baby, which more or less I thought had similar issues as this movie. Although, a lot of my problems that I would have had with this movie if I did successfully put out that list was regarding the fact that this movie is very cliché and that the villain had no motivation for his evil plan. But all of those opinions that I put together at the time were when I was 15 years old.
I was 16 when I was writing out the script about what I had an issue with regarding this movie.
But considering how much I've changed with my thoughts and opinions on certain types of media, and I can put together what I think about these films better than I did back then, I could better articulate what my issues with this movie are now. Who knows, maybe this movie was the better or worst of the 2, or maybe Boss Baby was the worst of these 2 after all.
But we'll cross that path when I get to that film at a later point.
Now, what I said regarding this movie back then...
Honestly, so far, this is my least favorite animated movie of 2017, up to this point. Any other movies that I've seen this year, I gave below average ratings to, like Surf's Up 2, Rock Dog, The Boss Baby, and Spark, were movies that I didn't like. However, those films' real downfall is that they were generic with the exception of Surf's Up 2. Dogs That Played Rock and Roll, in which even reading my notifications is more interesting than actually watching the movie. I'm sorry I didn't talk about the other animated films that I thought were bad this year, because I didn't really have a lot to say about them. If I would have reviewed The Boss Baby, Rock Dog, and Spark separately, then I would have the exact same thing to say about them.
It is very true. Rock Dog is a very generic and vanilla movie. Want to know how generic this movie is? Well, the plot of this movie revolves around a dog by the name of Bodhi. He lives in the mountains, and his dream is to become a rock star and play music. But oh no, his father is too close-minded to accept his dream of becoming a rock star, because he wants Bodhi to become a guard and protect the town and sheep from getting invaded by a gang of wolves. Now, how many times have you seen this plot for an animated movie? Short answer: this plot is extremely overused. Yes, movie, I have seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. However, unlike you, that movie actually has substance and gives us a reason to care about its characters.
More on that in a little bit.
But after a little incident, the parent just lets his son go to the city to let him meet his idol. Yes, movie, I have seen Robots. I'm not a fan of that movie either, but even that movie has more substance and things happening than this movie. And this movie also stars anthropomorphic animals Do I even need to go on and milk this joke further? Needless to say, this movie is creatively bankrupt. But what matters the most is the writing and the characters. You could be the most generic animated product in the world and still be amazing because of the story, characters, entertainment value, and visuals. In spite of how generic that something like Teacher's Pet is,
Coincidentally, that show also stars a dog.
it was able to make up for it with clever writing and some of its characters. And honestly, I could have seen this movie working just fine. I mean, a dog dreaming of playing rock and roll, it does sound silly, yes, but many other animated movies were able to do a lot with these silly or stupid premises. A rat trying to learn how to become a chef? That could never work. Became a Pixar classic alongside the other Pixar movies in the 2000s. A dumb panda voiced by Jack Black learning how to do kung fu? That sounds ridiculous. Became one of DreamWorks' most critically acclaimed franchises, second only to How to Train Your Dragon. If those movies are able to craft something great from a very small concept, I'm pretty sure that a movie about a dog learning to play rock and roll could do this too. So, what is the substance of Rock Dog? From the thumbnail and what I described in other videos when mentioning this movie, you'd probably get the picture about what I think of this movie. That being the fact that Rock Dog is one of the most nothing animated movies that I've ever seen. That doesn't mean that I think it's the worst animated movie. I don't even think that the movie would even make a worse list, given that there are much more frustrating animated movies out there that I've already watched and others that I've yet to get to. But talk about wasting such a good idea on a story that goes nowhere. You remember that one bad SpongeBob episode, House Sittin' for Sandy, where Sandy put SpongeBob in charge of her house, but the episode had such little things happening to the point where the episode felt like it was padding everything out? Well, that's pretty much the issue that I have with this movie. The writing in this film is really, really bad because this movie doesn't feel like it should have been a feature film at all, but rather a TV movie or a 30-minute TV special, because such little things happen in this movie to the point where I question if this movie was given any rewrites in the slightest. A movie with this much of a simple premise could have been condensed to maybe an hour or something, but not an hour and 26 minutes. And to pad out the runtime even further, they also decided to add a sequence where Angus Scattergood gets locked out of his own recording studio, gets chased by a bunch of his fans, do, and I quote, hang out with Mr. Scattergood and eat pizza out of the dumpster. Mr. Scattergood gets captured by the villains of the movie. They realize that they captured Scattergood instead and not Bodhi, and they drop him back off at his place. Mind if I ask, what purpose did all of those sequences have to the movie? Here's your quick answer. Absolutely nothing! The only effect that these sequences had on the plot is one line from Mr. Scattergood and that's it, where he says that he doesn't like those wolves that are about to go after Bodhi's family. And as for the characters, I just really don't care about them. The problem with the characters in this movie is not so much the fact that they're hateable, at least they're not as dislikable as some of the characters in Monster Family, or even some other animated movies for Sean's yearly reviews, like Chicken Little or Ivan the Incredible. My problem that I have with them is the same issue that I have with the rest of the film, that being the fact that they're extremely bland and underdeveloped, and some of them don't even have a personality in the slightest. I get that the movie is supposed to be revolved around Bodhi and the stuff that he goes through, but that doesn't mean that you can't give some of the other characters some spotlight. Since I made this comparison a little bit ago, with Claudia with the Chance of Meatballs, it focused more on the other things than just Flint Lockwood. They took some time for us to know some of its other characters, most notably Sam Sparks. And heck, while I don't like the 2005 movie Robots, even that movie occupied its audience with the side cast, and it didn't just hyper-focus on the main character and his idol. I mean, Rock Dog does try to do this by having Bodhi try to audition himself to be in a band, but not even they have a personality in the slightest, and the most that they do for the plot is becoming Bodhi's band members at the end. They don't even do anything when they come with Bodhi to save his town and family from the wolves in the climax. And the villain of the movie, Linux, is the most forgettable villain that you could ever find in an animated feature. All that I remember about him is that he's voiced by Lewis Black because he sounds exactly like Anger from Inside Out. I remember the Disney Twist villains more than this guy in particular, particular, because I at least know their names and know what their motivations are. Literally the only characters in this movie that have some semblance of personality are Bodhi's father and Angus Scattergood. But Bodhi's father is the stereotypical close-minded father that doesn't respect his son's wishes of being a rock star and instead wants him to become a guard, and thinks that putting on a wolf costume intentionally to scare Bodhi into becoming a guard is going to make things better, but it only makes things worse. Given the fact that all the characters in this movie are gullible enough to believe that these costumes are the actual animals, Bodhi's father should have realized that this was going to end badly, and Angus Scattergood is the closest thing that this movie has to a character that is dislikable, but is also interesting to talk about at the same time, as he basically uses Bodhi to make a song for himself just to get his manager off his back, and also lies about coming up with the idea by himself by saying, "I looked up to the clouds and remembered where I grew up," taking Bodhi's own words and using them as his own, even though Bodhi was the entire reason he was able to make the song in the first place. Yeah, Mr. Scattergood made up for what he did, and not because the status quo is God, unlike Buck Cluck from Chicken Little or Emma from Monster Family, but he only realized that he messed up because of the fact that his robot companion was staring at him. No, not even that. His robot companion was out of battery. So, if he wasn't stared at by his robot companion, he was just going to take all the credit for what Bodhi did with his song, and then lying on the radio to make it look like he made the song himself. And as for Bodhi, he is one of the most generic and one-dimensional protagonists that I've ever seen in an animated movie. He doesn't even have a trait for him that is one-dimensional so that the audience could see themselves within him, like Doug Funny from Doug or Arnold from Hey Arnold. His personality is that he likes music and he wants to play music, and that's all that he is. And considering the fact that he's the one who carries most of this movie, it just makes me ask the question of, why should we even care about him wanting to be a musician at all, when the movie is not even going to give us a reason to sympathize with or even care about him? Nor does the movie even give him a backstory. All we know about him is that he's the son of a dog who guards a mountain town. Maybe if the movie told us that Bodhi had a mother who played rock and roll that is now deceased, maybe I'd care, but that's not what it does though. All his character is rock and roll. He's not like, say, Miguel from Coco, where he secretly loves music because he's intrigued by the history of his family, even though his household is strict and doesn't allow music. Bodhi is just music crazy because potatoes. I know I didn't have a lot to really say about this movie either, especially when compared to Monster Family, because that film gave me a lot to talk about regarding its issues, while this review is in the same vein as my Teacher's Pet movie review. But like I said during my review on that, these are reviews on entire movies as opposed to entire shows, so I basically said all I could about it. One of the only things in this movie that does give me something interesting to talk about is that the animation is pretty decent. The character designs are very nice, they have a lot of energy to them, and the animation in general is smooth, even though this movie does have a very similar problem that I have with both Ollie's Pack and Robot Boy, where the scenery and colors in general are very bland and lifeless. And the fact that this movie is very boring and uninteresting really doesn't help matters all that much. The only times in which this movie does get interesting visually is the 2D sequence at the beginning, which kind of reminds me of something that I would see out of something like Kung Fu Panda, and I found that sequence very impressive, and the sequence where Bodhi goes into a daydream filled with a bunch of colors when the plot device radio falls from the sky. But other than that, most of what we see are white buildings and sidewalks, green grass, a gray road, and many other things that just screams dull. Not that the backgrounds in this movie look bad, it's just that the movie is so boring to the point where the plain and generic backgrounds enhance how boring this film is. And yeah, that's basically the core of this movie's issues. I could maybe let the fact that the movie is generic slide, because as the old saying goes, there's nothing new under the sun. The issue is that this movie is just uninteresting. Not even interesting in a way where I could say something about it. And the movie is too uninteresting and boring to even say say that it would fall into the category of being so bad it's good. I mean, I don't like Scooby-Doo and Batman the Brave and the Bold because of its baffling and confusing writing decisions, but it's so bad that it's good because it's fun to make fun of. Rock Dog is just not in the same position because it's too uninteresting and bland to make fun of. At least with something legitimately frustrating, it gives me something to talk about. This is the same reason why it was more interesting for me to talk about Robot Boy and Thundercats Roar than, say, Middle School Moguls and Camp Coral, because even though those two are far worse than Middle School Moguls and Camp Coral, they give me more to talk about. And that's exactly how I feel towards Rock Dog. Something like Monster Family gave me a lot to talk about, and even some other animated movies coming up in this series, like Ivan the Incredible and Lewis and the Aliens, do exactly that. Rock Dog is not as bad as Monster Family, because at least this movie doesn't manipulate its audience into feeling sympathy for a bunch of awful people that are awful towards each other. And in regards to wasting its interesting premise, Wonder Park is worse because it combines its wasted potential with the fact that it's unpleasant and depressing. But I would honestly have to say that Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland is better, because while it did get boring too, it would have maybe worked if it cut out the needless filler and pointless sequences. Heck, even the wildlife is better than this movie, because I at least expect that movie to be dull, because even the premise of that film is bare bones. But with Rock Dog, I expected something more interesting because of how promising its premise sounds, but it just couldn't deliver at all. I could just end this review by reusing the joke that I used at the end of my Power Players review, by saying that I've never heard of this movie before, but it's just not worth it at the end of the day. So instead, I'm just gonna end this review by using a Monty Python clip to accurately describe my feelings on this movie.
It's dull, dull, dull. My God, it's dull. It's so desperately dull and tedious and stuffy and boring and desperately dull.
Leap is a 2016/2017 French animated movie that is another case of me being way off about what I originally thought of it. Granted, this movie is still better than Brave and the Boss Baby, because those two ended up being way worse than I remember/thought them being. While for Leap, it's about the same as I originally thought it was, but wow, this movie has a lot more problems looking back. So, what is this movie about? Well, remember the plot synopsis that I gave out during my review on Rock Dog? Well, that's the best description that I have for this movie. Except instead of rock and roll, this girl named Felicie dreams of becoming a dancer. But oh no! Everyone around her says that she's not good enough and she can't become a dancer. But she doesn't give up and tries to pursue that dream no matter what. One night, she and another character named Victor escape from their extremely strict orphanage to go to Paris to try to make both of their dreams become a reality. But through a misunderstanding, Felicie takes a dance class and is trained by a woman who used to be a dancer who is named Odette. Now, back in 2017 when I first watched this movie, my first and only impression of the film,
yes, I watched most of these films only once,
was that the film was just meh. Not great, but I thought that there were worse animated films from that year, given how bland and generic it is. But back then, I thought that Rock Dog and Boss Baby were worse because they were terribly written and boring on top of being generic. My thoughts on this film right now, while I don't think that this movie is as bad as The Boss Baby, because that movie is written much worse, as well as having gross content in it, this movie, to be honest, is much worse than Rock Dog, for a very similar reason as to why I find something like Ollie's Pack to be much worse than, say, Alvin and the Chipmunks 2015, because Rock Dog is just bland and boring. Leap is absolutely irritating, with problems that are so big that I noticed them when I first watched this movie, and even more problems when I rewatched it for this review. But before I get into what I really dislike about this film, there are 3 positives about this movie that do bring it up a little bit, to make this movie a little more tolerable than something like Brave, Monster Family, and Lewis and the Aliens. For starters, unlike Rock Dog and The Boss Baby, this movie is competently written. meaning that things happen. The biggest problem that I had with both Rock Dog and The Boss Baby was that they generally felt like they couldn't properly fill in their runtime, and rather than filling in the blanks to make them feel finished in like an actual movie, they added what the first SpongeBob movie described as stalling. Leap at least has a coherent narrative to it. There's no stalling for time. We get to see the training that Audette does with Felicie. There's no dumb shenanigans with characters goofing around to pad out the film's runtime. And while the film does have the typical Act 2 breakup, misunderstanding, and liar reveal, this movie at least feels finished. And this movie does give Felicie a backstory at the very least, as it's revealed that her mother was also a dancer. Felicie is still not an interesting character for reasons I'll get to later, but that is somewhat of an improvement from Bodhi. And I also like how this dance teacher is understanding towards Felicie, and along with Audette, he treats her the best out of all the characters in this film.
Though that's not saying much.
He is still upset that Felicie lied about her being Camille, but he at least doesn't kick Felicie out of the competition because she lied,
as opposed to other films that do the liar reveal trope.
But that's pretty much it for positives. For starters, this movie does get pretty unlikable at times, and combined with the fact that this film has an irritating feeling to it, it just makes this movie not fun to sit through. I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's flat out mean-spirited. I mean, no other film I will review in the future is ever gonna come close to how draining that Brave and Monster family are to watch,
except for Ivan the Incredible.
But that is something to really note about this film. Because this film has a very sour feeling to it, it also makes this movie absolutely obnoxious to sit through, while also not being entertaining in the slightest. You know, Felicie is way too patient for her own good in this movie, and if there's anything that could legitimately push my patience to the limit, it's when people decide to interrupt me before I can finish what I'm about to say, assume intent in me and call me a liar when they don't know anything about me, and when someone decides to touch something of mine with the intention to destroy it. All three of these things happened in this movie for the record, and yes, it's about as irritating and anger-inducing as you'd expect. Admittedly, these things only happen at the beginning of the film, but some of the more irritating content is only part of the already noticeable issues with this movie. As that also comes in with the fact that this film is not only incredibly generic, but this movie also might have unintentionally taken elements from Rock Dog without them even noticing it. Fun fact, during my review on Rock Dog, I was originally going to bring up the fact that the film was taking a subplot from Sing, which came out 2 months prior and barely disguising it, but in my research, Rock Dog came out in its home country before Sing was even released, so that's just chalked up to being a coincidence. In this case though, it's the exact opposite. The film came out in its home country in December 2016, months after Rock Dog came out in its home country, and same thing happened when both films were eventually released in theaters in the United States. Now, I'm not under the impression that both films meant to copy each other. It very well may be that this kind of trope has been used several times, and probably with the same problem too, as both Rock Dog and Leap have the issue where its main characters aren't interesting in the slightest, and are only characterized through what they're interested in. And yeah, that's the other issue that I have with this film. Felicie is not an interesting character in the slightest. In fact, like Bodhi, all Felicie is in this movie is dancing, and that's all that she is. To the point where I'd go as far as to say that she's just a Rule 63 Bodhi, except instead of rock and roll, it's dancing. Congratulations, movie! You changed the gender and dream that said character wants to pursue. But that doesn't mean that their character is any different. They're just as bland and one-dimensional as the other. With the only difference being that Felicie has a backstory, but that backstory is so brief and vague that it barely does anything to make her interesting. Like I said with Rock Dog as well as Middle School Muggles and Thundercats Roar, a dream or power that a character has does not make them a character. The personalities and struggles they go through is what makes them a character. And Felicie is not an interesting character. Do you want to know what makes Shantae from the Shantae franchise a great character?
Beyond the fact that design and voice-wise, she's absolutely wonderful.
She has an actual character to her. Her character isn't just, I'm a dancer, or I want to be a dancer. She's kind, does make mistakes like most characters do, and even has a bit of a feisty and impatient side from time to time. Though, it's a shame that she doesn't have an animated series, because that would be interesting to check out sometime in the future. But Back to Leap real quick. Another issue that I have with this movie is that even though, yes, this movie is more competently written than Rock Dog and Boss Baby, that doesn't mean that this movie is not poorly written, because yeah, Leap has writing issues that are so obvious that I noticed them on my first viewing, and when watching the film again to write this script, these issues are even more obvious now. For starters, the film is over-reliant on plot conveniences and characters acting stupid out of character to further the plot. Like, as soon as Camille breaks something that Felicie held near and dear to her heart, the mailman comes and gives an invitation to the dance school, though if I was in Felicie's position, I would probably pretend to be Camille too, basically to spite this little brat. Because Felicie had this music box with her for years, since she was a baby. And when Felicie returns to Paris near the conclusion, Camille attempts to break the music box again! And after everything that this movie showed its audience, I don't buy that Felicie would easily be persuaded by a random boy that she met not too long ago. Given that for most of the movie, she's more concerned about dancing and that's it. Only for that to be changed out of nowhere when a boy named Rudy tells her that she's ready, when no, she really isn't. That's why studying is a thing, so you'd be more prepared for something like this. And this is only thrown into the movie to cause the incredibly generic Act 2 breakup between her and Victor, causing her to be sent back to the orphanage, only for her to come back anyway.
That was pointless.
Why not just have her do the Act 2 breakup with Victor because she needed to train, and then have her fail the dance presentation because she was stressed out from the previous day, and then have her forced to live on the streets as punishment? That would literally accomplish the exact same thing. Have her get the exact same dream of her mother before she gets excited to dance again. Her being dragged back to the orphanage served no purpose in the story, and all it did was create plot contrivances. And the writing issues that this movie has also apply to the characters as well. This movie has some of the worst character redemptions that I've ever seen in anything animated, not just in movies, but animation in general. These characters that this movie redeems aren't necessarily villains. These aren't the diamonds from Steven Universe, as this movie only has one antagonist, but the movie doesn't attempt to redeem her. No, I'm talking about characters that are generally nasty, to the point where when the movie all of a sudden wants us to see them as good now, I was actually stunned about when first watching and then rewatching this movie when these parts came around. For starters, there's Greasy Guard, whom at the beginning of the film treats Victor and especially Felicie in a way that could be described as pushy, aggressive, and hostile. To the point where, when both of them escape on one night to go to Paris, he literally chases them down like a madman who escaped from a mental asylum, and then when we see him again later on in the movie, I was actually stunned about this when I first watched this movie, he starts off by aggressively saying, "Where is Felicie?" Seriously, what does this guy have against this girl? And then he suddenly switches from being an unhinged lunatic to suddenly feeling sorry for her. And bear in mind, this happens in the same scene, and the movie expects us to just roll with it. No, 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 no! No, movie, you cannot just transition past this. After Greasy Guard was being severely aggressive and pushy, you cannot expect the audience to suddenly believe that he has a change of heart. It's not even a change of heart. I just call it unnatural, forced, bad writing. And get this, the reason why Camille has her change of heart at the last second is because, I have a bad mother. Early on in the movie, she breaks something that isn't even hers, and then attempts to break it again near the end before Felicie and Camille show off their dance moves to each other. Those are things that you absolutely cannot recover from. Having a bad parent does not make you do repulsive things to someone you don't know. It just doesn't. Nor does having autism or being nervous about something make you do something to hurt another person. That's not something that should be a get out of jail free card. Yeah. Pacifica Northwest from Gravity Falls and Amity from the Owl House work in this case, because the worst things that they've done in their early appearances was act snobby and that's it. Not doing things to hurt other people intentionally. But overall, even though Leap is not the worst animated movie that I've ever seen, I mean, I'd still take this movie over something like The Boss Baby, because that movie throws in a lot of gross out. I'd easily take Rock Dog over this movie, because that movie is just boring while Leap is very irritating. Then again, again, that's not saying much. Because back then, I originally thought that it was just kind of bland and forgettable, and rewatching it for this review, it's still like this, although I felt that I was a bit too nice towards it. But hey, opinions do change over time, and I have a feeling that there will be some more upcoming animated movies for Sean's yearly reviews that will have this exact same issue, but only time will tell. Today is the day that I've been waiting for. The last of the 3 animated movies from 2018 that I've been wanting to give justice to for quite some time now. Lewis and the Aliens. This has been an animated movie that I've been wanting to get off my chest for quite a while now. The story for this movie is a similar one to Monster Family, where back in 2018, being someone who had DirecTV at the time, I remember seeing a few TV spots for this movie playing during commercials, but not too many to the point where I was dreading this movie, given the fact that around this time when I was manually recording things from Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, I often skipped the commercial breaks. Although, one thing to note about this movie is that it's distributed by the exact same company that distributed Monster Family, aka Happy Family, and just like Monster Family, this movie is absolutely terrible. If anything, I think that this movie is slightly worse than Monster Family. Wait a minute, didn't you say that Monster Family is one of the most unpleasant animated movies that you've ever seen? Well, yes, that is true, random audience member. And while Lewis and the Aliens isn't as unpleasant,
Even though, yes, this movie still has a ton of unpleasant moments that I'll be getting to in a little bit,
nearly everything else in this movie is so much worse. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This movie is supposed to be about a kid who befriends a bunch of aliens, while also trying to prevent being taken and put into foster care. Basically, E.T. or more relevant, Lilo and Stitch, but with all the heart and likability sucked out of it. No, it's not about that at all. It's about a father who is so obsessed with aliens to the point where he neglects his son and has Child Protective Services called on Lewis, and when Lewis is about to be taken custody of from his father, the rest of the movie becomes a long wild goose chase where the characters are doing nothing but running around. And by the way, when I say this, I mean that literally. I may be getting ahead of myself when I'm saying this, but Lewis and the Aliens is the worst animated movie released in 2018. There is no competition. As you may be able to tell, I didn't like this one very much. Going into this one, I didn't think much of it. I thought it was just going to be an average kind of bad, considering the fact that in 2018, I dealt with both Monster Family and Duck Duck Goose. Both films are on a similar wavelength of bad, with one of them having an element that pushed it to be better than the other, and I thought that this one would be easy to deal with. I thought wrong. What I got was an incoherent mess that has so many elements that one-ups Monster Family and Duck Duck Goose on so many levels, to the point where I'm actually having trouble figuring out where to begin with my criticisms. Well, I guess we can start with the animation. Now, so far in Sean's yearly reviews, most of the movies that I've reviewed so far had pretty decent to even amazing animation. Heck, even the movies that I heavily dislike had pretty good animation in spite of some lip-syncing issues or generic designs. Well, in the case of Lewis and the Aliens, it breaks that streak completely. This movie is absolutely hideous. Now, Lewis and the Aliens doesn't have the worst animation that I've ever seen in an animated movie, because you could argue that the textures are halfway decent and the movements don't have any issues for the most part, and it's not as horrifying as Food Fight or as ugly in movements and looks as Ivan the Incredible. The problem with the animation in this movie all comes down to aesthetics and appeal. The issue with the animation in this movie is a very similar problem that a lot of people have with Shark Tale, where whatever design in this movie doesn't look very ugly, looks very generic, and the scenery in general makes the film very dull to look at. Also having a similar issue as Rock Dog, Boss Baby, Robot Boy, and Ollie's Pack, where their scenery is not interesting to look at either, on top of those products being boring or frustrating, but this movie doesn't even have good or average looking character designs to distract from this issue slightly. And with Shark Tale, you could at least argue that the movie might have looked better if it didn't try to either make the characters look like they're voice actors, or didn't try to make them look like fish or like the actual animals that they are, given that Finding Nemo was able to do this right. With Lewis and the Aliens, it doesn't even have an excuse for this problem. And this movie also completely misses the point of contrast. The humans are supposed to look friendlier than the aliens do. Not look almost as as ugly as them, and yeah, the aliens that the movie is named after do look much more disturbing than the humans do, especially when they shapeshift into them, which I'm pretty sure is going to be haunting people's nightmares for weeks. But the fact that they look almost as bad as the aliens feels very off. And also, if I may ask, why is this movie as ugly as it is, and how does it in any way fit with the tone that the movie is trying to go for? This movie is not dark like, say, Invader Zim or more relevant Aria monsters, which similarly had very ugly looking character designs, but it had a point there because that show was clearly going for that style. Because the show revolves around monsters who live in a garbage dump, figuring out ways to scare humans, and had a lot of dark jokes and was very dark in general. Lewis and the Aliens does not fit this style because the movie doesn't expect its audience to feel uneasy. This movie is clearly supposed to be a lighthearted comedy just like any other average kids movie nowadays. But hey, ignoring how ugly this movie is real quick, this movie also fails to give its viewers anything interesting to look at. Personally speaking, I don't mind if something looks ugly. I personally believe that as long as the execution of the actual animation is well done, then the product looking ugly should not matter at the end of the day. Toad Lyoko, despite having pretty awkward character designs, makes up for it in the actual animation. And with others like Ed, Edd n Eddy and Teacher's Pet, they could both be conceived as looking very ugly as well, but in execution, they're interesting to look at and are visually stimulating. Lewis and the Aliens is not well executed in any other aspect. Looking at this movie in the scenery is just as interesting as watching paint dry, meaning that this movie is not even interesting to look at, which only makes the factor of how bad the characters look even worse. And this movie also has a very similar issue as Shrek the Third, where the movie is set in areas that show off this very unpleasant shade of orange that makes the movie more ugly to look at, or in other cases, it's set in areas that show off very plasticky textures, indicating that this movie was very poorly rendered. I can't believe I'm saying this, but even Kuku Harajuku is more bearable to look at than this movie. That show also isn't good because it has no idea who it wants to appeal to, uses an idiotic character to further the plots, has very bland or unlikable characters, and also looks pretty bad in its character designs. But to that show's credit, it might have looked better if it toned down the color saturation a little bit and gave its characters different designs. Because even though I've been pretty harsh on the character designs, to the point where someone named Kawaii Life Antonio had noticed, he's a cool guy by the way, the show did have moments where it used character designs that are much better than how the actual show usually does it. You know that the animation in this movie is very bad, that it's making me give Kuku Harajuku some credit. But looking past the animation, how is the story and writing in this movie? What story? As stated at the beginning of this review, this movie has no story in the slightest. And any semblance of story that this movie does have are either plots and cliches that we've seen done elsewhere, or the story that this movie has was directly inspired by another animated movie. I already stated this before, but this movie is basically what you get if you took Lilo and Stitch, gender flip the main character, and suck out all bits of charm, likability, and heart from the film. And not only make this movie incredibly stupid, but also make this movie just unpleasant, with sequences where not only is Lewis being bullied by the other students, but also gets put into a situation where he's about to be put into foster care, and his own father is too busy to help his own son in need. There's no longer a bond between two of the only characters that are left from this family that has been torn apart, so we're just watching a completely neglected child suffering throughout the film. As he's desperately trying to get his father to wake up so that he doesn't get taken away.
On the father in a little bit.
Now, anybody to talk to besides his crush and the aforementioned aliens. And the aliens themselves have a very stupid motivation for why they come to Earth. They only decide to put themselves into this stupid situation in the first place, not because they were forced into this whole thing in the first place like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, where he had to escape because he was taken as prisoner. No, these aliens decided to do this because they wanted to order a vibrating mattress, not because they were forced onto that planet. And this movie also also reminds me of Chicken Little in regards to the father and son dynamic, where you have this father figure who is very neglectful towards his own son, and indirectly causes his son to be dumped on or be tormented throughout the film. Wouldn't be the first time that I've seen an animated movie that rips off Chicken Little in regards to its worst traits. Wow, if I had a nickel for every time that an animated movie that I've seen ripped off Chicken Little in regards to its worst aspects,
the father and son relationship,
I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
And whenever this movie is not ripping off either Lilo and Stitch or Chicken Little, the writing in this movie is so broken and incoherent to the point where I could almost not consider this as writing, because almost nothing happens, and whenever something does happen, all it is characters running around, to the point where in 2019, when I first watched this movie, I actually gave this movie the nickname Wild Goose Chase the Movie, because that's literally what this movie is. Just a long wild goose chase through random locations before the climax comes around. While Lewis and the Aliens is not the worst animated movie that I've ever seen, I mean, I've yet to have gotten around to rewatching either Food Fight or Ivan the Incredible, this movie is definitely the worst written out of all of them so far. Heck, I've seen straight-to-DVD movies that have more of a story than this movie. And bear in mind, even though this movie wasn't released in theaters in the United States, it was able to be released in theaters internationally. But with writing like this, I'm just so stunned. And while the characters in this movie are not as bad as the characters in either Monster Family or Ivan the Incredible, they're extremely bland and extremely underdeveloped. And also, another thing to point out is that they could end up being absolute idiots. Lewis is one of those kind of one-dimensional protagonists, in that he doesn't even have a character, and he doesn't even have any interests like Nemo from Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, or Bodhi from Rock Dog. Nor is he one of those characters that you'd want to see yourself with like Doug Funny or Arnold, because of how Lewis's father treats him throughout the movie. The aliens that the movie is named after are also not interesting, and it's baffling that they put themselves into a dangerous situation over a mattress. Lewis's crush, whom I don't remember the name of, does nothing throughout the film than just attempt to have her friend record things for a scoop but fails miserably. And Lewis's father, Armin Sontag, is without question the worst character in the entire movie. No competition. When I said that the movie rips off Chicken Little, I said this because of Armin Sontag, because the father and son relationship in this movie is directly on par with Chicken Little. Armin is not as bad as Buck Cluck because at the very least, the entire town doesn't hate Lewis because of him. Lewis's father takes something from Buck Cluck, and that is his neglectful attitude towards Lewis. And also, just like Buck Cluck, he's also responsible for Lewis constantly suffering throughout the film. Considering the fact that at the beginning of the movie, one of the neighbors basically calls Child Protective Services because of Armin Sontag's stupid decision to say that there were aliens in the neighborhood. And even worse, when the principal decides to set up an appointment for Lewis and his father to go to a meeting, Lewis's father refuses to wake up, while Lewis continues to suffer the consequences. I mean, the film tries to justify it by saying that he had a traumatic experience with aliens when he was younger, but that absolutely does not excuse how he's been acting throughout the rest of the film. And he's also an absolute idiot as well. Throughout the entire movie, he doesn't pick up the fact that Lewis is feeling absolutely miserable because of him. Nor does he ask any questions about how or why the principal is at their home. And he doesn't find out that the villain is wanting to take custody of him until he literally tells him near the climax of the movie. And despite the fact that Lewis literally said that his birthday is tomorrow, it had to take to the climax of the movie for him to find out that it's his own son's birthday. And despite the fact that, like Duck Duck Goose, even though the main antagonist is one of the only saving graces to this movie, she is definitely not enough to save the sinking ship of a feature, because the disastrous writing and animation brings it down to the point of no return. Alongside the fact that it steals elements from much better movies, barring Chicken Little. Getting up to the point where it's a tradition for me to recommend much better versions of certain movies to watch than the one that I'm reviewing. In this case, just watch Lilo and Stitch instead. It has a lot more likability, heart, charm, and most notably,
an actual story!
As for animated movies reviewed for Sean's yearly reviews, this film is definitely bottom 10 material. The top 10 worst animated movies reviewed for Sean's yearly reviews levels of bad. Monster Family and Duck Duck Goose may have worse characters by far, and Monster Family may be more unpleasant, but at least Monster Family and Duck Duck Goose had somewhat decent animation, and they had way better writing than this movie. And considering some of the competition coming up, that is astounding. Oh, and for some reason, when I rewatched this movie for this review, during the other half of the movie, it suddenly froze, then the audio started to lag for the rest of the movie. Good thing I knew how the scenes were supposed to be like in my head. Maybe it was trying to warn me not to watch the rest of the movie, and considering how bad it is, that is definitely understandable.
Monster Family
is a 2017/2018 German animated movie based on a children's book by David Sapphire that was on my hit list for quite some time now. Unless you've been living under a rock, you guys may have remembered in my 2018 videos, which isn't a lot since I only released 2 major videos that year, when I put down teasers for upcoming videos of mine in the description of some of my videos. Basically, the original idea for Sean's yearly reviews, before I decided to change it into how it is now, was basically going to be like how Nostalgia Critic did Disney-cember, or what Yoshi Player did with Animation Explosion, where I'd review animated movies from a specific year. Though this time it would be from the current year. But considering personal stuff that happened in 2018 and the amount of exhaustion that it put on me, I decided to hold off on doing this. And these situations in particular made me feel less motivated in making videos, but I still decided to watch most of the animated movies that came out in 2018 anyway. And among all of those animated movies that came out in 2018, a few of them actually caught my interest, and I thought that they would make an interesting review, such as Monster Family, Duck Duck Goose, and Lewis and the Aliens. Monster Family is going to be the first of these 3 that I'm going to be giving its just dues. I'll maybe cover those other 2 in the future, but I'm covering this one first, both because it came out first, and also due to me wanting to get this one off my chest and close the book on this movie once and for all. And similarly to my Sean's Network reviews on Nightmare Ned, this is a review in which I'm probably not going to get the script checked for, mainly because of the fact that I want to use this review as a test to see if people would be interested in checking the scripts for my future Sean's Yearly Review episodes or not. This was a movie in which I was not looking forward to going in, because formerly being someone who had DirecTV, its on-demand thing constantly kept on advertising this movie ad nauseum, and from what was shown in the TV spot for this movie definitely looked like it wasn't going to be good at all. And when I decided to watch this movie around the end of March 2018, not only did I end up being right, this movie ended up being a whole lot worse than I was originally thinking it was gonna be like. So, what is Monster Family about? This movie revolves around a family of characters that are basically unlucky a lot of the time, and for some odd reason they have British voices in the English dub. Wait, an animated product that has a character, or characters in this case, that are very unlucky where the characters have British accents. Where have I seen this before? Oh yeah. Anyways, the family members are basically turned into monsters because of a witch named Baba Yaga, because Count Dracula wants her to. And why exactly? Well, because the main character Emma mistakenly called him and wants to date her when he hasn't even met her. I haven't gotten to the writing yet, but that is already one of the lamest villain motivations that I've ever seen. And that's basically the extent for the whole movie. The rest of it is essentially filled with the family members meandering along, with pretty much nothing happening for the rest of the runtime until the climax comes around. And in the meantime, the movie is filled with nothing but filler, unfunny and non-existent jokes, and unpleasantness. And I'll be coming back to that bullet point in a bit. Now, when this movie first came out, a lot of people had compared it to Hotel Transylvania. Why, you might ask? I don't even know myself, probably only because of the fact that this movie involves Universal movie monsters, but newsflash guys, having monsters in anything animated was not created by Hotel Transylvania in the slightest, and both films are completely different. Calling Monster Family a ripoff of Hotel Transylvania because it involves monsters is like saying that The Lion King is a ripoff of Kimba the White Lion because it involves lions in Africa. Oh wait, that already happened. But that doesn't mean that Monster Family is entirely safe from being unoriginal, because there are actually two things that this movie reminds me of. A Goofy movie and The Incredibles. I'm not even going to make a comparison to The Mitchells vs. the Machines, since that film came out 3 years after this film. The Goofy movie aspect comes from the family bonding parts where the characters try to spend time with and love each other, and The Incredibles in literally almost everything else. This film literally revolves around a family in which the brother is small and hyperactive, the sister is the teen that has a crush on a boy, the mom is usually the one that scolds the kids whenever they argue, and the father is the workaholic that is silent around his children. Oh, and there are parts in this movie in which one of the parents basically look like they're in love with somebody else, except in The Incredibles, it was a misunderstanding where it looked like Bob was in love with another woman, even though he wasn't. Meanwhile, in this movie, yeah, Emma is completely cheating on her husband, and later on in the movie admits to cheating on him. And I'm going to be swinging back to this point when I start tearing this movie to shreds. However, with The Incredibles, it has an actual story, and the characters are sympathetic enough for the audience to want to root for. The same thing applies to its sequel. Sure, it may not be as good as the original, considering the fact that the villain is a downgrade, and the seizures were way too much, but the characters were still likable as usual. They all felt like they had equal screen time, and it was an interesting story about the attempt for the characters to make superheroes legal again. When it comes to Monster Family though, yeah, it doesn't have any of that. For starters, the writing in this film is an absolute mess. Basically, in my Sean's Network Reviews series, I've already gone on about how some shows don't fit the 11-minute or 22-minute format. Well, in Sean's yearly reviews, there are going to be some films where I'm going to be going on about how they don't fit the feature film format. And Monster Family is definitely the first in this regard. For starters, this movie has a lot of filler. That's because this movie doesn't feel like it should have been a feature film at all, but rather a TV movie or a 30-minute TV special. A lot of these sequences you can pretty much get the same experience from if they're cut down or shortened. Like, did we really need to see an extended chase sequence between Emma and Baba Yaga, or random clips of Baba Yaga failing to transport to London, or sequences where the family are wandering aimlessly in the desert? The answer is no, we didn't need to see any of these sequences happen, because in the case of the latter two, they don't further the story, they're pointless, and they are nothing but fluff to extend the film's length. While in the former's case, that could have been shortened and cut completely because it did nothing but drag on. And a lot of the writing choices in this movie too are very baffling, and it really makes this movie come across as really stupid, and not even the so bad it's good kind like The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog or Donkey Kong Country. It's the so bad that you ask the question of, what executive even thought of this writing decision kind? Such as the fact that at the beginning of the movie, Dracula has a dumb motivation for why he wants to marry Emma, and that is because of the fact that she accidentally called him since she was trying to find Dracula teeth for her Halloween costume. No, I'm not even joking. That is the only reason why he wants to go on a date with and eventually get married to her. Also, how did the people at this Halloween party mistake a normal family with people that are in a band? Let me guess, is it because they wanted to force in a reason for why Emma ends up breaking down and cries when they get kicked out? Or the worst and stupidest of them all, them using a joke that is run into the ground really fast as a forced-in desperate plot device for how Emma is able to go out in broad daylight without burning. I even caught this major cop-out and plot device when I first watched this movie back in 2018. That just shows how incredibly dumb and lazy this writing choice is, as it almost feels like they reached writer's block and came up with this at the last second. The writing problems don't stop there. They also rear its head towards the characters. You know, a lot of that filler with the family walking in the desert and Baba Yaga failing to transport herself to London could have been used to actually develop some of the other characters or explain how some of them ended up having a change of hearts. I mean, I know why some of them couldn't establish that, like Bull, who is the bully to Max, because he's not supposed to be the focus of the movie. It doesn't excuse the movie for using Steven Universe logic and having him get a change of heart off screen, or maybe it was only because of the fact that Max scared Bull in his monster form, but the movie doesn't establish if Bull even knows if this monster in particular is Max, but the others I just cannot excuse at all. Is there any reason as to why Renfield ends up becoming good by the ending? The film does not explain this. He only ends up becoming good by the ending of the movie because the plot demands it. And Dracula's Bat Companions also end up becoming good by the ending of the movie because potatoes. Also, side note real quick, You Are Not Fooling Me movie, these bats are literally Minion ripoffs. They speak gibberish, they're goofy, and they cause shenanigans, just like the Minions from Despicable Me. Considering Norma the North and Arctic Dogs, ripping off the Minions is a new trend for animated movies, huh? And while I'm on the subject of animated movie cliches, they really pile up here. This movie is both a road trip movie, and this film also has the second act breakup that you've seen in most movies. You know, one of those movies in which two or more of its characters get into a major scuffle that causes them to split apart temporarily, and then it ends up getting resolved in the climax of the movie. Some of these films do these kinds of tropes better than others, while others you see it coming from a mile away. And Monster Family falls into the latter case. Although, in the case of this movie, I couldn't be happier to see these characters split, considering the fact that most of the characters in this movie are absolutely awful towards each other. That I was absolutely glad that they split apart. Why? Because all except for Max, most of the characters are actually better off when they are far away from each other. And yet this movie is actually expecting me to think that these characters deserve to be with each other. I'm sorry, but I just don't see it. Which leads me on to another topic, the characters. Honestly, some of the characters in this movie are some of the most nasty and reprehensible groups of people that I've ever seen in an animated movie. And whenever they aren't, they are bland and unmemorable. The characters that are only used as background characters are either bland plot devices that are used to further the story, or unpleasant and stock bully characters that beat down on the main characters. And the problem here is that if I can't even sympathize with the main characters or want to see them succeed, then what am I supposed to do with a film like this? You remember that one episode of Drake and Josh called Battle of Panthatar, where Drake and Josh get their invitations revoked from a party, all because Drake kissed someone who is the girlfriend of Thornton, even though Drake didn't know that she was his girlfriend. But then later on in the episode, they somehow made both Drake and Josh unsympathetic too, where they sneak into Thornton's birthday party and they ruin all of his gifts just to get a Beatles poster that Josh made Drake give to him, but Thornton still doesn't let them go in, and they steal 2 Galaxy Wars costumes without any repercussions. That's literally the type of product that Monster Family is. Something that just makes me ask, who am I supposed to be rooting for? The only likable character in this movie is Frank, the dad of the family, because he's the one who talks the least. He's actually one of the few examples of a father figure in animation that is actually not unlikable or annoying, and he's actually kind, unlike the other family members. Too bad he's used as a device for this movie's joke that is run into the ground really fast, where he farts and then the other characters around him are repulsed by him because of that. Granted, not all of them are unlikable, only 2 of them are actually awful, while Max is just kind of there and is constantly used as a punching bag by both Faye and Bull throughout the movie. And you could technically call Cheyenne part of the family, but she doesn't count because she's only friends with Emma and that's it. And like Max, she's just there and is used as a hippie stereotype. The other 2 though, let's talk about them. Starting off with Emma. Now, when I first watched this movie, I didn't mind Emma. Granted, I didn't like her because she's basically one of those characters that I put into the everyman trope, or every woman because of her gender. Basically a Doug Funny, Arnold, Tommy Turnbull, and Axel. But then on rewatch for this script, there was a part of Emma that rubbed me in such a wrong way that it alone makes her one of the worst characters in the movie, that being the fact that she treats her husband like absolute garbage. Despite the fact that she establishes at the beginning of the movie that Frank is stressed, both physically and emotionally a lot of the time, she chooses to rag on him for it. Even in sequences where she isn't directly getting onto him for not joining her in scolding Faye and Max, Emma is knowingly getting onto him for not having the energy to do any of the scolding. And even worse, in the sequences where she's alone with Dracula, she chooses to smack talk about him behind his back. During the absolutely forced Act 2 breakup, while Frank is in his monster form and is unable to properly speak, and she knows this, she still decides to get livid and go insane because he didn't back her up, despite being stuck as a Frankenstein, and even knowingly decides to cheat on him with Dracula shortly after this moment. Well, you know what, Emma? I'm glad that you separated from Frank, and I'm so glad that this moment separated you all. Frank deserves a much better wife than you. And no, I don't care if she has regrets at the last second to force me to forgive her for what she did throughout the movie. By this point, it is way too late to make the audience want to forgive her after everything she did before that moment. And this only happens because the status quo is God, forcing all the characters into forgiving each other and saying that they're sorry at the last second. If Buck Cluck from Chicken Little doesn't deserve to be forgiven after he neglected his son throughout his movie, Emma doesn't deserve to be forgiven for treating her husband like dirt and knowingly cheating on him, despite him being there for her at her time of need, and basically disregarding him trying to comfort her because you didn't say anything to our kids! And Faye is the worst character in this movie, primarily because of the fact that, while she isn't the one with the most problems throughout the film, she's basically the cause of this movie being extremely unpleasant, and she goes overboard in this movie. I get that love makes you do stupid things. I mean, Max from a Goofy movie basically went to all sorts of desperate attempts to impress Roxanne, including lying to Goofy, and Violet from The Incredibles 2 is another good example. When her boyfriend didn't come over to get her, that made her so upset to a point where in one sequence, she's seen crying hard while getting ice cream while being invisible, and is in a fit of rage when she finds out that Tony's memory of her was wiped. But in this movie, nothing at all justifies what Faye does. It's already bad enough that Max gets bullied at school. He also gets bullied at home apparently, as in one sequence, Faye decides to purposefully assault Max with his own costume in front of the family, and whenever things don't go her way, she decides to insult her own mother, causing nothing but fights to break out, and does nothing but blame her for things going wrong, even though Emma is trying to do things that would be fun for the family. I know that by the time that I'm recording this, there are still other Sean's Yearly Review episodes that I need to get to, but Faye is already the worst character in any movie I reviewed and will review for Sean's Yearly Reviews. She's definitely worse than Gary from Sahara and Lupe from Ferdinand, because as obnoxious and infuriating as those two are, they don't cause any harm while Faye does, and Faye is supposed to be a character that we're supposed to like, and not a character like Sissy or Ring Ring, where she's a character that the product wants us to hate. And while Faye is not as bad as either Gus Turner or Ollie Allen, partly because she realizes that what she does is wrong, she is still up there with those two. And that is another issue that I have with this movie. Whenever the film is not throwing bad writing and bad characters in her face, this film is not pleasant in the slightest. What I said back during my review on Ollie's Pack was no exaggeration. Monster Family is one of the most unpleasant animated movies that I've ever seen in my life, and bear in mind, I've watched both Chicken Little and The Nut Job, and this is the movie that made me feel the most uncomfortable. You know how one of the common criticisms that is often thrown at Wonder Park is regarding the fact that it's depressing and uncomfortable to sit through? That's Monster Family's problem in a nutshell. However, this movie is worse than Wonder Park because this movie combines this problem with a story that goes nowhere and incredibly unfunny jokes. In literally every single sequence of the movie, the world either beats down on these main characters or the main characters beat down on each other, which is just not a fun thing to witness, especially when this movie is going to get all emotional with its family bonding message and how the family is close together and the fact that they love each other as a family. Show, don't tell. From what this movie shows us, these characters do not deserve to have this kind of message or even be called a happy family. Literally, the alternate title of the movie is called Happy Family. I'm sorry, but if there is a happy family anywhere, it's certainly not with these characters. Shuffleboarding from SpongeBob and The Wedding from Drake and Josh were more truthful to the title of those episodes than this movie is with its alternate title. And I think that's why this movie is named Monster Family now, because Happy Family is one of the most unfitting titles ever. Monster Family is much more fitting, since from what this movie shows us, these characters are indeed monsters, because the main characters in this movie are absolutely awful towards each other for most of the movie. And the only ones that aren't awful are Max and Frank, but even then, they are treated terribly by Emma and Faye, as every single time that Max tries to say something to lighten up the mood, or if he slightly bothers her, Faye literally beats him up, even after Emma explicitly tells her to stop, and whenever Frank tries to calm Emma down or comfort her, she lashes out on him for staying silent and not doing anything about Faye and Max. Normally, I don't get onto something for just being mean-spirited, primarily because of the factor of how overused this word is, and there are things out there that can get mean, but can still be enjoyable. Ed, Edd n Eddy and Drake and Josh are some of the most beloved shows of all time that could be considered as sadist shows, and while there were some bad episodes of those shows, they hit a lot more than they missed because they were funny, had great one-liners, and the characters could still be considered sympathetic. However, if something can't even be considered as enjoyable, then this definitely can't be ignored. In the case of this movie, this got so bad to a point where it made this movie flat out draining to watch. And it's this aspect of the film alone, alongside all of the other issues, that puts this movie as not only one of the worst animated movies released in 2018, but also one of the worst animated movies that I've ever seen. It's things like this that makes me find this movie worse than both Sherlock Gnomes and Duck Duck Goose. Both of those movies also have writing issues, are completely generic, and are also unfunny, but they didn't make me nearly as uncomfortable as this movie did. And speaking of the humor, you guys might be wondering, what about the jokes? You did say that Drake and Josh and Ed, Edd n Eddy were funny, so how about this movie? And the answer to that is that the nicest word that I could use to describe the humor in this movie is abysmal. In fact, Monster Family is probably one of the most unfunny pieces of animation that I've ever seen. Why? Well, the humor in this movie is on par with the humor in Robot Boy, and that is definitely not a good thing, because besides the writing, bland and unlikable characters, and gross out, the humor is one of that show's worst aspects because of how badly timed, generic, non-existent, and immature it is. And Monster Family is no different. One joke that this movie shoves down your throat more often than not is that whenever Frank is stressed, he farts and everyone around him is repulsed by it, even being used as a plot device in one part of the movie. Other jokes can be badly timed, such as the beginning where the Batman ripoffs are playing on Dracula's piano, and you could see the punchline coming from a mile away. And this joke drags on for what feels like forever. And there are other jokes where all I'm thinking to myself is this meant to be humorous? Legit, I've seen moments in Family Guy and Adam Sandler movies that are funnier than this movie, because they at least tell jokes or do something that could be considered humorous. This movie, on the other hand, just does things and expects its viewers to laugh. Like, here's a question. Do you find this movie going all like, isn't Faye hypnotizing a bunch of fashion models into becoming monkeys so hilarious? As a joke. If you said no, that's because that's not a joke. All the character is doing is just doing things with nothing humorous going on. Literally the only things in which I found humorous in this movie is the moment where the family turned into monsters for the first time and Emma's reflection doesn't appear in a mirror and she doesn't see herself in the mirror, only Baba Yaga, and said, "Oh my god, I look hideous!" See, movie? That's how you do an actual joke. Emma is turned into a vampire, and her reflection doesn't appear because she's invisible and thinks that Baba Yaga is her. And there's also the moment in the desert where we see skulls that look exactly like the family's. Yeah, it's a low-hanging fruit kind of joke, but it's something that you can call an actual joke. Even with some other animated movies that have jokes that could be considered a lot more offensive, lowbrow, and cringe-inducing, like Food Fight, Norma the North, and the Emoji Movie, they at least have jokes that could be considered as jokes. I mean, they're unfunny, cringy, and immature jokes, but they are at least jokes, and those jokes were shown to be done better elsewhere. Monster Family, well, I've gone on about this movie's humor enough, so I won't repeat myself. One of the only positives I have with this movie is that the animation is pretty good. Granted, it's not Pixar levels, because the designs in the movie look pretty generic, and in an English dub, there are lip-syncing issues if you look hard enough, but the rendering looks nice, and the effects look gorgeous. However, as the old saying goes, good writing can save bad animation, but bad writing can never be saved by good animation, and Monster Family is definitely not the last in this regard. Considering the fact that movies like Walking with Dinosaurs, Ice Age Collision Course, Rock Dog, and Duck Duck Goose fall into the same trap. But yeah, with all of that venting out of the way about this movie, my recommendation for this film is to definitely skip over this one by all means necessary and lock it in the closet for all eternity, so it can't do any harm, because this movie is an actual monster. Unless you want to waste your time for over an hour, I'd suggest skipping this one altogether and just watch a Goofy movie and the Incredibles films instead. Or heck, if you want to see a much better version of this movie, watch The Mitchells vs. the Machines instead. It's a film that came out 3 years after this movie that basically does everything that this film tries to do, and it does it so much better. It's better written, the characters are much more likable, and do something to actually earn this family bonding love message at the end, and it's actually funny. It's not as good as Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, but it's pretty much Monster Family done better in every single way. Oh, and for some odd reason, this film managed to get a sequel back in 2021 for a reason that the world may never know. But if Norma the North and Rock Dog of all movies can get their own sequels, pretty much any movie at this point could get one. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever looking at the title of this movie, I'm always reminded of the Pixar movie Finding Nemo. Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland is a Japanese animated movie released in 1989 in Japan and 1992 in the US, based on the comic strip of the same name, that, getting out of the way, is meh. Yeah, that's basically a spoiler for the rest of this review that I really didn't get into this one. If you've been following my Sean's Network Reviews series, as well as my Sean's Yearly Reviews series for quite some time, you might have caught on to the fact that most of the shows that I reviewed, the shows that I've liked, are considered classics, while a majority of the shows that I don't like are considered modern. Same thing for Sean's Yearly Reviews. I say this because one person tried to make the claim that I was bringing up old cartoons that I like for attention, and implying that I was a nostalgia tard after I uploaded my review on Camp Coral, and there were context clues throughout that video that implied that he was referring to me. But, that is far from the case, considering the fact that two of the shows that said person showed on screen, Robot Boy and Making Fiends, I said out loud that I don't like. Making Fiends I said was just okay, while Robot Boy I openly expressed my distaste for. And there are a wide variety of shows, old and new, that I either like or dislike. Same thing for movies. I dislike shows such as the Tom and Jerry Comedy Show and Robot Boy, and films like The Magic Voyage and The Wild, despite the fact that they're old, and vice versa with shows like OK Kale, Let's Be Heroes, and Amphibia, and movies like Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and Soul. The only reason I haven't talked about the modern shows and movies that I do like yet is because I just haven't talked about them yet. And same thing could be applied for shows and movies that I just find average, such as the clutter segments from Eek the Cat, Making Fiends, Power Players, and today's subject, Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland. This movie was done by TMS Entertainment. You may know them for the work that they've done for Tiny Toon Adventures, Batman the Animated Series, and Animaniacs. They're also known for their work on some of the early Disney afternoon shows like DuckTales and Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. And they decided to work on some of those projects because this movie was a box office bomb and they needed to work on other projects to make back everything that they've lost. And also, this movie went through a lot of production issues. The film started production in 1982, didn't get released for another 8 years, went through a ton of directors and writers, they had trouble thinking of ideas for the film, and so much more. What was it that Animat, aka Electric Dragon 505, said in his review on Escape from Planet Earth?
Usually, a production that has a lot of issues will lead to a movie with a lot of issues.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Animat.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So, what is Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland about? This film revolves around a kid named Nemo. No, not that Nemo. There you go. Anyways, one night, he has a dream where he gets an invitation to be able to go to a kingdom where he's offered to become the prince of that kingdom. But Nemo accidentally lets out a nightmare blob thanks to a troublemaker named Flip. The nightmare blob captures the king, and so Nemo, Professor Genius, Princess Camille, and Flip have to go to the Nightmare Land to save the king from the Nightmare King before anything bad happens to him. Now, I pointed out in the beginning of this video that Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland went through a pretty troubled production, with reasons such as directors walking out or needing to be replaced. Even Hayao Miyazaki was involved at one point in time before saying that being involved with the production was the worst thing that happened in his career. And the most important note of them all, they went through many ideas, and I'm pretty sure that they struggled with doing that along the way, considering the fact that this movie is based on a comic strip of the same name. And comic strips are known to be much more difficult to turn into movies than chapter books are. That's why the Peanuts movie was basically a series of events rather than a movie with one single narrative, or why Garfield was given specials in a TV show rather than just a bunch of movies. For this review in particular, I did a little bit of research when it comes to the comic strips, and yeah, I can confirm that the comics don't really have that much to them. They're basically a series of moments where Nemo is in the dream world, but they just so happen to be a nightmare. He's woken up and is told by his parents to wake up or is sternly talked to, usually for the fact that he ate something before bed. So, when trying to turn that into an entire movie, you could imagine that they struggled big time when coming up with ideas. And unsurprisingly, the result makes this movie scream, "We struggled to come up with ideas." One of the biggest issues that this movie has is that it doesn't know how to fill out its runtime properly. So what the movie does is that bombards the audience with a boatload of filler, but at the exact same time, the movie doesn't even know how to fill in the blanks for the other things that need to be filled in. So the movie is a case of too much filler being added, while other parts of the movie have so little to them that I just end up being confused out of my mind, because these elements are explored very little in the movie. While other parts that don't serve a purpose and add nothing to the movie, and you wouldn't miss a thing if they're cut down or shortened, are in the film, and some of these moments didn't even need to be in the movie. Seriously, did we really need an entire scene where Nemo accidentally calls his squirrel friend Icarus a rat, and then he runs away, but then they get back together shortly after anyway? No, that's because we didn't need that sequence in the movie. But what the movie does to pad out its runtime even further is that they have two entire sequences where Nemo wakes up from the dream, but then it turns out to be a dream within another dream. I guess that they were trying to do that first wake-up sequence to emphasize the movie's message of keeping promises,
which is very poorly conveyed, might I add.
But that second wake-up sequence didn't even need to be here. Oh wait, I just realized something. Maybe they decided to add that in so that Nemo's bed would be in the climax of the movie. And yet, with all of this filler that the movie has, there are other parts that are very poorly explained or aren't gone much into detail about. In other words, this movie has a very similar issue as the Teacher's Pet movie, where the pacing is extremely unbalanced. The beginning of the film is very frantic and skips through a bunch of important moments to get to the point where Nemo goes into his dream. Although, this movie is even worse with this problem than the Teacher's Pet movie, because the movie doesn't even tell us about who these characters are and why we should even care about them in the slightest. And the more that it hits me, the more that I realize that this movie reminds me of Coraline, which was also about a character who has an awkward relationship with their parents, but the difference is that Coraline actually took some time to let us know about who she is, her problems, her imperfections, and then it went into the other world. Not to mention, while Coraline isn't a perfect character by all means necessary, they gave the viewers a reason to care about her
as a character.
As she does and says things that she regrets, it blows up in her face, and she has to fix the issues that she caused when she wanted her mother to be like how she was in the other dimension. And Coraline does have an actual personality and develops throughout that film. As I stated, I'm guessing that they tried to do that with Nemo in this movie as the movie stated early on that he has a pie problem, where he fake sleepwalks to grab pies out of his fridge and eats them, but this aspect is explored very little in the movie, to the point where the viewers might end up forgetting about that part later on. And by the way, this one random promise that we don't see on screen is a plot point, as it also parallels Nemo breaking his promise regarding the door with the symbol on the key later on in the movie. Even though I need to emphasize this right now, we don't see any sort of promise being made regarding Nemo's pie problem in the slightest. And also, unlike Coraline, Nemo is not an interesting character in the slightest. I'm not even going to make the argument that Nemo is an everyman that the audience could see themselves in, because those particular characters, you could say that they have a personality flaw. Like, even though they aren't exactly interesting, there's something that they have to deal with that highlights a flaw with them. With Nemo, on the other hand, with the exception of his pie problem, him breaking 2 promises in the movie, and being very gullible, Nemo is a Mary Sue, or Gary Stu for the male version, because throughout the entirety of the movie, he gets everything handed to him on a silver platter, and he could say and do whatever he wants to without either getting in trouble for it, or having to work hard in order to get it. When Nemo ends up getting ganged up by the people in the palace before waking up, for instance, he gets out of it without issue, as he's immediately talked to by Professor Genius, saying that it's not his fault and it's Flip's fault, when Nemo was gullible enough to listen to Flip, and Nemo finding out how to use the royal scepter was out of pure accident, as one of the words that gets it to work is pajamas. Yes, that's actually what happens in the movie. Basically, just take Chloe from the Fairly Odd Parents, gender flip her, and you get Nemo from this movie. This movie tries to imply that Nemo messes up by breaking a promise one time, but everything else is just given to him without even earning it. And him knowing how to use the scepter was out of pure luck. And even beyond his Gary Stu traits, he's the most nothing main character that I've ever seen in an animated movie. Heck, unlike Bodhi from Rock Dog, he doesn't even have any hobbies or interests. In one part of the movie, he does mention that he likes trains and he's good with engineering, but that aspect of his character literally goes nowhere. Nostalgia Critic mentioned that Nemo does nothing in the movie but say wow or yippee, but watching through the movie for myself, Nostalgia Critic was basically exaggerating and stretching the truth of how many times that he says this throughout the movie. But still though, Nemo is not an interesting character in the slightest. And the same thing could be said about the other characters in the movie. Princess Camille is the typical princess that is uptight and doesn't want to get dirty. Professor Genius is the mentor to Nemo. Flip is the con man, and King Morpheus is the king that is a child at heart. The others are either just there to add filler, or just there and don't leave an impact on the story, are bland, one-dimensional, or like the rest of the movie, are very boring. And yeah, that's actually another major issue that I have with this movie that drags it down. The film is very boring, to the point where I'm surprised that I didn't end up falling asleep while I was watching it. Not the most boring film that I've ever seen. Unlike Rock Dog, Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland at least tells an actual story, rather than having most of the film be set in front of a building that the main character tries to get into. But that's definitely not saying much, because there were parts of this film that got so sleep-inducing that I felt myself starting to feel tired while I was watching it. If you ever wanted to watch a movie that would help put you to sleep, well, Little Nemo basically does this job easily, as the literal opening song of this movie sounds like a lullaby, as it's also set to a multicolor changing background with nothing else to look at. Wait, is the reason why they're making the movie so sleep-inducing because the film is set in the dream world? Basically going by the logic of, hey, since this movie is set in a dream where a character is sleeping, let's make this movie as boring as possible. And considering the existence of something like Moon Dreamers, that honestly wouldn't surprise me. And I'm not saying this out of pure hindsight either, or that I'm looking at this movie too critically. I'm pretty sure that I would have found this movie boring when I was younger as well. Maybe the colors would have caught my interest, but the rest of the movie wouldn't. Fun fact, when I was 7, I remembered me and my mom renting the movie Surf's Up, and I remember falling asleep while watching it. I don't know why in hindsight hindsight because Surf's Up is a great and underrated movie. And bear in mind that Surf's Up was also colorful. So I could imagine that this would have also been an issue with Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland as well. I mean, I could have seen this movie working if the production went more smooth, and if the movie was given a lot more rewrites, because there are some ideas in this movie that are very creative, to the point where it kind of reminds me of what something like the Lego Movie or Inside Out would do later on, where the people in this parade that Nemo watches when he goes outside show up in his dream. But something having a creative idea is not what makes a movie. It's the story, characters, and execution that are what makes a movie. This is why Chalk Zone hardly gets talked about beyond its concept, theme song, and music videos. Like I said towards Power Players, this movie did have a very good premise, but was unfortunately squandered in execution. And honestly has a lot of the same problems, barring the animation. In fact, I think that the animation in this movie is honestly one of its saving graces, because of the fact that this movie is very beautiful. I'd even say that this movie has some of the best animation out of all the animated movies I reviewed for Sean's yearly reviews so far. The movie is very colorful, the designs are fun and expressive, and I like the contrast that they use on both the dream world and the real world. The real world is ordinary colored, while the dream world has a variety of colors, with Dreamland being the most colorful and Nightmareland having more dark colors. There are some coloring issues that do pop up from time to time, especially with Nemo, where sometimes his hair would be brown, then suddenly his hair would be black. But that's a minor thing in the grand scheme of things. At least this movie is not as noticeable with these issues as the Tom and Jerry comedy show, but it is a shame that this animation was not used for a movie that was much more interesting than this, because the animation is definitely one of the best parts of this movie. But anyways, if I could give you guys a recommendation for this movie, if you want to watch this movie and see if you like it, I won't stop you, because this movie does have its fans out there. But if you want to watch a movie with a bunch of creativity and be entertained, I'd say watch something else instead. Watch Coraline and the Lego movies instead, because those movies do offer entertainment on top of creativity. Not to mention, they have characters that are both more interesting, and they know what to do with their writing to make sure that key details aren't lost. Heck, if you want to see this movie done better, and as an actual TV show instead, watch Nightmare Ned. That show also isn't perfect, and people do debate on whether they like it, but because Nightmare Ned is a series rather than a movie, they don't have to worry about dragging anything out, and we get to see how Ned is as a character, and they make it to where Ned's character is not a Gary Stu. And that show is a lot more entertaining to watch. While Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland is not bad by all means necessary, still better than Rock Dog because this movie at least has a more coherent story, Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland is a movie that I'm definitely not going to be interested in watching again. I could also end this review by saying what I said at the end of my Power Players review, but I'm just gonna end this review by saying this. Well, this movie being called Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland is fitting, considering the fact that this movie would make its audience want to fall asleep. What else is there to say about this movie other than the fact that it's boring? When you think of animated movies that are done in CGI, but are cartoonish at the same time, what animated films do you think of? Some think Madagascar for starting this trend, for its use of squash and stretch. Others think Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs and Hotel Transylvania for continuing this trend, and more recently, The Mitchells vs. the Machines and Turning Red. However, one animated movie that is often not discussed among these is the 2016 movie that goes by the name of Storks. Now, before I go ahead and talk about the movie itself, allow me to go ahead and give a bit of my history when it comes to this movie. So, I frequently saw advertisements for this movie playing on either TV or YouTube, and while the movie did seem interesting to me, that was during a time when I was extremely busy with school, since that was my first year of high school. And during that point, me and my mom were already discussing movies that we would see in theaters, one of which is the movie Trolls, although we also talked about seeing Storks. However, However, I was struggling with classes at the time, and we didn't get a chance to watch this movie until December came around. We watched it on DirecTV On Demand, and I liked it, to the point where I put it pretty high on my 2016 animated movies list. But afterwards, I watched this movie a total of 3 or 4 times before I didn't watch it anymore for a very long time, and since I can critique what I like and dislike about animated movies now better than I did back then, I decided to go ahead and rewatch this one to see what I think about this movie now. And I will say that, well, it's not as good as I thought it was years ago, but I do still find this movie to be pretty endearing, to say the very least. So, what is the premise of this movie? This movie goes over the prophecy of storks delivering babies to humans. But as a twist, storks don't deliver to humans anymore, and they've left a baby factory sitting for years with thousands of litters sitting there. That's until one day when a stork named Junior is about to become boss of the factory, and all he has to do is fire an orphan girl named Tulip. Not wanting to make her upset, Junior instead decides to put her in charge of handling letters. Meanwhile, a kid named Nate writes a letter to the stork saying that he wants a baby brother, leading to a journey of Junior and Tulip needing to deliver this baby to them. The best way to sum up what I think of this movie is that it kind of reminds me of another animated film. Remember Cats Don't Dance? Well, that's pretty much how I describe Storks. Both movies could pretty much be considered as cartoonish in their designs and movements, and both films are underrated as both of them didn't do very good at the box office. And both films' strengths have something to do with the characters that are carrying the movie, rather than the rest of the film itself, because just to get the issues with this movie out of the way, much like the Teacher's Pet movie, the writing is definitely the weakest element of the film. Not because of the fact that this movie feels like it should have been a TV movie like that film was intended to be, as this film at least feels like it was intended for the big screen. The biggest issue with the writing instead is that the beginning of the film is very frantic and feels like we're thrown in too quickly, but things start to get better once the film starts its journey, as it starts to settle down and become chill, as the other issue with it is that it's too hyperactive to the point of being overwhelming. And while I do think that the film can get pretty funny, the amount of jokes are far and few between.
But the few jokes that we do get are totally worth it.
Not to mention, there are also writing issues that the movie doesn't really explain well, that unfortunately, the movie self-deprecating can't let slide. Such as, why did the letter that Nate wrote make a girl rather than a boy? Not that I have an issue with that by all means necessary, but this film leaves its viewers in the dark about how this baby-making machine works. Does it work by the DNA that others put on it? Given that right before the letter gets sent in, a female seagull carries it by her mouth? Not to mention, the baby-making machine also makes a redhead that we see later on that looks exactly like Tulip. Given that Tulip holds the letter with her hand right before the baby gets made. I mean, yeah, later on in the movie, Nate screams at them that he wanted a brother, not a sister, but the movie does still raise major questions about how this machine works. And also, regarding the baby-making machine itself, the fact that it decided to put the emergency off switch behind a bunch of blades and gears raises a lot of questions too. Like, in spite of the fact that the movie does self-deprecate about this as well, they just kind of leave it hanging like we aren't supposed to question it at all, which only leads to the conclusion that it was used as a plot convenience for Junior's arm to become mangled in the process. These talking points may seem as if I'm taking this movie way too seriously, like it's literally a movie that involves talking storks, though the fact that the characters themselves question these things do debunk this particular counterclaim. This movie could also get pretty annoying at parts. There are a lot of times in the film where characters get hit by something out of nowhere, and it expects its viewers to laugh with varying results, to the point where I sort of see why not a lot of people really got into this movie, due to the rapid pacing at the beginning. And there's also this pigeon character that looks like Donald Trump named Pigeon Toady, who is this movie's equivalent of Johnny from Hotel Transylvania and Gary from Sahara, where he tries desperately hard to sound cool and hip throughout the film, that just comes off as extremely desperate. Though, thankfully, he isn't around for most of the film to become that bad, whereas Johnny and Gary are characters that you had to spend over an hour with. Though, unlike Ice Age Collision Course and Thundercats Roar, this movie does eventually find a place where it does calm down and finds a lot of its strengths, making it a little more tolerable to deal with than those two. Which leads me into talking about the things that I like that makes me call this a good movie. And the first thing is this film's humor. Even though this movie is not as funny as something like The Mitchells vs. the Machines, because the humor in this movie is a lot more spread out than that film, Storks' strengths in its humor revolves around its absurdity and slapstick. I just love how these wolves that try to capture this baby are perfectly able to form themselves into vehicles and objects while not being in major pain, and Junior and Tulip fighting penguins while being silent is completely impossible, but it's so absurd that it's absolutely hilarious. But similarly to something like Zig and Sharko, what I think makes this movie absolutely endearing is the characters, especially the main characters Junior and Tulip. Now, just like with say A Bug's Life or Duck Duck Goose, this movie goes with the liar reveal kind of trope, even though we know in actuality, at least with the former, the main character isn't lying out of any sort of malicious intent. But this film takes a completely different approach, where the one he was lying to doesn't get too mad at him, and I'm actually glad that they did this differently. Junior is honestly the least interesting of the two of them, but he does have a heart of gold as he tries to cheer Tulip up while she's completely upset, while also trying his best to become boss of Corner Store, while Tulip is easily my favorite character of the film. She's apparently voiced by the same voice actress who did Izzy in Total Drama, Katie Crown, but personality-wise, she kind of reminds me of Wander from Wander Over Yonder, with the fact that not only is she happy-go-lucky and also has orange hair as well, but also on some occasions, she likes to play pretend and be another person, kind of like what Wander does in some episodes of his show. Tulip does mess up quite a bit in this movie, as she does end up being the reason as to why Junior's arm gets mangled, but nobody is perfect, and all of the events in this film happen due to miscommunication. Junior wanted Tulip to sort out letters, and Tulip was just doing what Junior wanted her to. And also, this is how you do a female character. You don't just spend the film trying to be progressive, only to have said female character that we're supposed to see as a girl boss get captured. In a year where so many shows and movies tried to do this exact kind of character, but failed miserably in all of their attempts. Tulip is just as useful to the plot as Junior, and both of them do as much for the plot as the other. And something else to note about Storks is that it also has what I think is one of the better Act 2 breakups / liar reveal plot twists in the movie. Because even though yes, Junior point blank reveals that he was supposed to fire Tulip, and that he also lied to her, unlike say, the liar reveal / Act 2 breakup in A Bug's Life or The Boss Baby, Tulip is definitely upset, but she doesn't really take it out on Junior, because you could tell that by watching the film, these two are understanding towards each other. Junior wasn't lying out of malicious intent because of the fact that if he fired her while she was upset early on in the film, that would have made her cry even more. And on the other hand, Tulip is not as upset as other characters would probably be in these types of movies. This is even a problem in movies that I like, such as Zootopia or the 2017 MLP movie, but the Act 2 breakup in this movie is actually not that bad in comparison to others. Especially after experiencing the frustrating and predictable ones in Monster Family and Duck Duck Goose, which does show that even in spite of the fighting and bickering that Junior and Tulip do throughout the film, they really do care about each other as best friends. And it goes without saying, but the ending of this movie is absolutely beautiful. Where not only is the villain Hunter given an absolutely hilarious comeuppance, where a bunch of these ball-shaped birds give a Lion King hyena-style payback to Hunter for the fact that he abused them throughout the film, but the general ending where a bunch of these babies get delivered to those who wrote letters to the Storks, who have asked for these babies years ago, is honestly a tearjerker, with even Tulip getting a satisfying conclusion at the end, where she's reunited with her real family, and it's also implied that Junior is part of her family now. So, my recommendations for this film, if you want something fun to watch and is also wholesome, then this is definitely the movie to watch. It's not as good as something like The Mitchells vs. the Machines or even The Brave Little Toaster and The Teacher's Pet movie, given that those two films don't leave questions about its world building in the dark. I enjoyed this film a lot, and I can guarantee that this is a better Looney Tunes type of movie than the actual Looney Tunes movies that we've gotten. And it's very coincidental that this movie revolves around babies in a baby-making machine, as less than a year after this movie came out, The Boss Baby was released. Oh my goodness, am I gonna have to watch that movie next? Well, shoot. Wish me luck, guys. Back during my review on Rock Dog, you guys may have remembered when I talked about how before I ended up having to scrap my top 8 best and worst animated movies of 2017 list, I basically had all the candidates considered, and how number 7 was gonna have Rock Dog as a candidate. Well, I also said that number 7 was gonna be shared by another animated film named The Boss Baby, because back then, I thought that both of these films had the exact same problems.
Some of which I'll be getting to in a little bit.
But that's besides the point. Since I decided to go ahead and rearrange my Sean's Yearly Reviews binge list around so that I could talk about films I'm more interested in talking about first. Since I decided to do that with Storks, as I was interested in revisiting that film for a review, I thought I might as well revisit The Boss Baby as well, as not only are both Storks and Boss Baby very similar in their premise, only Storks involves storks delivering babies to parents, while this movie has a company determine if babies go into management or with the family, but it's also to get this film out of my system so that I could determine whether I still think that this movie is equally as bad as Rock Dog. And after thoroughly watching this movie for this review, yeah, I changed my mind. The Boss Baby is not as bad as Rock Dog, it's even worse. Like, I was expecting this review to be a comedic kind of review, like, how many minutes can this YouTuber go without mentioning the talking point of another movie? But no, not only is this movie bad, it's even worse than I remember. There are so many things wrong with this movie that I have no clue where to begin. Let's start off with the premise of this movie. So, a lot of my comparisons that I made between both this movie and Rock Dog back then all comes down to the plot of this movie, because like Rock Dog, every single element of this movie feels like it's been lifted from elsewhere. Stop me if you've heard this one before. The film revolves around a kid named Tim, who had his parents all to himself until another baby comes into the family and hogs all the attention. After a failed attempt to get rid of him, the two are forced to set aside their differences to solve a problem that is happening, where someone named Francis makes a forever puppy to put Puppy Co. out of business, which results in the two growing a bond between each other. Yeah, this movie does not have anyone fooled. This movie is just both Toy Story and the Rugrats movie mixed into each other, basically playing out the exact same way. But wait, you might ask, in Toy Story, wasn't it about toys who couldn't let any human know that they're toys? Sure, anonymous person in the back, but here's the twist. Making said characters into humans does not make it any different. This is literally the exact same thing that people got onto The Secret Life of Pets for doing, which came out less than a year before this movie, might I add. But honestly, The Secret Life of Pets has a more understanding of what made Buzz and Woody characters than this movie does, and that is a sign of bad news for this movie. This might have been the time when I would have used similar talking points that I did with Rock Dog, how the premise sounds silly but had potential, bring out the teacher's pet comparisons, yada yada yada, and how DreamWorks is a studio that does usually take a stupid premise and make the most with it, but this film doesn't. But honestly, the fact that this movie is boring and generic, it's the least of its problems. Let's start off with the fact that this movie's pacing is absolutely terrible. Like, in spite of the fact that things happen way too quick, the film feels like it goes at a snail's pace, especially since most of the movie is set in 4.5 locations throughout the film, while the rest is imagination sequences, but at the exact same time, it suffers from the exact same issues as Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, where the film rushes through a lot of important plot points, while the rest of the film drags to the point where it feels like the movie is much longer than it actually is, while at the exact same time, not much even happens throughout the film until we end up getting to Puppy Co., but at that point, it already feels like the movie is reaching its conclusion. Although, what also cements this movie as being much worse than Rock Dog is this movie's writing issues and how bad it does with trying to make the audience want to sympathize with its characters. With Rock Dog, I could at least give that movie some props where even though yes, it is still very boring with bland characters, but the characters in that film were good-natured, and there wasn't anything really offensive about it, aside from the fact that it's extremely boring. With Boss Baby, on the other hand, this movie does way more than just those two things, one of which is the humor and gross out,
which I'll get to in a bit,
and how the characters alike. And that's where the Toy Story elements come in. In that movie, Woody also feels as if he's being replaced because of the fact that Andy plays with Buzz more more than him. However, something to note about that movie is that Buzz is not aware that he's hogging up all of Woody's attention from Andy because he's more focused on the fact that he thinks he's a space ranger, and when he realizes this, he tries to make up for it.
Well, DreamWorks always tries to make fun of Disney, but there's a difference between making fun of them and blatantly ripping them off.
With this movie, on the other hand, the boss baby, whom I'm just gonna name Theodore from this point on,
since he's given that name near the end,
is very much aware that he's hogging up all of Tim's attention away from his parents, which brings me into talking about another issue with this movie, and that is the fact that Theodore makes an absolutely terrible first impression with the audience. Immediately when he gets into the Templeton's custody, he immediately starts to stress out Tim's parents by keeping them up all night, by constantly crying at them, not to mention keeping Tim up as well. If Theodore was unaware of what he was doing was wrong, or it was just a regular baby, all of this would maybe be okay. But the fact that he knew what he was doing with Tim's parents makes him that much worse. Oh, and not to mention, also talking down to Tim when he figures out his secret and implying that he can't have any of the love from his parents at all, even though Tim says that they could share it. He's knowingly admitting that he's hogging up all of the attention from Tim's parents, and he wants Tim to become neglected. This alone takes away any sort of sympathy that the audience could have for him, even in spite of the fact that he does get better later on, as the movie essentially blackmails Tim with the notion that if he doesn't help Theodore, the two of them are going to be stuck with each other for the rest of their lives. And I honestly have no idea why Tim would even want him to come back after he did all of this. Also, similarly to The Secret Life of Pets and many other animated films from the 2010 decade, this movie has an Act 2 breakup, but this one happens right out of nowhere, and it essentially boils down to the two of them insulting each other for petty and contrived things before they get back together anyway. This isn't like the MLP-FIM movie or Zootopia, where it took a bit of time before the characters got back together. Like, as soon as Theodore walks away from Tim, he just sings "Blackbird Singing in the Dead of Night" as time fast forwards, before they immediately get back together and continue their mission anyway. So basically, this Act 2 breakup adds literally nothing to the film. One of the most pointless Act 2 breakups that I've ever seen. And like I said, this movie has a similar issue as Rock Dog when it comes to its unoriginality. But like I said with Rock Dog, that might not have been an issue if they made this movie more fun, interesting, and the characters were more likable. Storks may have also been a generic movie, but at least that movie did the most that it could with it, with likable characters and funny humor. The Boss Baby is not fun. It is very boring, as hardly anything happens throughout the film, and it's generic,
just like Rock Dog.
The characters are not sympathetic, likable, or interesting in the slightest, and this movie is not even funny. The Boss Baby is honestly a new example that I'd like to showcase of how not to do reference humor. Do you want to know how to do reference humor? Well, watch this movie and do not do what this movie does. Remember that one episode of The Adventures of Kid Danger named Popcorn Monster, where out of nowhere it referenced Back to the Future and that was the extent of the joke? Well, that's exactly how I describe most of the humor in this movie, to the point where the humor is on par with the pop culture references in Chicken Little. This is exactly the type of humor that something like OKKO Let's Be Heroes gets stereotyped as, where it's nothing but references, and that's it. Although, as I stated before, OKKO has so much more to it than just references to shows, video games, and anime. There have been many points where there were legitimate jokes alongside the references that they use that fit the context of what was happening for the most part. With the Boss Baby, whenever the humor doesn't involve characters doing something gross or half-failed attempts at adult jokes that are not so in the slightest, they just reference other films out of nowhere that just becomes extremely desperate. And some of these moments come straight out of nowhere. I guess that the Indiana Jones reference they made is okay, because it was a similar setup, but all of the other ones come out of nowhere. Like the reference they made to Home Alone or Glengarry Glen Ross, along with some of the others. Get it, guys? The wizard alarm that Tim has says, "You shall not pass," because he's a wizard, and wizards came from medieval times. It's also a reference to Lord of the Rings. Get it? Theodore compared Eugene to Mary Poppins by saying Scary Poppins because he's dressed up as a babysitter who looks like her. The sequence where Tim and Theodore dress up as Elvis to get onto the plane with other people who were dressed up as Elvis was especially baffling in particular. Not only because of how cringe-inducing and forced it was, but the jokes that they make with it is not funny because the joke doesn't make any sense, as the Elvis dressed character literally says that Tim and Theodore are pretending to be Elvis, and that's literally it. What is the joke that they're even trying to tell us? Is it supposed to be funny because they're speaking Elvis language, or is it funny because they know that Tim and Theodore are dressed up as Elvis? Well, here's the problem. The joke doesn't work if the film is being hypocritical while doing this, because these guys are also dressed up as Elvis.
You can't hurt my feelings if I'm in on the joke!
Oh yeah, silly me. If the movie is self-aware, that doesn't mean it's flawed, even that the movie comes across as hypocritical for doing this. Oh, and this movie can also get gross. Like, it does come with the territory, as this is a movie that involves babies, and while it doesn't get as gross as something like Mega Babies, Robot Boy, or Diary of a Wimpy Kid the Long Haul, there are quite a few moments in this movie that involves characters getting covered in drool. A security guard at Puppy Co gets spit in his mouth. Theodore decides to spit baby food in Tim's face after pretending that he likes it, and there's one sequence where Tim and Theodore pretend that Theodore is sick and spreads fake vomit all over the living room that is actually mixed up baby food. Some of it actually gets in Tim and Eugene's mouths. Not to mention that this movie did get pretty uncomfortable to watch at times. The beginning credits sequence was very awkward to watch in particular, though I'd rather not touch upon all of this because that would be opening up a whole can of worms in particular. And also, just like Rock Dog, this movie's writing is just as bad as how generic the movie is in of itself. Ignoring how boring and dragged out this movie feels, this movie is absolutely insane, but not even the good kind, but instead the kind where it makes you wonder what this movie wants to be. It's ironic how this movie frequently has fantasy sequences where Tim's world becomes more outlandish and insane, almost as if the movie is trying to be like Rugrats, where it's trying to be down to earth but have occasional fantasy sequences. But that honestly doesn't work when the rest of the movie is just as insane as those fantasy sequences, almost as if, again, the movie is trying to be more down to earth and grounded to reality. But just like the recent seasons of The Loud House, these outlandish elements, like a baby company that determines whether you go into business or with a family, as well as Tim's alarm clock being able to talk to him, completely clashes against what the movie is trying to do. And I know that this is what the film is trying to go for, but clashes with it because of how dull and generic that the rest of the backgrounds look, which isn't really helping when the rest of the movie is going at what feels like a snail's pace. Which leads me into another talking point. One of the best aspects of this movie is definitely the animation. A lot of the characters in this movie do look like they came out of Storks, although they look more cartoonish than the characters in Storks, and the points where the movie gets visually interesting is in Tim's fantasy sequences and Las Vegas. But the animation here does suffer a similar problem as Rock Dog, where aside from the characters, there's nothing interesting to look at. And also, there's apparently moments in this movie where characters look off-model or at an inconsistent size. Specifically the part of the film where Tim and Theodore are thinking of what to do about them getting into Puppy Co, where both of them are at a much larger height than the parents, which isn't something that should have happened at all, since the film is done in CGI, and size is easier to manage than if the film was done in hand-drawn, while animated shows like Tiny Toon Adventures and Steven Universe were both done in hand-drawn, where mistakes like this are bound to happen. So Boss Baby doesn't even have an excuse for this. This movie also has legitimate writing issues as well, which goes beyond just having sequences that add nothing, which there are, but other parts of the film feel like they're here for plot contrivances or the film flat out neglects. One part of the film is all action-packed, fast-paced, and explosive, before the movie suddenly shows that the characters have an active imagination. So, is the rest of the film supposed to be like this, where the film is all exaggeration and it's actually not as energized? This film is melting my brain. Also, gee, Tim and Theodore, if you didn't want this secret formula that keeps people young to fall into the hands of Francis, and Eugene, maybe you shouldn't have even brought the formula with you guys in the first place. And if you were bringing it with you guys, why didn't you just have Theodore drink the formula before he got to Puppyco in the first place? And if Theodore being able to talk is such a problem with everyone else in this movie, why is this movie still allowing him to talk where everyone else can see him? Like at a public airport where several people can see them arguing, or in Las Vegas in front of millions of people? Honestly, if there is a recommendation that I could make for this movie, just don't watch this film. There are plenty of better animated movies out there that are cartoony, but there is fun to be had with them, as well as films that are buddy comedies that do what this movie does, but do this way better. And when I can comfortably say that an Illumination film like The Secret Life of Pets was able to do Toy Story more justice than this movie, then you have a major problem. I was originally not thinking that this movie was gonna be this bad. I thought that it was just gonna be another case where I would have called this a boring and sleep-inducing movie, similar to what my reaction was with Rock Dog. But no, rewatching it for this review, not only is this movie bad, it's even worse than I remember. At this point, the only thing that keeps me from saying that this movie is in the top 5 as of now is that this movie does have a coherent narrative, and that it doesn't just take another movie and lazily make adjustments to make them animated or adding characters in. But as I stated before, this movie is definitely worse than Rock Dog. So I basically answered my own question from that review. And honestly, it bewilders me that this out of all movies got nominated for an Oscar. So they decided to snub the Lego Batman movie, but yet they decided to nominate this movie instead. Then again, considering the fact that Brave won over Wreck-It Ralph, and the Lego movie was snubbed back in 2015, all of this doesn't really surprise me. The Teacher's Pet 2004 movie is a very good movie. Granted, not as good as the TV show that it's based on, but still an underrated gem that has been long forgotten, due to being both a financial box office bomb and was largely overshadowed by some of the other animated movies that came out in 2004. Not to mention that this movie came out during a time when Disney was not doing so well. This movie literally came out 3 months before Home on the Range.
Let that sink in.
Although, when it comes to this movie, while I do like it, I don't actually have a lot to really say about it. Yeah, that's a disclosure for this particular series. Episodes of Sean's yearly reviews are not going to be as long as the episodes of Sean's network reviews, since that series is going over entire shows that are multiple hours long. Sean's yearly reviews is primarily focused on movies that are only an hour long,
or maybe even longer.
So don't be surprised if I do these episodes more than Sean's network reviews. You guys may have remembered back in my other series when I took a look at the show of the same name, specifically the part of that review when I went over the movie. When me and Supersonic Ward 15 were in a call with each other shortly after he saw that review, he talked to me about how I went a little too much in depth with this movie than I honestly should have, and well, he does have a point. Although, there were other things in that particular review in which I didn't go in depth on, so if you want to go watch my review on that show, it will definitely be in the ending card as well as in the info card. So, if you watched my review on the show that this movie is directly tied to, Spot in this movie wants to be a boy like he is in the show, just like Pinocchio. And coincidentally, this movie also has a parody of Pinocchio both at the beginning and end of this movie. And honestly, it's a better remake of Pinocchio than the actual 2022 remake of Pinocchio. Anyways, it's the last day of school, and on the last day, Mary Lou is invited to an award ceremony all the way in Florida, but dogs are not allowed in Strickler's van that he lends to Mary Lou, so Spot can't come. After this, Spot accidentally changes the channel on the TV that Pretty Boy, Mr. Jolly, and the house sitter are watching, and discovers that a mad scientist by the name of Dr. Ivan Crank can turn animals into humans. So Spot dresses up as Scott and goes all the way way to Florida with Leonard so his dream could come true. Spot makes his dream come true. He has regrets after a fight. Spot changes back. The characters sing a song. The end. Yeah, much like what I said in the beginning, Sean's yearly review episodes are not going to be that long because these are hour-long movies, and the original intention for this series was to be the equivalent of Disney-cember, but it isn't designated towards a specific studio, and it isn't for a specific month. But unlike other animated movies in Sean's yearly reviews, there are quite a bit of things to talk about with this movie, both good and some bad here and there. Let's get the good things out of the way first. This movie can get very funny at times. My favorite joke is the one at the very beginning of the movie, where Leonard says that he's going to spend the summer with his best friend while holding up a picture of Spot, only for Spot, while being dressed up as Scott, to throw out said picture and lay a bigger picture frame of him dressed up as Scott and Leonard standing together on the desk in front of Leonard. Strickler announcing what Mary Lou won as if it's a game show is very clever too. I also noticed that there's a bit of dark humor snuck into this movie that a lot of younger viewers might not notice, such as the fact that Dr. Ivan Crank's address has the number 666.
That was also very clever and sneaky.
This movie also has a lot of heart to it. Even though, yes, what Spot's plan to stay with Leonard was teetering on the realm of being very problematic, you can tell that deep down, both Spot and Leonard do care about each other, and Spot and Leonard were saying and doing things at the heat of the moment. But that's pretty much it for positives. As I stated in my review on the television series, the writing in this movie is definitely the weakest element of it, as the movie does feel like it was intended to be a TV movie or a straight-to-video movie, kind of like what happened with Doug's first movie, but like Doug's first movie, it was sent to the big screen at the last second. Not to mention, something that I forgot to bring up in my review on the TV show is that the pacing feels kind of unbalanced at parts, as the beginning of the movie is very frantic and fast, but then around the time when the characters get to Florida, the movie starts to become a little slow at some points. I also kind of question how much time passes between some of these sequences. At the beginning of the movie, Ian mentions that he's grounded for a week for hacking into a palace, and then a week afterwards, he would be going over to his uncle's house, who just so happens to be Dr. Ivan Crank. And then when Spot and Leonard go over to his place, they meet up with Ian. But the movie is shot in a way to feel as if the characters went to Florida, and both Spot and Leonard met up with Dr. Ivan Crank all in one day, and the movie doesn't really give a time frame of how much time passes, which does lead to a bit of confusion whenever the characters mention that in no time they'll be going home, when the movie states that Leonard and Mary Lou are going to Florida for only 2 weeks. The animation and parts of this movie do also indicate that this movie being sent to the big screen was a last-minute decision, as the movie feels like a TV special or movie to end out the series, rather than a movie that was intended to be sent to the big screen, especially when compared to the SpongeBob SquarePants movie and the 2017 MLP movie. And when it comes to the animation, it's mostly the same as the show. Only difference is that this movie has a bit more shading than the series did. And also, like I stated in my review on the television series, most of the parts with Mr. Jolly and Pretty Boy traveling to get to Spot to warn him about Dr. Ivan Crank's machine are honestly very pointless, and they honestly could have been cut out of the movie and you wouldn't miss a thing, especially since in one sequence, Spot says that Dr. Ivan Crank's machine had a side effect where it turns others into hideous mutations because of the fact that he was experimenting on reptiles and insects, rather than animals that have fur, so Mr. Jolly and Pretty Boy were worried about nothing. And when both of them end up coming to Florida to help Leonard and Spot near the end of the movie, they and Spot do something that Spot could have done by himself and nothing would change a single bit. The only thing that they do when they get to Florida is that when Dr. Ivan Crank turns into a mouse in the climax, Mr. Jolly chases and presumably eats him, and Pretty Boy is used to bring back a joke from the beginning where Spot confuses him for the blue fairy, but other than that, they were honestly kind of pointless. And also, being someone who did watch the show before watching the movie, there are quite a few things that this movie does which does fly in the face of what the show establishes. I have no issue with things like inanimate objects in the sun having faces, because even though the show didn't have those things,
for the most most part.
The show did have an episode that had a sequence where Leonard was sweating so much that his hands morphed into clams running water, so pretty much anything could happen. My issue was regarding the fact that the movie does forget about the rules that the show establishes, or even what the show said. Like, movie, I do like your big screen version of the show's theme song, but the other characters are not supposed to know that Scott is secretly a dog. Yeah, I get that this was done in the show's theme song, but that was the theme song, and that's it. Because other than that, the other characters don't catch wind that Scott was secretly Leonard's dog, and the theme song had a fade in and fade out transition. This movie immediately cuts into a song with everyone knowing that Scott is a dog when they aren't supposed to know. And then immediately after, they forget that he's supposed to be Leonard's dog. I wanted to make this abundantly clear because in Media Hunter Review's review on this movie, he made a mistake by saying that everyone in the movie and show's universe knows about Scott's secret, when that's a mistake on the movie's part. Now, these moments where the movie breaks the show's rules are not done nearly as bad as it's done in Robot Boy, because you could argue that this movie didn't intend for this to happen, whereas with Robot Boy, it breaks its own rules frequently while preaching about keeping Robot Boy a secret, to the point where it feels like it's being intentionally done to baffle the audience. Also, remember when the show had an episode called Being Mrs. Ledready, where at the end, Spot realized that Mary Lou is his mother? Well, in this movie, an idea that Spot comes up with in order to stay with Leonard is by becoming Leonard's stepfather and marrying Mary Lou, whom is not only Leonard's mother, but also his own mother. Which does come off as being extremely questionable, since this movie also made references to Being Mrs. Ledready by having Spot dress up as Scott's mother to convince Mary Lou to take Scott to Florida. And in that exact same episode, Spot learned that Mary Lou is his mother, and yet he wants to marry his own mother in this movie. And Spot makes things more awkward by referring to Leonard as his son. You know, Leonard's own dog. And you honestly can't blame Leonard for getting as angry as he did, especially when his own dog and best friend is now referring to him as his son.
Not to mention the questionable decision of Spot wanting to get together with his own mother.
But with all that being said, while The Teacher's Pet movie is not the greatest thing in the universe, heck, I consider the TV show to be better, it is very enjoyable. Heck, I wouldn't even consider this the best animated movie that was released in 2004, considering the fact that 2004 was a really great year for animated movies. Where does The Teacher's Pet movie fall among these? I'd say 4th place. Not as good as either Shrek 2, The Incredibles, or the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, but better than the Polar Express. The Teacher's Pet movie does have quite a bit of problems, and while some of them are things that it sort of breaks the show's own rules for, like the fact that the other characters know that Spot is Leonard's dog, or that beyond questionable sequence with Spot being in love with Mary Lou, this movie is very enjoyable, and is a movie that you can turn your brain off to if you don't want to think too hard about. But at the exact same time, it's not as good as the TV show that it's tied to. It's also worth noting that this movie was one of the last animated movies that Disney put into theaters that was 2D animated.
This movie came out 3 months before Home on the Range.
All I can say is that the Teacher's Pet movie is good, and I think that it's a shame that this movie was one of the reasons why Disney didn't pay attention to the show that this is based on after this movie flopped at the box office, and the show and movie wasn't acknowledged again until both this movie and the show were put onto Disney Plus in 2019. And hey, even though this movie didn't give me that much to talk about, I still really enjoyed it. And at least this movie is not a boring snooze fest that would put you to sleep, like the 2017 movie that goes by the name of Rock Dog. Wait, no, did I really just say that? I'm going to need to talk about that now. Oh no, absolutely not, no! For this particular episode of Sean's Yearly Reviews, I was going to be watching and reviewing the Tom and Jerry movie from 2021, but given the fact that I was having a hard time finding that movie so I could rewatch it for a review, and I wanted to watch the movies by the order in which I organized them,
especially considering the fact that I organized them in a funny place for a reason, given the name of the 9th film I'm going to be watching,
I decided to swap movies instead, where the Tom and Jerry 2021 movie will be later in the binge list, while the 9th 1992 movie will be here for right now, and this is quite an interesting episode, I might add. If you've been following my channel, aside from Drake and Josh, Tom and Jerry has been one of my most popular video subjects for quite some time. My review on Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka was the second most popular video on my channel until I released my second commentary on Mr. Enter and my Tom and Jerry comedy show review. By the way, just a heads up before getting into the review, Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is not part of Sean's yearly reviews, mainly because of the fact that I already did a rant on this movie years back, and I still stand by what I said in that particular review, and that it's a lazy cash grab that felt like it was thrown together haphazardly with Willy Wonka, with no changes to distinct itself from the original movie, and whatever changes that are made only ruin the character development of the characters from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. But if I were to rank this movie alongside the other movies reviewed for Sean's yearly reviews, Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka would be in the bottom 3 for now, although there is some pretty stiff competition coming up, so that bottom 3 position will be in jeopardy pretty soon. But on to the main subject for this review, the 1992 movie. This movie is very infamous, as not only is it considered the worst Tom and Jerry movie of all time, but it's also considered as the worst thing to come out of Tom and Jerry. In fact, it's up there with the Gene Deitch shorts in terms of infamous Tom and Jerry products. And to that I say, guys, cool your jets. Yeah, this is an indicator for the rest of the review about what I'm going to say towards this movie. Similarly to the Gene Deitch Tom and Jerry shorts, I find this movie bad, most definitely, but people treat this movie as if it's the worst thing to come out of the franchise, while being dramatic and saying, "Oh my god, Tom and Jerry are dead." But considering the fact that I've seen quite a bit of bad stuff from the Tom and Jerry franchise, and heard about a few other Tom and Jerry products that have a bad reputation as well, the 1992 movie is not the worst thing that ever came out of the franchise. Far from it, in fact. Considering the existence of, like I said before, the Tom and Jerry comedy show, which as stated before, does miss the point of the entire franchise, and Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka, which is basically just Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, but with Tom and Jerry thrown in at the last second. With the Tom and Jerry 1992 movie, this movie does have some understanding of the franchise, and this movie is at least about Tom and Jerry, even though this movie basically shoves them into a ripoff of The Rescuers.
More on that in a bit.
And also, some aspects of this movie were massively overblown due to people hyper-focusing on the big elephant in the room about this movie. But before we get into all of that, what is the Tom and Jerry movie about? Well, Tom's owners are about to move. Tom gets his stuff around and gets into the back of their owner's truck. Tom gets flung out of said truck due to Jerry, and while Tom is distracted trying to lock Jerry in the entrance of his mouse hole, Tom gets left behind. The very next morning, their house gets bulldozed, leaving them with no house or shelter, leaving them to have to look for a new home. They start talking,
yes, that actually happens,
and becomes allies. And the rest of the movie throws them into another story revolving around an orphan girl by the name of Robin, who is in the hands of a woman named Aunt Fig and a lawyer named Mr. Lickboot.
Yes, those are the exact names of those two. I'm not even joking.
They find out that Robin's father is still alive, and Tom, Jerry, and Robin needs to go on a journey to find them before Aunt Fig and many other people could get their hands on her. Now, to get the misconceptions of this movie out of the way, yes, Tom and Jerry speaking in this movie is incredibly jarring and off-putting, and that is something that I'll be getting to later. But one criticism that I've heard regarding this movie is that Tom and Jerry become friends, and these people pretend like they're friends throughout the movie after they sing the Friends Till the End song. Even though that's not actually the case, because there are still parts of the movie where Tom and Jerry are indifferent towards each other, including the scenes after this song, where Tom immediately traps Jerry in a flower pot and tries to grab some grub for himself while Jerry is livid. Now, from context clues, this means that Tom didn't mean any of what he sung about with Jerry, and he's doing it because Pugsy and Frankie made them do it. And something to note about Tom and Jerry as a franchise is that both of them have been allies before in some shorts. Many people only didn't notice this because they were rivals most of the time, and even then, when they were rivals from time to time, they weren't on good terms completely. If you guys remember, the short called The Truce Hurts was about Tom, Jerry, and Spike being on good terms with each other before getting a hold of a giant steak and going back to being enemies. And Tom and Jerry also worked together to keep a baby safe on 2 separate occasions before,
because the babysitter was too busy talking on the phone to do anything about him.
And that's kind of the same thing here. Tom and Jerry are allies in this movie, but that's only because of the fact that Tom and Jerry aren't able to survive without each other. And also, when they end up finding Robin, they put aside their differences and help her, similarly to the shorts where they try to catch a baby. And also, there are plenty of sequences in this movie where they are irritated with each other even while being allies, so the claim that people have been making about Tom and Jerry being friends in this movie isn't entirely true. If you want an example of Tom and Jerry being friends completely, well, the 1975 series is basically that. However, now let's get on to the problems with this movie. If there's one thing that I think almost everyone could agree on when it comes to this movie, that would definitely be the fact that Tom and Jerry are supposed to not talk and stay silent at all times. That's what the shorts established, and yeah, that criticism is totally valid. And while there are definitely much worse Tom and Jerry products than this, them talking is definitely one of the worst things that the franchise has ever done. Not even the Tom and Jerry comedy show or their crossover with Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory had them talk. Not to mention, the voices that they gave Tom and Jerry themselves sound very off. Like, they don't really fit either Tom or Jerry. This feels kind of like a Scoob situation, where instead of hiring those who voiced the original characters as the main ones, they decided to hire celebrities or famous voice actors to give the movie an all-star cast. Tom is voiced by Richard Kind, whom you may know as Molt from A Bug's Life, as well as Bing Bong from Inside Out. Given the fact that this movie was released in 1992, William Hanna was still alive. I don't know if him not being able to voice act was because he just didn't have the energy anymore or something, or if it was because of an executive's decision. Either way, it does feel like a missed opportunity that they just didn't take, given the fact that they decided to have them talk to begin with. And Jerry was voiced by Dana Hill, who also voiced Max in Goof Troop before she sadly passed away in 1986. I understand that Jerry was very high-pitched in the original shorts, but Jerry was obviously an adult in the original shorts, and Dana Hill made him sound too much like he's way younger than he actually is. Another issue that I do have with this movie, and which not a lot of people seem to bring up, is that this movie feels less like it's trying to be like Tom and Jerry, and more like Disney. In fact, when first looking at it through that "we've got to have money" meme, I actually thought that this was a Disney movie at first, before finding out that it was from this movie. And we all know that Tom and Jerry is not owned by Disney. And it gave me that feeling because the designs, at least with the humans, do look like they came out of a Disney movie. Along with the fact that this movie is a musical, just like literally almost every other non-Disney animated movie that came out in the 90s. And also, the plot itself took a little inspiration from another animated movie that you might know. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Two small animal characters that try to save a little girl from a crazy woman who is using her to make a profit. Yeah, this movie has the exact same story as The Rescuers, but with only a few bits changed here and there. But not enough to really say that it's a completely different movie. All they did was change the location from a swamp to a mansion, and the crazy woman just lied about the fact that Robin's father,
Indiana Jones,
was dead, instead of using her to gain a crystal. But that barely hides the fact that this movie is just a clone of The Rescuers. In fact, I'd even say that if Tom and Jerry weren't in this movie at all and were replaced with the original characters, you'd probably think that this movie is just a knockoff of The Rescuers, in a similar vein as the Dingo Pictures, Video Brinquedo, or Sparkplug Entertainment knockoffs of DreamWorks and Disney movies. And considering the fact that I already don't like The Rescuers, that doesn't really benefit this movie in the slightest. Honestly, my recommendation for this movie is to just not watch this one, as there are much better Tom and Jerry products out there, even in regards to their movies, such as The Magic Ring, which still keeps the Tom and Jerry formula while being a movie at the exact same time, as well as Blast Off to Mars and Fast and the Furry, which do put Tom and Jerry into an actual movie rather than into a completely different story. And there are also much better animated movies out there based on animated shows that you could check out more than this film, such as the Teacher's Pet movie or the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. while for the Tom and Jerry 1992 movie, some aspects have misinformation, but many other elements that have people reasonably saying that they don't like it. Also, Captain Kitty's puppet is Wade from Garfield and Friends. Hey guys, remember how back during my review on the 1992 movie, I said that I was pushing this review back quite a bit so that way I wouldn't have to wait for a long time to just watch this movie in specific, and that I'd have other films on my plate before getting into this one? Well, given the fact that I found this movie on Tubi,
even though as of scripting this as of December 26, 2023, the film is expiring in 5 days,
wait for my review on this movie and the script for it is officially over. This was a review that I was waiting for quite some time to get around to. You may have remembered when I first released my review on the Tom and Jerry comedy show. I released that review earlier than I was intending because of the fact that Tom and Jerry's anniversary was right around the corner, and also it was in preparation for this movie coming out, since, you know, that was the month that this movie was released. I didn't get to see this movie in theaters or on streaming, not only because of the fact that it had something to do with the thing that ends with the number 19, but I didn't have HBO Max
back when it was called that,
so it took me a while to get around to watching this movie. Then in early July, me and my mom watched this movie, and I didn't like it. Though, that was just first impressions. I thought that my sour feelings towards this movie had something to do with the fact that there was something else I was dealing with at the time. Even though, spoilers, that's not actually the case. I didn't let my thoughts fully develop until I fully thought of the idea for Sean's yearly reviews. Since around 2021 and most of 2022, I was more interested in reviewing shows and had this movie be one of the early films that I'd take a look at. And after watching this movie thoroughly on Tubi, I still don't like it. In fact, my opinion on this film only soured on rewatch. So to get things started, what is this movie about? Take a wild guess. Similarly to the 1992 movie, as well as most other Tom and Jerry movies, this movie, instead of being about Tom and Jerry, puts Tom and Jerry into another entirely different movie. But unlike the 1992 movie, which put Tom and Jerry into a ripoff of The Rescuers, this movie decided to put them into a film about a girl,
yes, just like the 1992 movie.
She lost her job and is desperate for a new one, before coming across a hotel that is preparing for a wedding. The hotel in particular ends up having a mouse problem on his hands thanks to Jerry, so Kayla hires Tom in the hopes that Tom could get rid of Jerry, all while Kayla lies her way to get whatever she wants.
Don't you worry, I'll be getting to Kayla in just a bit.
To start off with the issues with this movie, because there's a lot of things to go through, let's start off with the animation. And this particular aspect is going to bug me more if I don't bring it up, but this might be because of my own bias, but I really don't like cel-shaded 2D CGI, and it is no different in this movie than in other shows or movies. I always found these types of animation to be very unappealing to look at. It's very awkward, very bulgy, falls into uncanny valley more often than not, and just doesn't sit right. It can be done well if done properly. The Bad Guys is a film that does use this kind of medium, and from the clips that I've seen, it doesn't have these issues, but when not done properly, you get things like Regal Academy or Star Wars Resistance, which are very unappealing to look at while generally looking and feeling unfinished, because normally, something that looks 2D often doesn't translate well with CGI. It's kind of the same reason as to why I've never liked pineapple on pizza, because something that tastes sweet don't go well with the spicy or seasoned taste of pizza, and for some odd reason, I've gotten weird looks from people for not liking it. Look, if I wanted to taste something sweet like pineapple, I'd have that on top of ice cream, not pizza, because combining that with pizza is just nasty. And that's also the big problem that I have with the animation in this movie. Because of the fact that this movie has CGI implanted in itself, it makes it very, very detrimental to these characters that are very well known to be 2D characters. And considering the fact that this was from Warner Brothers, you'd think that they put more money into this, especially considering the fact that they made Storks, which was able to get the timing just right, and did very well with slapstick. Oh wait, maybe all of that money was hoarded from this movie, because they were clearly putting all of it towards Space Jam 2: A New legacy. You all know how well that turned out. The biggest issue with the animation in this movie is the awkwardness of it all. It sort of reminds me of Fairly OddParents in its switch from hand-drawn to Flash, but it's worse here, as because of the fact that this movie is using cel-shaded CGI, the movements in specific feel very glitchy and choppy. And also, unlike Fairly OddParents Season 10, there's no excuse for the animation coming out being this sloppy, because this was always meant for theaters, not television. And what makes the animation worse is how it's integrated into live action, as it fails to do the most basic thing you need to do to make cartoon characters look like they're part of the environment, that being drop shadows. It also reminds me of Reanimated / Out of Jimmy's Head, and how embarrassing they were with making the cartoon characters look like they're part of the world. Or the Woody Woodpecker movie from 2017 / 2018, which also didn't have drop shadows. Now, I could understand if this film was made for television or a straight-to-DVD movie, but it's not! This movie was, again, intended for theaters. In 2021, no less. Was it because of the pandemic? A lot of films were postponed for that specific reason, so I don't know why they couldn't have done that for this movie. While I am glad that this movie didn't use an actual real-life cat or mouse, because me being a cat lover, I wouldn't want to see one get hurt in the film, what we get here still doesn't sit right with me. How is it that the MGM shorts from the 40s and 50s were able to get the timing right better than this movie does? Technology has advanced since then. Even Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which was also an animation hybrid from the 1980s, was more convincing than this. And not just that, but Tom and Jerry Tales, an animated series from the mid-2000s, had more smooth animation than this. But animation aside, how is the rest of the movie? Not much better. To get this right out of my system, so I don't upset a critical human, so that he doesn't throw a fit over this, one positive that I do give this movie is that unlike the 1992 movie and Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, there is at least an attempt to be a Tom and Jerry, rather than a Rescuers ripoff that tries too hard to be a Disney movie, and it's not literally another movie with Tom and Jerry in the background of certain scenes. This movie does both make an attempt to be an actual movie, as well as be faithful to Tom and Jerry, but it's honestly a shame that literally everything else had to be sacrificed in order for this to happen. As for starters, this movie is not funny at all. Honestly, the level of humor in this movie reminds me of the humor in Space Jam 2: A New Legacy or the Chip and Dale movie from 2022, where it's just, oh my gosh, do you remember that thing from your childhood? Except instead of other nostalgic products, this movie is doing nothing but referencing other Tom and Jerry products, using the exact same jokes beat for beat, but they're doing it in an inferior way, to the point where I just ask, why bother with this movie when I can get more from the shorts that this movie is taking these jokes from? Getting up to the point where this movie lacks its own identity. I guess the part where Tom tries to get into the hotel with Jerry stopping him is unique to this film, but a lot of this other material you've seen in the original shorts, down to the fact that they have Tom hitting Spike in the head to the point where a bump happens, and Tom tries to stop it by bumping it down with what he hit him with. Movie, you referencing the shorts doesn't make me want to laugh. It makes me wish I was watching the shorts that you're straight up copying instead of the movie itself. It's not even referencing it in a clever way like SpongeBob had been doing as of late, where it references its old jokes in somewhat of a clever manner. This movie is straight up using those jokes verbatim. But when watching the rest of the movie and seeing what jokes are exclusive to it, yikes! I honestly see why they spent a majority of the runtime using the same jokes as the original shorts, because any jokes that this movie makes on its own that have not appeared in the MGM shorts are absolute garbage. Legit, there is an agonizing sequence where Terrence is forced to take Spike out for a walk because, in the movie's own words, Spike ate a lot of burritos, and because Spike couldn't hold it in anymore, he takes a dump on the crosswalk of the road in front of a bunch of cars, to which Terrence is forced to clean it up. A lot of people make the claim that the movie's only jokes are poop jokes, even though I counted, and there are technically only 3 in the film, one near the end, and the other where they decide to use the poop emoji with the fish's thought bubble for whatever reason, but I honestly wouldn't blame you, because these are the majority of the jokes that the movie came up with on its own, and they're all unfunny. But some of the other ones are bad as well. Kayla is addressing the elephant in the room when there are literally elephants outside waiting to come in for the wedding. Which is what I'm presuming is the reason that the wedding has elephants involved, so they can make that hilarious pun. And also, movie, just because you have your character admit that Tom and Jerry not being able to speak in the movie gets very old, that doesn't mean that you get out of it all scot-free. And the movie has other issues as well that people have simultaneously overblown and have tried to defend at the exact same time. While yes, the movie does at least try to pay respect to Tom and Jerry, it doesn't make this movie exempt from criticism regarding the writing and the characters. Which, getting onto that real quick, the film is your typical misunderstanding story where the character is a fraud, tries to keep the secret from everyone, which you know is going to blow up in the main character's face because that's how predictable these stories are. Only, in this movie, the character that is lying about who they are is unapologetically lying, whereas at least with something like A Bug's Life, the main character was keeping a secret because there was a lot at stake in that film, as well as wanting to help his ant colony with the grasshopper situation. Kayla in this movie lies without no guilt because I guess she wanted a new job quickly, but she has no excuse for acting the way she did in the film, and Tom and Jerry are used as plot devices in the film, as the reason why Kayla got fired from her job was because of them in specific. Also, Jerry is the one that begins the conflict of the hotel having a mouse problem, and Tom and Jerry end up being the ones who get Kayla caught after she stupidly sends Tom and Jerry out in New York, to which they get in trouble. While I do admire that unlike their crossovers with other IPs, this movie does use them in some way to progress the story. They feel like a way to move the plot forward than actually being a part of the movie. Just like that one episode of Unikitty, only Tom and Jerry are the actual plot devices. And on the subject of the characters, almost all of them are unlikable in some way. Except for maybe Tom, as well as the couple that is about to get married. They're just there. Jerry in this movie basically steals the wedding ring from the couple in the film and basically tries to bribe Kayla into letting him stay there, even though he was the one who was causing the trouble in the hotel to begin with. Kayla's co-worker, Terrence, threatens to blackmail Kayla, saying that if she doesn't get rid of the mouse, that he would make sure that Kayla would never be able to get a job ever again. And of course, the worst of them all, and the main reason for my sour feelings towards this film when first watching it, is Kayla. Kayla is awful. Kayla is awful. Kayla is awful! I could just continually repeat this exact same thing over and over again, and not even that can do justice about how awful she is in this movie. You know that infamous clip in this movie where Kayla steals a resume from a completely innocent woman with absolutely no remorse? There are so many other things that she does throughout this movie than just that. What is the issue with Kayla in this film? Well, remember when I mentioned in my review on Duck Duck Goose how the main character Ping also lied to his advantage so he could get whatever he wants? That's literally the exact same issue with Kayla in this movie. Just like with Leap, and how its main character was the exact same level of bland as Bodhi from Rock Dog, both Kayla from this movie and Ping have very little differences to them, to where I'd honestly say that Kayla is just a Rule 63 version of Ping. But where Ping was an egotistical narcissist in that movie, in this film, Kayla is emotionally manipulative. Throughout the movie, she continually puts on this OMG, I'm so sad, feel sorry for me, ooh woo kind of tone, but I honestly don't feel sorry for her in the slightest. Sure, there's the beginning of the film where she gets her life ruined by Tom and Jerry, but that was due to the fact that we didn't know anything about her yet, and that was only her introduction. But put together with all of her other moments in this movie, yeah, I don't feel sorry for her in the slightest. She is completely unsympathetic. But she does make up for what she did at the end of the movie, and the whole issue with her stealing a woman's resume is resolved now. I don't care! The fact that she only made up for what she did because of the fact that she got caught tells me that had Tom and Jerry had not gotten in trouble with animal control, she would have been proud of the fact that she ruined two people's careers. with the only excuse from her being that other people my age are more successful than me. Through her actions, she almost got Terrence completely fired and out of a job, and almost ruined the career of a completely innocent woman. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that Kayla is even worse than Ping from Duck Duck Goose, because Ping at least did what he did out of desperation to prevent himself from dying in the snow. Meanwhile, Kayla lies constantly for no reason when there's literally nothing at stake, so I'm just thinking to myself, nobody cares! There is literally no stakes involved. And as for Kayla lying constantly throughout the film, there's the beginning where she lies to the woman to manipulate her into giving her the resume she has, Kayla purposely tearing off part of the resume that has the woman's name on it and lying about it as well, saying that a kid caused part of the resume to be torn off, lying about her catching Jerry to the manager, which causes Terrence to be fired in the process.
Lies! Lies! When will the lies end? Lies!
And as I stated before, the fact that Kayla only made up for what she did because of the fact that she got caught is what makes what she did even worse. Which is another thing that really soured my thoughts on the film when first watching it, considering the fact that before watching this movie, I watched Ollie's Pack, which constantly had episodes that were like this, and that is not a good sign at all. So, in regards to Tom and Jerry products, this movie is not the worst Tom and Jerry thing ever. At least this movie has some entertainment to it, unlike the Tom and Jerry comedy show. And this film does have Tom and Jerry do things for the plot, unlike Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka. I'd easily take the 1992 movie over this, because that film at least has some ironic enjoyment to be had. Some aspects of it are not as bad as people made them out to be, and while the film was nothing more than a Rescuers ripoff, I'd rather watch a ripoff of the Rescuers that tries to be a musical than a film that tries to make us sympathize with an unlikable and manipulative human character that doesn't know how to make its own jokes, and when it does a horrendous job at it. I'd easily just recommend sticking with the original shorts than this, or just watch The Magic Ring, Blast Off to Mars, and Fast and the Furry. Your time and energy will be better spent as a result. And with that, the wait of me watching this movie for a review is done and over with.
So today's movie review is going to be on an animated movie, which is titled Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And, as you can tell by the title and the thumbnail, yeah, you should know that this movie is awful. In fact, it's probably one of the worst animated movies I've ever seen in 2017. Why, you may ask? Well, let's begin. First off, I'm going to start off with the story. And to start off with it, I'm going to ask a simple question. Have any of you ever seen the original Willy Wonka film? If you said yes, then you also said yes to also seeing this movie. Here's my biggest problem with the story here. It's a shot-for-shot rehash of the original Willy Wonka film. I know that is just one issue and that shouldn't affect the whole film, but here's the thing. This problem is continuously happening over and over again, making the entire plot predictable. But of course, they did try to throw in Tom and Jerry and the villain Slugworth, which he's completely pointless here. Trust me, I'll get more into that later. What they tried to do with Tom and Jerry and Slugworth in this movie was try to throw in them just to try to trick the audience into thinking that it's different, even though me and many other people are not fooled. We noticed nearly everything that they rehashed. And speaking of pointless scenes, there's one part in the movie that literally doesn't serve a purpose. There's one part in the film where Tom and Jerry are going to the candy shop and stealing Wonka's candy bars and giving them to Charlie and his family, and then returning them to the shop. It's one of many scenes in this movie that serve absolutely no purpose, along with Slugworth's song about how he wants to steal Wonka's factory. Oh, and not only does Slugworth not serve a purpose, Tom, Jerry, and even Tuffy, which is a new character that they added in the franchise for some reason, they don't serve a purpose here either. All they're here to do is outwit Slugworth, and that's it. You could have easily taken them out of the film and nothing would change at all. Except for Slugworth, because I'm going to go more in depth with him in a little bit when I get to the characters. But honestly, he's the only character besides the main characters of the Willy Wonka film that actually serves a purpose here, only at the end, not during the rest of the movie. By the way, something I realized while watching this film is that it's trying to be a crossover in a way that is like the Hanna-Barbera and Surf's Up WWE crossovers. However, those were actually trying to be a WWE crossover, and not someone else's story that just added recognizable characters in the background. This, on the other hand, is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that they just took someone else's story and added characters in the background. In fact, it's barely even a crossover at all. It feels like it was originally going to be an animated version of Willy Wonka, but at the last minute they were like, "Hey guys, I have another idea for this animated Willy Wonka movie. Let's turn it into a crossover with Tom and Jerry. After all, we did the same thing with Tom and Jerry and the Wizard of Oz and many others. Let's do the same thing with this." If that's the case, then Warner Brothers, I have a simple message for you. If you want to make an animated version of Willy Wonka, make an animated version of Willy Wonka. And if you want to do a crossover, then do a crossover. Don't just add in recognizable characters in the background and just rehash the story. And even if you're going to make an animated version of Willy Wonka, don't rehash the story, because it will make the entire plot completely predictable. And also, for the crossover part, why not just make new animation and new voices for the characters? Otherwise, it will just be a confused mess, and it will be completely predictable. I know I've gone on for way too long about the story here, so I'm going to move on because I already got an entire page talking about some aspects of the story. So I'm going to move on to the animation. Oh man, this is an interesting topic for me to talk about. Now, before I get into what I think about the animation, I do have a few positives to point out. When it comes to the backgrounds in this film, they do look nice, giving a nice animated visual representation of the original live-action film. And when it comes to the design of the characters, they do try to give out a cartoony look in terms of the designs. And honestly, it doesn't look that bad. Well, sometimes. And last but not least, the best part of the animation, along with the backgrounds, is the effects of the film. Whether it would be with Violet turning purple or Mike TV being transported into being tiny, the effects actually look pretty good. And it isn't ruined by anything by any means. Neither is the backgrounds. Well, I think that the designs of the characters are a little ruined thanks to the expressions that they make, but I'll get to that when I get to my problems. But the positives quite possibly end there. I'm going to get my first problem out of the way, and this might be a little nitpick to talk about, but when we get into the 40-minute mark, that one scene where Gus falls into the chocolate river had an animation goof that I noticed even without paying much attention to the animation. When he falls into the chocolate pool, which is clearly chocolate, you would think that the animators would animate him being covered in chocolate, right? No, when he comes out of the river, he looks like he wasn't even affected by it at all. I know people will probably consider this to being a nitpick, but however, When you take a look at the original Willy Wonka film, when Gus actually fell into the chocolate river, he actually looked like he fell into the chocolate river. Here though, he looks like he wasn't even affected by it, and it looks more like he fell in water than a chocolate pool. And this mistake that they made with the animation isn't just a minor thing. Actually, no. It's huge. It's a huge animation mistake that they clearly made for an animated movie that even I noticed. Next, there's the character animation. And there's also the designs of the characters. When it comes to the designs of the characters, I did say that they did look good, but when it comes to them wanting to do expressions, wow, it is laughable. I mean, I gotta say this right now. Hey internet, I have new meme faces for you. And finally, there's the character animation. Okay, I will say this. Tom and Jerry's character animation is pretty energetic and fine. But when it comes to them wanting to animate the humans, I see a big downgrade in that. When it comes to them wanting to animate the humans, a lot of their animation is very glitchy, choppy, stilted, and sometimes they even reuse a lot of animation, especially on Willy Wonka. When I was wanting to scan through the film to find that scene where Gus falls into the chocolate river, I noticed that Wonka's animation was reused quite a few times. And what I'm trying to say is, the animation where he was sipping out of a teacup, they reused animation from that until he bites out of the teacup. When it comes to the animation at first glance, it may not look too bad, but when you actually scan through the film, you'll see its true colors right there. And finally, there's the characters. Keep this in mind, guys, because of the fact that the writing is awful, good luck finding any characters here that aren't bland or pointless. First, there's the two main characters of the film, and Tom and Jerry themselves. Like I said before, both of them are completely pointless here. All they are here to do is outwit the pointless villain Slugworth. Sure, the other Willy Wonka characters do name drop them, and Willy Wonka himself said that there was a cat in the factory, but however, if you took him away from all those other scenes, nothing would be affected at all. And this might be weird for me to point out, but I feel as if Warner Brothers are using them to make them the next Scrat from Ice Age because of them interrupting a lot of the scenes with them doing shenanigans. And lastly, because Tom and Jerry take up more screen time than Charlie, it affects his actual character development because of him wanting to make his family happy by getting them food and actually wanting to move them into Willy Wonka's factory in the original film. Then there's Tuffy, and he's a very lackluster character. His only trait is that he dreams of becoming an Oompa Loompa. He serves no other purpose to the film other than to help Tom and Jerry on their journey to warn Willy Wonka about Slugworth, and that's pretty much it. So he's just as pointless here as Tom and Jerry. And then there's the villain of the film, Slugworth, in which he does not serve any purpose here. Why is he pointless in this film? Well, because in the ending of the film, he admits that he wasn't a villain throughout the entire film. Then what was the point of every other scene that tried to build up the fact that he was a villain? Filler? I'm not joking when I say this, but that ending scene goes completely towards Ice Age Collision Course in terms of fooling the audience into thinking that that character is a villain, where you build up the entire film with these characters being a villain, and then at the end you say, hey, we're not a villain, so haha, April Fools. However, unlike Tom, Jerry, and Tuffy in this movie, he actually does serve a purpose in this film. Well, only in 2 scenes, because in the original Willy Wonka film, he only appeared in 2 scenes. One was a dark alley scene, and one was in the ending to give us a twist ending that Slugworth was actually working for Willy Wonka and he wasn't actually convincing Charlie that he was a villain towards Willy Wonka. As for the rest of the characters from the original Willy Wonka film, they are predictable, just like with the story, and that goes for the songs as well. Before that part where Willy Wonka was like, "Charlie, break the rules, you get nothing, you lose, good day, sir." Yeah, that is in this film. I knew it before I watched that scene in this movie. That's seriously how predictable this movie is, along with the songs that are being sung. Because all that material that was done in this film was already done in the original film. At best, all these characters can be described as bland and predictable, but at worst, all these characters can be described as pointless, not adding anything to the movie, or they can be there just to add filler and pad out the movie's runtime. Overall, Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is nothing more but than something that is meant to be a soulless and heartless cash grab off of Tom and Jerry and Willy Wonka's name, with lazy writing that is a shot-for-shot rehash of the original film, animation that doesn't look that bad, but in execution you can see its actual colors, and characters that are either bland or pointless wastes of time. Honestly, so far, this is my least favorite animated movie of 2017, up to this point. Any other movies that I've seen this year, I gave below average ratings to, like Surf's Up 2, Rock Dog, The Boss Baby, and Spark, were movies that I didn't like. However, those films' real downfall is that they were generic with the exception of Surf's Up 2. And at least with Surf's Up 2, as bad as it was with rehashing the first Surf's Up, at least it was different with how it executed the scenes, and you could actually call it a crossover. On this, on the other hand, its big downfall is not that it's generic, it's a rehash of a pre-existing property, and it doesn't do anything different with the execution. Every single scene that I thought was going to happen in this movie did happen, and there was not a single scene that I didn't think was predictable. The entire thing was completely predictable, and I got everything that I expected from this film. When I first saw the trailer for this film, I expected it just to be a boring crossover with another story like the other Tom and Jerry movies, but however, it surpassed my low expectations. I don't know if there will be an animated movie worse than this, since we are only in July and there is only 8 animated movies left in the year. And the Emoji Movie, or should I say possibly the Norm of the North of 2017, and the Nut Job 2 might actually have potential to be worse than this film, but just because 2 movies that are coming soon could possibly be worse than this, that doesn't mean that this movie is off the hook so easily. So I'm going to give Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory a 2 out of 10. I think it's awful. My best recommendation for this film is to just skip it entirely and just stick with the original film, or I would also recommend the 2005 remake too. Sure, it isn't as legendary as the 1971 film, however, it actually did something new with the characters that the original movie didn't, like giving Willy Wonka a backstory, or actually doing something different with the effects that they use in Willy Wonka's factory. Although I will admit, those pop songs were very forgettable. Anyways, now that I'm done talking about Tom, Jerry, Willy Wonka, and the Chocolate Factory, let's take a look at how 2017 is going on by itself. Wow. Just when I thought that the year was starting to pick up with movies like Captain Underpants and Cars 3, and with Despicable Me 3 being an okay movie, after all those good movies / okay movies, the year started to make a U-turn and take its way back to the dark ages of the year, where we got a tidal wave of bad animated movies. Near the beginning of the year, sure, we did get good movies like the Lego Batman movie and okay movies like Smurfs The Lost Village, but you still had to go through Surfing Penguins that rehashed the story, Dogs That Played Rock and Roll, in which even reading my notifications is more interesting than actually watching the movie, A Baby in a Suit that pretty much has the same effects as Rock Dog, and a movie that doesn't have any clue what it wants to do, so it basically rips off every other space movie and other animated movies from last year and even from this year. And guess what? We're not even out of that dark age yet, because we still have 2 bad animated movies before we possibly get to the rest of the year that has nothing but good or okay movies. We're supposed to be getting the Emoji Movie in 2 days, and in August we're supposed to be getting the Nut Job 2. Oh, and by the way, to add on to that point about how 2017 is going so far, I decided to add up all the ratings that I gave for every animated movie that I watched in 2017 so far, and take a look at this pie chart right now. This is how many animated movies I've given a score so far, and the bad outweighs the good by 20-1. I hope that the rest of 2017's animated films picks up the pace, because 2017 so far looks like it's gonna be a disaster year for animated films. I hope that the rest of the animated movies this year, like Leap, the Lego Ninjago movie, The Star, Coco, and Ferdinand, will somehow improve the year, because at the end of 2017, in January, I actually want to do my own top 6 or 5 best and worst animated films of 2017 list, because I actually have quite a lot to say about all these animated films. I'm sorry I didn't talk about the other animated films that I thought were bad this year, because I didn't really have a lot to say about them. If I would have reviewed The Boss Baby, Rock Dog, and Spark separately, then I would have the exact same thing to say about them.